The male protagonist of this story is King Suo Yin-Xian. He could command the wind and rain in the Day Dynasty, holding high power and a significant position, cold and abstinent, and did not get close to women. Who would have thought that he had a past he dared not look back on? As for her, she was Jiuxing Shun, the deeply pampered princess of the Xiaozhou dynasty. A beauty of great talent, she was bold enough to deceive his body and then his heart. While traveling abroad, she approached and tricked his affections. In our Xiaozhou dynasty, we use this as a love token. Locking it on the one you like completes the ceremony. Brother Xian, you've locked me. From now on, I am yours. The little princess used all sorts of words, making all kinds of promises to him, making Yin-Xian believe he was the one she loved. Unexpectedly, she only wanted to trick him into her library for the noble ladies to play with. And that library, according to rumors, had over 3,000 handsome men. 2 years later, the tables have turned. She went to the Day Dynasty as an envoy for the Xiaozhou dynasty. The two met, and she still thought he was of low status with no influence. Who knew he was actually the royal uncle, the one who commanded the wind and rain in the mighty Day Dynasty. After the princess had her fun and tossed him aside, she discovered her old flame was a big shot. Can't handle it. She flees, he pursues. Even if she grew wings, it would be hard to fly away. Want to run? Too late. Daring to trap this king, you will have to pay the price. Reality proves that if you flirt too much, you'll really break your back instantly. Returning to the story's events. 2 years after Jiuxing Shun abandoned Yin-Xian. At this time in the Day Dynasty had opened diplomatic relations for 5 years. Princess Jiuxing Shun of the Xiaozhou dynasty led an envoy to the Day Dynasty. At this moment, in King Suo's manor, Yin-Xian was engrossed in a book when someone called out loudly, "Royal uncle, royal uncle." The princess of the Xiaozhou dynasty has brought an envoy for an audience. It's that arrogant, domineering, unruly, and capricious princess who makes all the civil and military officials of the Xiaozhou court tremble at the sight of her. Furthermore, the key thing is she has a tear mole and also has pink hair. This person was Yin Xingrong, Yin-Xian's nephew. Hearing this, Yin-Xian paused and looked up. Nearby, a pair of parrots, one pink and one black, were fighting. Yin Xingrong also looked up and continued. "She's just like that pink parrot you're raising. I heard she has a library, rumored to have 3,000 handsome men, specifically for noble ladies to play with. Quite something." Hearing this, Yin-Xian lost his composure, and using too much force, he tore a page of his book. Yin Xingrong asked curiously, "Royal uncle, are you just going to ignore this pink parrot? It's bullying the black one again." Yin-Xian paused before replying. "Ignore it. I can't believe there's actually someone in this world who perfectly embodies everything the royal uncle hates. Do you want to go take a look?" Yin-Xian slammed the book down and replied, "Not going." The words had just left his mouth, but his feet had already taken several steps. Yin Xingrong immediately called out, "Hey, royal uncle, where are you going?" "This king is going to the palace to discuss some matters with his majesty." Yin Xingrong thought to himself, "Why do I suddenly feel a murderous aura? Don't tell me it's related to the princess." At this moment, in the palace, Jiuxing Shun had arrived at the Grand Hall to pay her respects to the emperor. "Princess Jiuxing Shun of the Xiaozhou dynasty, representing my sovereign, has come to pay respects, hoping our two nations can establish friendly diplomatic relations and trade." Yin Minlu, the Emperor of Day, replied, "This matter can be considered, but the decision-making power lies in the hands of our royal uncle. Coincidentally, the royal uncle has come to the palace today. Eunuch Dai, take the princess to meet the royal uncle." "Yes, Your Highness the Princess, we have arrived. That is our royal uncle, His Highness King Suo." Seeing this familiar handsome face, Jiuxing Shun froze in her tracks. Her maids, however, gasped in admiration. Truly a heavenly beauty. The rumors from the Day Nation are indeed true. Truly a once-in-a-century sight. He's walking towards us. Ah, my heart is about to stop. Turning around, they couldn't find the princess. The maids panicked. "Princess, where is the princess?" The princess was currently squatting behind her maids, covering her face with her hands as she spoke. "The eunuch just said he is the young royal uncle of the Day Dynasty, the young royal uncle Yin-Xian, who held the court of Day for 5 years and finally returned power to the Day sovereign. The young royal uncle Yin-Xian, the one who could command the wind and rain, whose methods were extraordinary." A maid asked blankly, "That's right. Who else could it be? You all better prepare yourselves. We're probably going to be crushed before we even step on a battlefield. Before, I think I had my fun and then tossed him aside. Haha, karma really gets everyone. A naive maid said, having fun and then tossing him aside. What's the big deal? You can just admit defeat and beg him for forgiveness. Jiu Shun put her hands on her hips and said resolutely, admitting I'm wrong is impossible. But she didn't know that Yin Xian was now standing right behind her. He heard and asked, are the words admit defeat not in the princess's dictionary? Jiu Shun affirmed again, even if the mountains and rivers run dry, even if the high heavens collapse, I will not beg him. At this moment, a maid reminded her, princess behind you. Jiu Shun immediately felt a strong, murderous aura from behind. She quickly pushed a maid forward. You get in front. But this evasive action of hers failed completely. Yin Xian was already standing imposingly beside her. He spoke up, Princess of the Xiaozhou court, Jiu Shun. Unable to run, Jiu Shun had no choice but to stand up and give a forced smile. Royal uncle, the way the princess speaks, this king cannot bear it. Jiu Shun immediately acted obediently. Of course you can bear it, very much so. You are the young royal uncle of Day. I should call you royal uncle. Seeing this, Yin Xian said, since we meet again, princess, this king, as the host, will treat the princess very well. He moved closer and whispered into Jiu Shun's ear. Tomorrow, at the hour of Shun, I invite the princess to King Sua's manor. If you don't come, you will bear the consequences. After saying that, he left, leaving Jiu Shun standing there stunned. The maids immediately gathered around and asked, it seems like nothing's wrong. He seems quite friendly. That's right, you even called him royal uncle. Princess, what's the situation between you and the royal uncle? Which one was he? The one the princess had fun with and then tossed aside. Who else could it be? It's him. Jiu Shun recounted shyly. He's the one from before whose looks caught my fancy. I brought him back to our library, and then we parted on bad terms. The maids asked again doubtfully, is that all? Oh, I know this story. So the royal uncle is the one whose body and feelings you deceived. He thought he was the one in the princess's heart, but it turns out he was just a human-shaped tool? Embarrassed, Jiu Shun covered her face with her sleeves. A maid pulled her hands away and continued. Based on the things you did to him. Back then, he was like a tiger in the plains, bullied by you. Now you've come to his territory. You're definitely going to face revenge, for sure. The maid then offered some hypotheses. Imprisonment, torture, locked in a dark room, this and that, eaten until not even a bone is left. From then on, the royal uncle no longer attends court. Hearing this, Jiu Shun felt as if her dying day was approaching, and she felt dizzy. Princess, how about we run away right now? Princess, let's run quickly. No, this Day dynasty is rich in resources with rare talents. If we can maintain diplomatic relations with this nation, it will be a merit that lasts for generations. How can I just leave because of my own fear? A close maid thought to herself. It's obviously because she promised her sister she would bring back beautiful things, delicious food, and handsome men. So she's afraid of losing face and disappointing her sisters. She's really lying through her teeth. So, the Hongmen banquet, are you going? Going, of course I have to go. Your Highness, Princess, put on a little more makeup. There's no problem it can't be solved by sleeping together. What if you can arouse his desire? Then all debts will be cleared, right? Besides, the royal uncle looks that delicious, it's not a loss. Is this princess the type to sell her beauty so cheaply? Of course not. I'm not changing my clothes. I'll just go like this. He's just a royal uncle. Jiu Shun confidently puffed out her chest. I could handle him 2 years ago. You think I can't 2 years later? The next day, at the appointed time, at King Sua's manor. Your Highness, the princess has arrived, but for some reason, she keeps pacing back and forth and won't come in. Yin Xian stroked the pink parrot for a moment and then spoke. Lock these 2 parrots up first. If the princess sees them, bring me your heads. Yes. At this time, Jiu Shun was pacing back and forth incessantly. A maid noticed and asked, Princess, you're scared, aren't you? Scare my foot. How could this princess be scared? Not only that, I'll even make him kneel and call me ancestor. Princess, the royal uncle is behind you. Just as expected, every time this happens, he's standing right behind her. Ha! Jiu Shun immediately turned around to cover up. Royal uncle, I misspoke. So I should be the one calling you ancestor. A moment later, at the banquet. Princess, I feel like the atmosphere is strange. He even dismissed everyone in the manor. Don't tell me he wants to kill us to silence us. The maid asked doubtfully again. Did you really seduce him with your beauty back then? Why is there only killing intent in his eyes now? Jiuxing Shun replied, "Don't panic. I'll handle everything." Seeing Jiuxing Shun trembling and clutching her clothes tightly, the maid asked again, "Then why are you grabbing our clothes?" "I'm afraid you'll desert me in battle." "What else?" After gathering her courage, Jiuxing Shun said, "Royal uncle, His Majesty of the Day Dynasty said that the decision-making power to establish friendly diplomatic relations and trade between our two countries lies in your hands. I wonder what your intentions are." Yan Xian replied, "The Day Dynasty is powerful, while the Xiaozhou Dynasty is in decline. Why should our court establish trade with you?" Jiuxing Shun immediately listed, "The Day Dynasty is strong in producing silk, ceramics, gems, and jewelry. The Xiaozhou Dynasty specializes in leaf tea, leather goods, and medicinal herbs. It just so happens that our two nations can complement each other. If we can open up a trade route, it would be a great idea that benefits the people. And that sable-trimmed robe of yours, too. It's surely an item worth 1,000 gold pieces and hard to buy in the Dai Engi Dynasty. But in the Xiaozhou Dynasty, it's not a rare item at all. If you want, I can have someone send them to you. I guarantee you'll have a different style for all 4 seasons of the year." Did the princess brave the long journey here just to say these things? What else? I am the princess envoy of the Xiaozhou Dynasty, shouldering the diplomatic mission between our two nations. The royal uncle wants what's best for the people, so you must be happy about this, right? The maid behind her frantically tugged at Jiuxing Shun's sleeve, signaling her, "Princess, please say something softer." But how could Jiuxing Shun notice? Yan Xian put down his teacup and replied, "It's fine for our two nations to establish diplomatic relations. It just depends on how much sincerity the princess has." Jiuxing Shun shot to her feet. "Sincerity? That's easy. What do you wish to instruct me to do? Or what do you want me to do?" As she spoke, Jiuxing Shun strode forward. "Just say the word, and I'll go up a mountain of blades or down into a sea of fire. I'll even work like a horse and ox for the royal uncle. I'll even call you my ancestor." Yan Xian also stood up and replied, "You said it yourself, princess." These words seemed to jolt the princess, a warning of impending trouble. Yan Xian approached Jiuxing Shun and said, "This king won't make you go up a mountain of blades or down into a sea of fire. And I certainly don't need you to call me your ancestor. You just need to stay here and work like a horse and ox." Only then was Jiuxing Shun stunned. "Huh, I was just being polite." He actually believed it? So the princess just said she would work like a horse and ox. Are you planning to go back on your word now? Was saying you'd go up a mountain of blades and down into a sea of fire just to deceive this king? No, it's not like that. Royal uncle, you hold a high position and great power. How would I dare to deceive you? After speaking, she thought to herself, why do I feel like his words are thick with resentment? Yan Xian asked again, you wouldn't dare to a person of high position and great power, but for someone of low status, you would have no scruples? Jiuxing Shun thought for a moment, then patted her chest and replied, work like a horse and ox, so be it. What I, Jiuxing Shun, have said, not even 10 bulls can pull back. Saying that, Jiuxing Shun sat down and giggled. It's just that, royal uncle. I think people should always look forward, not back. We shouldn't dwell on things that have passed. A person like the royal uncle, with such a big heart, should be even more so. Don't you agree? As soon as she finished, Jiuxing Shun brought the teacup right to his lips. Yan Xian pushed Jiuxing Shun's hand down and replied, what do you think? Then his gaze landed on Jiuxing Shun's juicy pomelos. He unconsciously felt abashed and shot to his feet. The embassy is quite far from the royal manor. For the time being, the princess shall stay at the manor of SOC and be at my beck and call. Does it really have to be this way? Suddenly, he took off his outer robe. Jiuxing Shun panicked. What does he want to do? The 2 maids behind her cried out, Your Highness, please have some self-respect. Yan Xian turned back and asked, which highness are you hoping will have self-respect? Jiuxing Shun realized he was referring to her. The 2 maids whispered, It seems our highness is the one who needs more self-respect. At this moment, Jiuxing Shun said, It's late today. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, I will immediately have my people move my luggage here. Unexpectedly, Yan Xian swung his robe, draping it over Jiuxing Shun, and said, The Daeng dynasty is not as ostentatious and casual as the Xiaozhou dynasty. If you want to work like a horse and ox, then don't wear these kinds of silken garments anymore. And don't wear this noisy silk stuff either. It's an eyesore. As he spoke, he completely covered Jiuxing Jiuxing felt like she could barely breathe. Meeting my ex again, and he's turned into such a conservative. Help! I feel like everything I do is wrong. That night, as Yin Xian was sleeping, he heard a clinking and clanking sound. The sound led him into a dream, a beautiful memory from the past. We still don't have our parents' permission, nor the matchmaker's word. What do we need those for? Or are you going to run away? I won't run. Jiuxing said as she moved closer to Yin Xian. Don't go too far. That's enough. Jiuxing pulled a bracelet from the front of her robe and said, the people of our Xiaozhou dynasty all use this as a love token to lock up the one you love. It's considered the completion of the ceremony. Saying that, Jiuxing held out her hand to Yin Xian. Each bracelet has only one key that can open it. Brother Xian, lock me up. From now on, I will be your woman. Brother Xian, don't you like me? Why are you not moved by me at all? Xian. Suddenly, Yin Xian pushed Jiuxing down onto the bed. You're the one who said it. Yin Xian did as Jiuxing said, locking the bracelet onto Jiuxing's ankle. The ceremony is complete. Jiuxing lay provocatively, seducing Yin Xian. After putting on the bracelet, Yin Xian turned and asked, us. Jiuxing continued, let's continue. And then, what was bound to happen, happened. They threw themselves at each other, sharing a kiss more passionate than ever before. Quickly, they removed layer after layer of clothing. Yin Xian's hands skillfully roamed everywhere. He used his mouth to help undress Jiuxing, then whispered, I will definitely marry you with the 3 letters and 6 rights. For this entire lifetime, we will never be apart. Okay, dreaming up to this point, Yin Xian sat up at the start. He clutched his robe, panting heavily, silently cursing, liar. On Jiuxing's side, a maid asked, Princess, you were really something back then. You even dared to provoke the royal uncle. Are you really moving into the manner of SOC? What else? Rest assured, Princess, we will definitely protect your life, even if it costs us ours. As for everything else, you'll have to pray for your own good fortune. Jiuxing rested her chin on her hand, pondering. I keep feeling like I've forgotten something. What is it? The next day, Jiuxing began to pack for the manor of SOC. The Dai dynasty is so thoughtful to its guests. They were afraid I'd be bored, so they even prepared storybooks for me. Jiuxing opened one to read. In Xianlong County, there was a woman. While her husband was away, she secretly had an affair with old Wang next door. As it turns out, theft is always risky. One must be careful when having an affair. After old Wang next door tricked her and took advantage of her beauty, he killed her. She tried reading another book and read. The winner in life, Wang Lianlian, became wealthy and started to develop bad habits, keeping 7 or 8 young lovers on the side. Afterwards, these young lovers ganged up on her and beat her half to death. Jiuxing tossed the storybooks aside. I'm not reading anymore, not reading anymore. What is this devilish stuff? Why do all the storybooks in the Dai dynasty have female protagonists with bad endings? Wait, it can't be, can it? It can't be. A person of high position and great power like the royal uncle. Could he really be this petty? Does he want to use these storybooks to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys? Thinking this, Jiuxing poked a nearby guard and asked, that is, in your parts, if a young lady approaches someone for a certain purpose and then doesn't want to take responsibility after they've made love, what would happen? That would depend on who the other person is, what their personality is like, and also their status. What if it were your royal uncle? The guard's expression changed. Not want to take responsibility means to use and discard. For someone who uses and discards, being drowned in a pig cage or beaten to a pulp would be getting off lightly. Kill, kill, kill. Jiuxing called out in fear. Mokyu, Zhong Yuan, how about we pack our things and just run away? Just then, Yin Xian walked in and asked, what do you want to run to? The 3 of them froze upon hearing Yin Xian's voice, then turned and gave a strained smile. Yin Xian asked, is this king's place a dragon's pool and a tiger's den? No, it's not. Or has the princess regretted it and wants to go back on her word again? Also no, it's not that. Jiuxing put on an honest expression. Since I have already agreed to work like a horse and ox for you, then before you say otherwise, I will naturally be stationed in this capital city, without moving half a step. The 2 maids exclaimed in admiration. So promising. Jiuxing continued. It's also because today I was reading the storybooks of the Dai dynasty. Every single one was full of gore and bloodshed. People often say art imitates life, so I was just a little worried about the safety and security in the capital. If this princess stays here, will my life be in any danger? This king thought you were afraid of me because you did something shameful in the past. So you're just worried about this? What does the princess think? I think the manor of SOC is heavily guarded, and with the royal uncle's protection, I won't be in any danger. He replied, the princess is an honored guest of our nation. Naturally, you don't need to worry about being in danger. It's just that the men in our Engip dynasty, most of them will avenge any grudge. They're not as soft-hearted as me. The princess must absolutely not stir up any more trouble. If you happen to incur any romantic debts outside, then even if you are in the manor of SOC, this king won't be able to bear the consequences for you. Jiao Shun quickly waved her hands. Of course, that won't happen. Jiao Shun cried inwardly. Provoking a great official like you is more than enough. How would I dare to provoke anyone else? Yan Xian reminded her. If the princess plans to stay here for a long time, then as a precaution, you should learn more about the rules, etiquette, customs, and traditions of Engip. Those people in the storybooks, most of them ended up that way because they violated taboos. This king still recommends that the princess read all the books on that bookshelf. If you don't do anything that crosses the line, you won't make any mistakes. Jiao Shun immediately appeared obedient. I understand. I'll go read them right away. I'll definitely memorize them by heart. I will absolutely not make any mistakes and cause trouble for you. Then this king will be waiting, princess. Afterwards, Jiao Shun rummaged through the pile of storybooks, grumbling. He said it was rules and etiquette. Why is it all feminine virtue and women's precepts? Is this Engip dynasty sick or something? This woman was considered to have lost her purity just because she was glanced at by a lecher. A woman must also be responsible, bear burdens, and is only allowed to be faithful to one man for life. Jiao Shun lay down and gave up. Your dynasty is just too much. Women are like this, so don't tell me men are the same. She anxiously recalled. It seems that she and the royal uncle had done all the things that you should and shouldn't have done. Jiao Shun is a scummy woman. Seeing Jiao Shun tearing her hair out from a distance, Yan Xian smirked with satisfaction. A moment later, a hand suddenly reached out, pulling the guard back to ask, your royal uncle, is he that free? Does he have nothing to do? To actually sit here and wait? Staring at me as I memorized the whole book. This, he thought to himself, before you came here, our royal uncle wasn't this free. Jiao Shun asked again, that, in your Engip dynasty, if a woman is touched, held, or slept with by someone, is she considered to have lost her purity and needs the person to take responsibility for a lifetime commitment? That is indeed the case. Then don't tell me if a man's hand is touched by someone, he also has to be responsible for a lifetime. We men don't have that many rules. Jiao Shun breathed a sigh of relief. He added, but, our royal uncle is a man who greatly values propriety, extremely so. So for someone like him, if he's held, kissed, or touched, does he want the other person to repay him with their body? Then wouldn't that mean I? At this thought, she collapsed. Back in her room, Jiao Shun pondered and said, actually, speaking seriously, the royal uncle and I could be considered to have parted peacefully before, right? Zhu Yuan replied, do you really think so? Your Highness, hang in there. It's too tough. While Jiao Shun was still exhausted by the pile of books, Yan Xian walked in and asked, is the princess somewhat dissatisfied with these rules of etiquette? She immediately shot up. I wouldn't dare. How could I? This book here, every word is a pearl, every character a gem. Even placing it by the bedside and reading it aloud several times a day wouldn't be too much. That's right. Then place it there. I've really shot myself in the foot. She asked awkwardly. Right now? Why do I keep digging a pit for myself? Placing it by the bedside. Isn't that like placing a blade right over my head? Just then, Yin Xingyong ran in and asked, Royal Uncle, I've been looking all over for you and couldn't find you. So you're here? Do you know where the princess is? I went to the embassy to look, but didn't see her. Hearing herself being asked about, Jiao Shun peeked her head out. Yin Xingyong immediately pointed and said, you're the princess of the Xiaozhou dynasty? Jiao Shun immediately straightened up her image. Yin Xingyong hugged Yan Xian and whispered, why isn't she much like I imagined? She looks so soft, graceful, and well-behaved. There's no trace of arrogance or bossiness at all, nor does she make people terrified just by hearing her name. Hearing this, Jiao Shun puffed her cheeks and widened her eyes, thinking, just because I'm not speaking doesn't mean I can't hear you. Yin Xingyong turned and asked, Your Highness the Princess, is it true you have 3,000 handsome men for the noble ladies to play with? But why is the princess at the manor of SOC? Royal Uncle, you Don't tell me an old tree like you has blossomed, playing the game of hiding a beauty in a golden house, wanting to become one of those 3,000 men. Both replied in unison, what are you talking about? I only have an academy, not 3,000 handsome men. So what's the way to play? Can you tell me about it? Yan Xian also glanced at Jiao Xingshun curiously. Jiao Xingshun screamed internally, help me, why do you keep saying the things that shouldn't be said? Then she replied, my friend, what way to play? It's all just rumors. We run a proper establishment. It's a group of older and younger sisters, living with a group of older and younger brothers, supervising each other, studying seriously, and improving together. Yan Xian asked again, studying? That's right, the 6 arts of a gentleman, like rights, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics. It's just that the teachers and students in my academy are all exceptionally handsome, so there are some unsavory rumors and biased views on the streets. If at first the royal uncle, Jiao Xingshun, was cut off by Yan Xian as she spoke. If what? Nothing. Jiao Xingshun thought to herself, if he were willing to enter my academy, he would discover that it's truly a proper academy, as proper as can be. Yan Xingyong was surprised. Oh, so that's how it is. People really do make up nonsense. Then, princess, take a look. With your academy standards, would someone with my looks have the honor of enrolling? Jiao Xingshun clapped her hands in approval, of course. Hearing this, Yan Xian was so angry steam was about to come out of his ears. Jiao Xingshun suddenly froze when she saw Yan Xian's expression. That is, but this matter needs to be approved by a vote from everyone in the academy. Huh? So can I come find you to hang out often in the future? Just as he was getting happy, Yan Xian spoke up. Yan Xingyong, yesterday your mother consort had someone tell this king that you're not focusing on your studies and asked this king to closely monitor your schoolwork. You should stop meddling. Yan Xingyong was about to say something, but was cut off by Yan Xian. Didn't you see our treading on snow in my stable before? If you still want it, then go home right now. I want it, I want it, I want it. As Yan Xingyong turned to leave, he saw the book. Why are these books in the princess's room? Yan Xingyong cheekily came over and said, Princess, let me tell you, royal uncle hates these books. He once said they were shackles imposed on women by useless people, completely redundant. Back then, he even planned to ban the distribution and promotion of these books. Who gave these books to the princess to read? So tactless. Princess, you absolutely shouldn't read them. Yan Xian, being called tactless, froze. Hearing this, Jiao Xingshun covered her mouth and laughed. All right, I won't read them, I won't read them. Yan Xian reminded him in a stern voice, you don't want the horse anymore? Okay, I'll leave immediately. Royal uncle, you're really a person with a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Treading on snow. I'm coming. Yan Xingyong left, leaving Yan Xian standing frozen in front of Jiao Xingshun. She said, what an adorable and energetic boy. I didn't expect he could make the royal uncle concede. Suddenly, Yan Xian turned back and asked, you want to bring him into your academy? Princess, this king will remind you of one more thing. My dynasty and the Xiaozhou dynasty are not the same. Princess, you must remember to be careful with your words and actions. Some words should not be spoken carelessly. Some things should not be agreed to casually. Some people say things and don't take them to heart, while others will always treat them as sincere words. Xingyong is only 15 this year. Seeing Yan Xian's dark attitude, Jiao Xingshun was stunned and thought, what on earth is my image in your heart? I'm not that much of a beast. Then she held up the Virtues for Women book and replied, Royal uncle is absolutely right. Seeing Jiao Xingshun's indifferent attitude, Yan Xian could only exclaim, you, and then stormed off. Jiao Xingshun scurried after him and asked, so do I still need to worship these books by my bedside? Are you still going to test me? No need. The princess can do as she pleases. I just feel that these books, if they are revered as classics by some, must have their own educational and edifying effects, most suitable for the princess to learn about the ways of the world. Right, I know, I understand. The royal uncle is doing this for my own good, not intentionally causing trouble for me. Yan Xian shouted in frustration. Jiao Xingshun, with a cheeky expression, raised her hand, present. Yan Xian could only be left speechless. A moment later, Yan Xian remembered something and asked, oh, right, what you said earlier about the standard for entering the academy, is that true? Does it require a cooperative vote from everyone to pass? That's right. How is the vote conducted? Take the person's portrait and urgently send it to your partners from afar for them to evaluate. Another life-threatening question. She replied, well, it's not that. There aren't some exceptional enrollment cases. Basically, I just need to give them a hint, and it's fine. Wasn't I just saying that to get by earlier? Like this, your portrait, have they never seen it? Oh no, there are no portraits at all. Royal uncle, our place, it's really a proper academy. Don't have the princess of a nation personally take the field, a proper academy, casting a net to catch beauties from all over the world for noble ladies to play with. The things you've said and done before, were they proper? Jiu Shun immediately explained, personal behavior cannot be associated with the academy. I guarantee those improper words, those improper actions, I have only ever said and done them to you alone. Oh, this king is not interested. Jiu Shun secretly watched him and thought, back then, did you seem uninterested at all? Wait, back then. Jiu Shun recalled, the people of our Xiaozhou dynasty all use this as a love token, to lock onto the person they like, which is considered the completion of the ceremony. Each lock has only one key that can open it. I remember what I had forgotten. The one Jiu Shun is wearing now is different from the one back then. She collapsed. I'd rather not have remembered. It's really not that surprising. Remembering a few things, Jiu Shun called out, Royal uncle, listen to my explanation. Fine, make your excuses. If everything I say is an excuse, then what's the point of saying anything? Then Yin Xian raised his hand and said as he walked away, the princess has come a long way from the Xiaozhou dynasty and has had a tiring day. This king will not disturb you any longer. After all, the princess has plenty of time. You can explain slowly. After Yin Xian left, Jiu Shun went to the lake shore and sighed to herself. Zhu Yuan asked, Princess, are you all right? Not really. This princess feels that the two words karma really do exist. I said so many flirtatious things in the past. Now I really want to die. So what should I do? I feel like I should take the initiative. I can't just let myself be boiled like a frog in warm water. A moment later, Jiu Shun began her speech. The situation is like this. I thought he wanted to take responsibility, but then I discovered it turns out he wants me to take responsibility for him. What's with that look on your faces? A person of high status and power like the royal uncle, being teased like that, he definitely can't accept it in his heart. Or you could let him have his fun and then discard you. But to do that, you'd have to be worth playing with in the first place, right? Thinking of the scene of Yin Xian being cold to Jiu Shun, they nodded in agreement. That's lucky. Mo Shiyu proposed a plan. Then let's execute plan 2. Princess, if the position of your prince consort is still vacant, and you said that those past events only ever happened with the royal uncle, then why not make up for it a little more? That's right. You should try to describe your past feelings for him. Make it a bit more sincere and earnest. The main point is to show how heartbroken and miserable you were after he left, how you longed for him so much you became sick. Most of the royal uncle's bad impressions of you stem from those baseless rumors. Outsiders slandering our Academy of Grudges. It's not the first or second time. You just have to grit your teeth and deny it. It was he who, listening only to one-sided words from outsiders, abandoned you and left. It's all his fault. We must stand tall, occupy the moral high ground, and be the villain who accuses first, criticizing him. It's all because he left too quickly. Didn't the royal uncle want you to explain? Just explain it like that. In short, not only do you not hold a grudge about the past now, but on the contrary, you also hope that he will prioritize state affairs. After all, you've already offended him once. Who knows, a desperate move might just save the game. That makes sense, doesn't it? But isn't this really a bad idea? Just adding fuel to the fire? Jiu Shun's head was spinning as she listened to the wasps buzzing beside her with their schemes. On the evening 3 days later, Mo Shiyu held a brush and said, I have made some inquiries. Although the royal uncle appears serious and speaks cautiously, he is a person who uses a policy of winning people over, unlike the current emperor of the Dai Engip dynasty, who is a man fond of killing. Back when he was in power, as long as someone was talented, even if there was discord between them, he would still employ them. Even with political enemies, he could chat cheerfully and shake hands to make peace. But he is a person who is extremely clear about public and private matters, and also magnanimous and generous. As long as his face is saved, he won't blame you too much. Moreover, he is a man who knows how to keep himself pure. He has never married and has no betrothal. It's possible he still has some feelings for you. Besides, although our Xiaozhou dynasty is not as powerful as the Dai Engip dynasty, we have many marriage alliances. You are the princess of a nation. Even if your lies are exposed by him, he can't do anything to you. At most, he'll just send you back to your homeland. Jiu Shun patted her chest and said loudly, You all are right. I am the dignified princess of a nation. What can he do to me? Since I've already come to the Dai Engip dynasty, I can't return empty-handed. You guys hurry up and copy the prosthetic leg in case something happens first. Wait for 2 days. If he doesn't come to find me, I will go find him. I'll reason with him about my actions, which were driven by my feelings. And Yu asked, in that case, do you still remember its shape? Jiu Shun gave a forced smile and replied, I'll try. This statement raised the suspicion of the servants. After recalling, Jiu Shun stuck her bottom up and drew again. It seems to be like this, and then like this. Like this. Looking at the drawing, the servant immediately asked, is it really like this? It's probably like that. In my impression, that's the common shape. And she thought, I just bought it randomly on the street back then. Zhu Yuan asked again, but princess, besides the matter of the prosthetic leg, are you sure you don't have any other weaknesses in the royal uncle's hands? After thinking for a moment, she replied with uncertainty. Perhaps. Seeing Jiu Shun's attitude of 30% not remembering and 70% leaving it to chance, Zhu Yuan said, how about we just forget it? I'm now suspecting that the second plan might not work. Jiu Shun replied, how can one be afraid of their own shadow? If I've already offended him, he definitely won't let the trade deal between our two countries go easily and will do his utmost to hinder me. It's death to advance and death to retreat. Might as well deceive him first. If I truly offend him, then I'll just retreat and not do it anymore. Wait for the victorious news from this princess. Watch how I turn a lie into the truth. Afterward, as planned, Jiu Shun went to find Yan Xian and said, these past few days, although you have been considerate of me and haven't made me do anything, I was idle with nothing to do anyway, so I organized this plan. Please take a look. The first 3 pages mainly describe the necessity of implementing trade between our two countries at present. The next 3 pages detail how it should be implemented. I have investigated. Although the Xiaozhou dynasty is small, it has a large population and great wealth, and is also extremely fond of the trends of the Dai Engip dynasty, so its purchasing power is beyond question. Meanwhile, medicinal herbs and leather goods are scarce in the Dai Engip dynasty. Often, one has the money but cannot buy them, sometimes even having to pay high prices to buy goods from the north. Why not just let our Xiaozhou dynasty be in charge of supplying them? Just hearing me say it verbally, you might feel it's not convincing enough. Why not take a look at what's written on that paper? If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Seeing Yan Xian show no reaction, Jiu Shun thought, it seems I have no other choice. Then she mustered her emotions and said, you said you were waiting for me to explain about what happened before. These past few days, I've thought it over and over, and I've finally gathered all my courage to speak clearly with you. That year in Lu City, when we first met, I did indeed intend to recruit tutors for the academy. Did you know, some of the noble ladies in the capital of the Xiaozhou dynasty are quite impulsive, unable to sit still and study, and sometimes like to go out and cause trouble. So I came up with that lowly plan, hoping that if the tutors were all handsome men, it would motivate them to study. But feelings grew over time. After spending time together, I gradually realized that I didn't just want you to be a tutor, but I also wanted you to be my husband. My feelings for you, royal uncle, were initially for your looks and later for your character. The things I said to you back then, not only have I only ever said those words to you alone, but every single word came from the bottom of my heart. It was like that before, and it is still the same now. At that time, I felt that having you in this life was enough. I just never expected that colorful clouds disperse easily and glass shatters easily. You left me without discerning the truth, and this princess's heart was racked with pain. With a scornful look, Yan Xian replied, you also know what it means for one's heart to be racked with pain? Why wouldn't I? At that time, I had no appetite for food or drink. In just a few days, I became nothing but skin and bones. My royal father suspected I was ill and even invited famous doctors for me. Only then did I realize I wasn't sick at all. I was just lovesick for you. Though flowers are fair, I'm too weary to turn my head, half for my cultivation, half for my beloved. Because of you, I have remained unmarried to this day, and for a very long time, I could not pull myself together. I don't know how many prince consorts my royal father chose for me, but I didn't even glance at them. I also surprisingly realized that I had long since decided that in this life, if it's not you, I won't marry. Oh, if it's not me, you won't marry. That is to say, if this king were to ask King Zhou for your hand in marriage now, the princess would not hesitate and agree immediately. Once again, Jiu Shun had dug her own grave. Haha, once you've started something, you have to see it through. Jiu Shun had no choice but to reply, that is a matter of course. If that were to happen, I would surely be moved to tears. It's just that it might be a bit sudden. The royal uncle wants to not dwell on the past and propose to me. So, The princess's meaning is that this king played with you and then discarded you? No, I wouldn't dare. It was fate playing a trick on us that year. It was also because I was young and ignorant, unaware of the different situations between our two countries, which made you misunderstand that I didn't want to take responsibility. But it's all right. The past is in the past. If the royal uncle feels guilty, there's no need to use marriage as compensation. What this princess wants is for you to love me with all your heart, not to be with me out of guilt. If the royal uncle wants to compensate, then just carefully considering the matter of trade between our two countries is enough. Jiu Shun said as she held out the plan again. Yan Xian pushed it aside again and said softly, "The princess is." She rejoiced inwardly. Don't tell me I've managed to fool him just like that. Who would have thought Yan Xian would continue playing the victim after committing the crime? Jiu Shun immediately acted heartbroken and replied, "Royal uncle, it was one thing for you to leave me first, but now you're even doubting my feelings for you? Didn't the princess just say it? Every single word came from the bottom of your heart. So, is this your true heart?" As expected, the princess has forgotten. Saying that, he held up the paper towards Jiu Shun. Looking directly at the handwriting, Jiu Shun was horrified as she recalled. "Before, I think I once said, I have to practice so my handwriting looks like his." Jiu Shun recalled that moment. "Brother Xian, please teach me how to write." "Do you really want to learn?" Brother Xian's brushstrokes are so powerful, both strong and gentle. Truly the most beautiful handwriting in the world. What's more, between lovers, having similar handwriting is a very intimate thing. I also want to be able to write beautifully like you, so that when others see my handwriting, they will know that I am your woman. Jiu Shun said while holding the brush in her mouth. Then she brushed lightly past him, face to face, and said, "Teach me, okay?" The two of them had once shared such beautiful moments. Remembering these things, Jiu Shun said, "How could I possibly forget? Because time is quite tight. This plan was dictated by me for someone else to write. What percentage do you think this king believes? It doesn't matter what percentage you believe now. This princess will prove it with facts. I'll go find writing paper right now and write a character for you to see. Princess, we followed your instructions and secretly found some books written by the royal uncle and brought them here." She sighed in relief inwardly. "Luckily, I ran fast. If I had been forced to write on the spot, I would have been exposed. But there are so many?" Yes. I also didn't expect the royal uncle to be someone who likes to write books so much." Zhu Yuan asked, "So, what weakness did you let fall into the royal uncle's hands again?" At that time, I wanted to find him to practice calligraphy, which was originally just an excuse. I didn't expect him to actually teach me for a period of time, even making me sit properly, and he even wanted to check my homework. Then, Brother Xian, come and check if my handwriting has improved at all. To learn your handwriting, my hands have gotten calloused. I've learned your script now, so even if we have to go our separate ways in the future, a trace of you will still remain on me. It's like a brand, hard to fade in this lifetime." Yan Xian said, "Don't speak nonsense. We will not be separated. So come look at the copybook." "Do you really just want me to check the copybook?" "Of course not. Brother Xian, I like you so much. Indulge me one more time, okay? Or is it that now that you have me, you're starting to get bored?" Yan Xian hesitated. "I'm not, it's just that I..." Then he thought to himself, "I'm just shy because we're not married yet." After thinking, he said, "Forget it." Yan Xian started to approach her and said, "The last time." "Okay." After that, I coaxed him and then threw the matter to the back of my mind. He had forgotten about it then, so why would he remember it so many years later? "Princess, are you really capable of this?" Back then, I crammed it all into my head. Now I just need to get the feeling back, relearn a few characters, and I should be able to pass. After saying that, she yelled loudly. "Why is it that ever since I came to this Engip dynasty, I always have to read and copy books?" On Yan Xian's side, "Your Highness has followed your instructions, selected all the books with your notes, and placed them in a conspicuous spot." Yan Xian said to the pink parrot. "Forgotten? Then I will help you remember, word for word. The promises you still owe, fulfilling them one by one." The parrot retreated stealthily in fear. A few days later, Jiu Shun went to Yan Xian and said, "Look at my handwriting. Isn't it somewhat similar to yours?" Yan Xian took it and looked it over. "I am the Xiaozhou dynasty. You are in the Engip dynasty. I miss you day and night, but we cannot meet. We both drink the water of the Jiang River. When will this water cease? When will this longing end? I only hope your heart is like mine, and you'll not fail my longing." The bright moon does not understand the sorrow of separation. Its light slants through the vermilion door all night. Yan Xian Xian said, "A letter to send to a beloved, but with wide rivers and long mountains. Where can it be found?" She slowly pulled up her clothing to reveal the anklet. "Royal uncle, about the anklet, I can explain." "Really? Look, this is the anklet you locked, and only a single key can open it. It's on my left leg, see? Last time it just happened to be covered. The anklet you saw before, that was on my right leg." Yan Xian sneered. "Does the princess think this king is so easy to toy with?" "Royal uncle, what do you mean by that?" She turned her face away and cried. "Could it be that you've thrown that key away? And here I am with such deep feelings for you." "Hoo-hoo-hoo, deep feelings." Jiao Xingshun worried inwardly. This tone, this kind of cross-examination, this is not good. Very not good. You said you learned my handwriting. Then explain to this king. What is this? Yan Xian threw the draft at her face. How to describe a heart cut to pieces. How to describe it with earnest and deep feelings. Recount old stories, key memories of the first meeting in Luo City. How to play the victim after committing the crime. In short, push all the blame onto the royal uncle. When on earth did I mistakenly put this old draft note in with these papers? The princess is truly sincere, isn't she? Other people don't even bother writing a draft when they lie, yet you wrote a full page. You really hold this king in high regard. The princess of yesteryear. I'm afraid you must have written quite a few drafts as well. That I did not. It was all improvised on the spot. That's right. Back then, in the princess's eyes, this king wasn't important enough to warrant a draft, was I? Royal uncle, if you have something to say, let's talk it over slowly. Don't overthink it. It's mainly because I truly care about you too much. That's why I place more importance on matters concerning you. So, this king will ask you one more time. The left leg. Correct. Since the princess still remembers that this anklet was personally locked by this king, could it be that you think this king would forget whether it was the left or the right? Could that be possible? I'm saying it's possible. Maybe you really can't tell left from right. Yan Xian said. The color is also wrong. She then thought that the craftsman's skill was too poor for it to have faded after only a few years. Yan Xian took out the order form for the anklet. What about this? She had failed. The entire plan had collapsed. Enough. The truth of what happened back then. Both you and I are perfectly clear about it. This king originally wanted to consider the friendly relations between our two nations, thinking that if the princess wished to pretend nothing happened for her own peace of mind, then this king would not expose it and would just go along with the princess and not bring up the past. But who would have thought the princess would be so absurd, with 1,000 loopholes that this king can no longer ignore? If this is the only sincerity the princess wishes to show this king, then you should quickly return to your residence, to avoid wasting time and delaying others. Hey, no, wasn't I just afraid that the events of that year were weighing on your mind? So I wanted to explain it clearly to you? How could this king possibly dwell on such a trivial matter? The princess thinks too highly of herself. If the princess had not sought me out, this king would have almost forgotten that a person like the princess even existed. That's true. Otherwise, the royal uncle would have made trouble for me long ago. So shall we just skip this pretense of peace and directly erase the past? Yan Xian glared at her. She screamed inwardly. Did I say something wrong again? So, royal uncle, can we call it even? What else? Continue to watch you confound right and wrong, turn black into white, and think of ways to hide your deceit from this king? Then let's just call it even. Royal uncle, you really don't mind anymore? Of course, this king is extremely busy. The people this king interacts with are countless. Those who intend to deceive and conceal things from this king are even more numerous. You are just an ordinary one among those countless people. Right. It was my fault for judging a gentleman with a petty mind. Royal uncle, you command the wind and rain, moving freely between two nations. You must have seen many people like me. What's more, if we're talking about seniority, we could actually be considered grandfather and granddaughter. To actually fall in love and talk about who failed whom, the seniority is not quite right. Yan Xian turned back and asked in a cold voice, grandfather and granddaughter seniority? She replied nonchalantly, that's right. You are the emperor's royal uncle, and I am the emperor's daughter. Doesn't that make you my grand ancestor? Grandpa, you're magnanimous. Of course you wouldn't mind the wretched things I did when I was young and ignorant, right? Are you done talking? Grand ancestor, magnanimous grandpa, a gentleman. When you're done talking, take those pretentious poems of yours and get out. So from now on, we won't go our separate ways. We'll only discuss official business, no private matters. Yan Xian gradually felt a murderous intent. This king is of the grandfather generation, so of course I will indulge a junior. If I were to be calculative, how would I be worthy of the hats the princess has put on me? All right, then I'm relieved. I'll take my leave. The royal uncle is truly magnanimous and tolerant. He looks fierce, but actually, it's fine no matter how you provoke him. 7 days later, Yan Xian asked his personal guard, "What has the princess been doing these past few days?" The princess took her attendants out of the manor and has been enjoying herself in the capital so much she seems to have forgotten the way back. She has bought out almost all the large and small stalls in the capital city. The princess is very kind. Every day when she goes out, she buys some small trinkets to bring back and share with the people in the manor. The princess is truly a good person. Yan Xian asked. Everyone? Yes. From the manor's steward down to the guards at the gate, everyone received something. Yan Xian's face darkened. He crumpled the copybook and muttered to himself, "Not me, not me." Meanwhile, on Jiuxing Shun's side, it feels so good to have the past wiped clean. These past few days have been like a divine existence, haven't they? There are new, fashionable clothes and jewelry. The prosperous scenery is completely different from the Xiaozhou dynasty. And I even have a little beauty massaging my shoulders to relieve fatigue. Suddenly, an urgent voice called out, "Princess, princess!" The information I gathered before was wrong. The royal uncle is not a tolerant and magnanimous person. Actually, he is someone who always takes revenge for any grudge. Moreover, he is someone who extremely hates being deceived and trifled with. Those from the opposing side who offended him, the ones he took revenge on directly, ended up fine. But those who seemed to be safe, who shook hands and made peace with him, and were allowed to retreat smoothly, their graves are now overgrown with weeds. Hearing this, Jiuxing Shun coughed a few times. Cough, cough, cough. How are they dealt with? Tell me in detail. One person drowned in the latrine. Another suddenly fell gravely ill and rode a crane to the western heavens. There was also someone who was fishing and ended up being pulled into the water by a fish along with his fishing rod. Another had already fled to a neighboring country, but revenge still came for him. That person also kicked the bucket not long after. Hearing this, Jiuxing Shun said, "Maybe we should just pack our things and leave." But luckily, your situation with the royal uncle can still be saved. Princess, so what's the situation? You've handled the royal uncle, right? Jiuxing Shun was silent for 30 seconds, then said, "Our play The Victim Plan fell into the royal uncle's hands. The design draft for the anklet also fell into the royal uncle's hands. But he still agreed to shake hands and make peace with me, said he would wipe the slate clean. So, the number of deceptions is 99 plus. So now, I must be a thorn in his side, a spike in his heart. I'm so stupid, so very stupid, to actually believe him, and I even went out to have fun for several days. Is there anything the royal uncle needs badly but doesn't have? Let's try to appeal to his interests. With the royal uncle's current status, I'm afraid there's no such gift. Well, are there any holidays coming up soon? No. Is anyone in the manor celebrating a birthday soon? Also no. Jiuxing Shun scratched her head in frustration. Tell me, why didn't I listen to Songlong back then and insist on provoking the royal uncle? Well, of course it's because there's a knife hanging over the word lust. It was truly a twist of fate. 2 years ago, Luo City, Yan Xian was riding on horseback into the forest when assassins attacked. Yan Xian quickly drew 2 arrows and aimed at 2 men charging with swords. Dwek, dwek. The arrows accurately took down the 2 assassins instantly. Jiuxing Shun happened to be passing by, seeing Yan Xian's appearance at that moment. Her chest pounded. What do you think of him? Truly talented and outstanding, with a heroic posture, powerful and majestic, an archer of divine skill. Princess, by asking this, don't tell me you want to recruit him as your prince consort. That would be a great waste. I want to recruit him into my academy, to become a living signboard for my academy, skilled in horse riding and archery. An expert hunter, his blade strikes both fast and precise. One look, and you can tell he's the type to draw his sword to help in the face of injustice. I just need to let him save me, then I can use the pretext of repaying a debt of gratitude to stay by his side. The hero saves the damsel plan. 3 days later, there's trouble outside the door. Your Highness, be careful. Princess, there's movement inside. Quick, hurry up, act. Understood. Just then, Yan Xian kicked the door open and saw Jiuxing Shun being held by 2 masked men. When she saw Yan Xian, she screamed, "Help! Help me, oh princess! These people want to rob me." After helping her escape from the 2 men, Yan Xian asked, "Miss, have you offended the authorities?" She just shook her head without answering, then turned and left. Yan Xian smirked. After Jiu Xingshun went out and closed the door, the two men asked her, "Are we still fighting?" "No more fighting. Let's disperse." Outside, Songlong pointed and said, "Princess, I object to this person joining the academy. He's so black-hearted he saw someone in mortal danger and didn't save them." Jiu Xingshun replied, "I think it's because he saw through our plan and foiled our scheme. Where did we go wrong, I wonder?" Jiu Xingshun turned back to observe and realized there was no killing intent in their eyes. Their posture, a government token, he figured out. She praised him silently. Very good, so clever. He knew with just one look. Songlong tried to dissuade her. Looking at this person's style and the aura around him, I'm afraid his background is not ordinary. After all, Luo City is where the Xiaozhou dynasty and the Dai Engyip dynasty border each other, a place where good and bad are mixed. What if we've run into someone tough to handle? How about this? Princess, let's switch to someone else. Do you think that in our Xiaozhou dynasty, there's any man capable of hitting the target with 10 arrows? There isn't. Or do you think those scions of noble families have the same heroic spirit as him? Songlong thought of those noble scions and wanted to cry. Jiu Xingshun spoke again. "So what kind of person do you think he is?" He clearly agreed to come to the academy, yet he plays the flute mournfully in the middle of the night, keeping others from sleeping well, and every time he looks at people, it's with shy resentment. Does he look like a grieving husband? Songlong thought again. "Princess, doesn't that mean you only cared about capturing him, without taking any responsibility for him afterwards? In short, he's not the type of man who'd start sobbing if you just touched his hand. He's definitely not. Actually, Princess, if he were the type to start sobbing at the slightest touch, that would actually be pretty good." Thinking improper thoughts, the two of them covered their mouths and giggled mischievously. Afterwards, she resolved that no matter what, I've definitely chosen him. This princess will act personally, by hook or by crook. If it doesn't work this time, it will work next time. I don't care if he's a tiger or a wolf. This princess will whip them all. 2 years later, Jiu Xingshun sat and thought, damn it, he really is like a wolf and exactly like a tiger. Luckily, back then, I used softness to overcome hardness, instead of choosing to be hard with him. Forget it. If the conditions don't exist, I'll create them myself. The past can't be brought up again. It's all just leverage for others to hold over me. Let me think how to lock the stable door after the horse is bolted. After a moment of thought, a light bulb went on in Jiu Xingshun's head. Got it. On the other side, a subordinate reported, Your Highness, as you instructed, I have spread your glorious deeds throughout the manor. As expected, the princess tossed and turned, unable to sleep for several nights. Has the princess been scared away yet? Not at all. Princess. Before he could finish, the princess's voice rang out. Kulme, kulme, kulme. Jiu Xingshun led a group of maids over. Be careful for me. Don't go breaking anything. The parrot was also startled by Jiu Xingshun and flew about in a panic. The guard, while chasing the parrot, said, The birthday gifts she prepared for you have arrived. At this moment, Jiu Xingshun was also distracted by the parrot and paused. What is that? A pink parrot, which then waved its wing and greeted Royal Uncle. She said, Today is your 22nd birthday, plus 2 months and 22 days. On this auspicious occasion, to celebrate your birthday, I have specially prepared 22 gifts for you. The guard looked at Jiu Xingshun and thought to himself, the princess is trying to be so attentive to our royal uncle like this. She's even giving so many gifts to everyone in the manor, high and low, to win their hearts. But it said she wants to extend her claws towards the royal uncle. Jiu Xingshun held a turtle with an indescribably grumpy expression, bringing it before Yan Xian. Look, isn't this turtle big? Isn't it leisurely? The moment I saw this turtle, I immediately thought of you. I hope you can also be like this old ancestor. May your fortune be as vast as the eastern sea, and your longevity rival the southern mountains. Auspicious long life, leisurely every day. The guard waved his hand dismissively and thought, isn't this just mocking him? Flattery in all the wrong places. The threat has been neutralized. Jiu Xingshun took out another item. This is a decorative bonsai pot. It symbolizes the longevity of pines and cranes. This is a pair of Rui scepters, wishing you auspiciousness as you wish. This is a golden pin, a gift for your first birthday. This longevity lock is... At this point, Yan Xian interrupted, didn't the princess say that between us, we would only discuss official matters, not personal ones? This isn't the same. This is a junior showing filial respect to an elder. Saying this, Jiao Xingshun thought to herself. Having accepted the gifts, he's now obligated. Maybe from now on, the royal uncle will be more lenient with me. So the princess is temporarily giving this king so many gifts with longevity symbolism. Not only did you give this king a turtle for his age, but you also gave this king an old ox grazing on young grass. Jiao Xingshun opened it to look, and indeed, inside was an ox and a patch of grass. Ha! She broke out in a cold sweat. Jiao Xingshun quickly tried to cover it up. This is a golden ox bringing blessings, warding off evil, bringing wealth and auspiciousness. Look at this ox, isn't it strong? You could tell it's a young ox at a glance. Of course, if you don't like the golden ox, you can just think of it as a pig. The guard, not afraid of stirring up trouble, brought another box. Your Highness, there's this one too. Yanxian took it and asked, in this one, a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Jiao Xingshun immediately snatched the box, pushed the guard aside, and said, "This is a three-legged golden toad that attracts wealth and fortune." After saying this, Jiao Xingshun turned and used hand signals to speak with Zhu Yuan. How did these two items get mixed in? Zhu Yuan replied, "By the way, they said by 20 items, get 2 free. The golden ox and the golden toad were both freebies." The guard also whispered into Yin Xian's ear, "Royal uncle, I heard them. They said these gifts were by 20, get 2 free deal." On this side, Jiao Xingshun signaled for Zhu Yuan to deal with the guard. Immediately, Zhu Yuan used extraordinary strength to drag the guard away. Jiao Xingshun said, with a sincere expression, "Royal uncle, if you agree to our mutual trade deal, this princess guarantees that every year will be like today, every birthday like this one. I'll give you gifts until you're 100. Yin Xian asked again, "If this king doesn't nod, will the princess not give gifts anymore in the future?" Jiao Xingshun quickly stepped back and replied, "Of course, you can't put it that way. If you nod, then in the future, this princess will personally present them every year. If you don't agree, then perhaps I can only give them from afar. It's really hard on the princess, having to remember a birthday while you're out having fun. These gifts, this king will reluctantly accept." Jiao Xingshun was overjoyed and started chattering. Yin Xian asked again, "I hear the princess has been like a fish in water in the capital recently? You are also a valued guest of second Miss Mo at Mingxiang Pavilion." Jiao Xingshun grew worried. "Don't tell me the royal uncle finds my extravagant and decadent lifestyle an eyesore." Her mind raced as she replied, "Actually, my visits to Mingxiang Pavilion are not for fun, tea tasting, and admiring beauties like outsiders think. But I was thinking, the royal uncle works hard with documents and files every day. He must have a sore waist and aching back, a dizzy head, and a strained mind. That's why I went to Mingxiang Pavilion to learn from people, to gain experience in how to give massages." So, how is the learning coming along? Although I've made some small achievements, I still wouldn't dare show off in front of the royal uncle. As long as the royal uncle remembers my kind intentions for the rest of my life, in short, this junior will be more attentive. Yin Xian touched his shoulder and said, "This king doesn't mind, then I'll have to trouble the princess." Huh, well, here comes the problem. Yin Xian quickly went and reclined on the chair. Jiao Xingshun walked over, both worried and imagining, what kind of massage is this? Before, it was only like this and like that. Seeing her hesitate, Yin Xian asked, "Why don't you come over?" Coming right now. I'm doomed. That familiar feeling of unease. I haven't even gotten close, and my lustful heart is already acting up uncontrollably." Jiao Xingshun stood behind Yin Xian, her face flushed red, her heart pounding erratically. Unconsciously, Jiao Xingshun quietly approached, slipping her hand down to his waist. Her restless fingers began to fidget. Jiao Xingshun's action startled Yin Xian, who opened his eyes and turned to shout, "Jiao Xingshun." Yin Xian's call jolted her back to her senses, and she jumped back. Jiao Xingshun quickly explained, "My apologies, my hand slipped. Yin Xian said sarcastically, "It's become a natural reflex from habit, hasn't it? Or did that second Miss Mo teach you this way?" "Of course not. The master only opens the door. Cultivation depends on the individual. It was really just my hand slipping." Saying this, she giggled and stepped forward to massage Yin Xian. At this moment, Jiao Xingshun still hadn't escaped Yin Xian's charm and thought, "This waistline, even touching it through a layer of fabric, I can feel its firm resilience. I wonder when the clothes come off, if there have been any changes compared to a few years ago." To satisfy her curiosity, Jiao Xingshun said, "Royal uncle, I have a suggestion. Take off your shirt, lie flat, and I'll add some essential oil. The effect will be better. Would you like to try? Yan Xian replied, Your Highness the Princess, my Dai Enggi dynasty. I know, I'll shut up now. You people of the Dai Enggi dynasty are especially particular about contact between men and women. I also know you are someone who greatly values etiquette and wouldn't agree to my overstepping suggestion like this. But actually, if we were to continue our past affinity and develop a proper relationship between a man and a woman, it would still be possible, right? So now you're not respecting your elders or considering our uncle-niece relationship anymore. My surname is Gio. Your surname is Yin. We're not related by blood. Of course, we're not uncle and niece. Jiao Xingshun reached out her hand and said so. Yan Xian immediately brushed Jiao Xingshun's hand aside. Dream on. At this point, Yan Xian asked, if the person standing before you, the one you need to please, were someone else, would you be willing to do the same for them? Of course not. I am the princess of a nation. No one can force me. Oh, so what if it were a dashingly handsome and elegant man instead? Jiao Xingshun hesitated. Well, she was immediately kicked out the door by Yan Xian. That's what you get for hesitating. Outside, Jiao Xingshun poured her heart out to Zhu Yuan. Why can't I keep my hands to myself? Zhu Yuan said, what the princess needs to keep is not her hands, but her heart. Jiao Xingshun covered her face. You don't have to be so honest. This is soft spring breeze, a gift from Second Miss Mo. I heard it's a specialty fine wine from their Mingxiang pavilion. Jiao Xingshun picked it up and gulped it down. The bitter wine went down her throat, and her heart ached even more. From that day on, after she reached her sinful hand out to the royal uncle, Yan Xian's guard brought a stack of books. Our master said that for the next 3 days, you should temporarily not leave the manor. You should read through these books. Our royal uncle, his will is indeed as hard as iron. Even a princess has to suffer at his hands. The royal uncle even started to ignore me. Royal uncle, I know I was wrong. Lust is human nature, but if you don't like it, I promise I will never be lecherous towards you again. Royal uncle. Yan Xian opened the door. She asked blankly, Royal uncle? But Yan Xian didn't say a word. How about I let you pinch me too? Please move aside. Where are you going? To a place. Just like that. Yan Xian left coldly, without laying a hand on her. As a result, the 3rd day of chasing and blocking the royal uncle ended in failure. Beauty clouds judgment, another failure by a hair's breadth. Suddenly, a parrot walked up beside her. Princess, look, it's a pink parrot, and it's even wearing clothes. It looks exactly like you. A eunuch hiding behind said, We're doomed, we're doomed. This bird ran right in front of the princess. I might not be able to keep my head. Jiao Xingshun said, It does look a bit like me. Ah, princess, please let us take this bird back. This is the royal uncle's bird. It's a bird raised by the royal uncle. This is the royal uncle's bird? Tell me, the royal uncle is raising a bird that looks exactly like me, and even has people taking care of it. Don't tell me he still has feelings for me. It's the royal uncle's bird? Tell me, the royal uncle is raising a bird that looks exactly like me, and even has people taking care of it. Don't tell me he still has feelings for me, and he's entrusting his feelings to this parrot. If that's the case, you all can take your time, your master's beloved pet. This princess will personally return it. You can't do that. Before, I always felt the royal uncle was moody and would always get angry for no reason. Now I understand. During this time, I kept talking to him about our uncle-niece status, not only forgetting all my past promises, but also being eager to erase our past, and even throwing the blame on him. Just recently, I even said I would never have lecherous thoughts about him again. How is that any different from constantly adding fuel to the fire? I'm so stupid, really. How could I have thought that the royal uncle had really cut all ties with me? It's obvious that while he rejects me with his words, in his heart he really wants something with me. At this time, Yan Xian was with the black parrot. I got scolded again. Sobi, sobi, sobi. Suddenly, Jiao Xingshun's voice rang out. Royal uncle, I've come to return your bird. Seeing Yan Xian's murderous expression, your subordinate takes his leave. Then he scrambled away and disappeared. Oh my, is this your bird too? The bird is truly like its owner, so majestic and full of spirit. Seeing the black bird was male and the pink bird was female, she thought to herself, as expected, the royal uncle still has feelings for me. Even the parrots are a CP of us. Suddenly, the pink parrot on her hand flew over and bit the black parrot. The pink parrot said, Darling, darling, I'm your real darling. She covered her mouth and giggled, even letting the pink bird bully the black one as it pleased. That's right, plus 99.99. Princess, you don't need to teach this bird to talk. How can I not teach it? If it weren't for them, how would I know the royal uncle still has feelings for me? Still has feelings. That's laughable. If the princess had eaten more peanuts instead of drinking wine, she wouldn't be drunk enough to say such nonsense. Is that not so? If you no longer have feelings for me, then why would you raise a pink bird that looks just like me, and also a black bird that looks just like you? So, they could be a pair? It's just a coincidence. This bird's plumage is special. Outsiders find it unusual, but they couldn't bear to separate it from its mate, so they presented the pair. This king couldn't bear to refuse someone's kind intentions, so I kept it, causing the princess to misunderstand. The pink bird said, "Clearly the first time you saw me, you wanted to catch me and make soup." Chirp, chirp, chirp. Oomph. That bird, acting so tyrannically on your head, and you just let it be. Yin Xian said, "Since I'm raising it, no matter how bad its temperament is, this king won't stoop to settling scores with a bird. So the royal uncle is raising it. Is it really just because it happened to be a black and pink pair gifted by someone else? And it was also someone else who decided on their own to take meticulous care of them, to the point that my bird's feathers are glossy and it's round and plump, and even gave special treatment to the pink bird, only letting it wear pretty dresses. The royal uncle has already moved on from me. He didn't even name these two birds, no little Xian or little Jiao. It's just me being sentimental. Yes, the princess is smart. The blackbird said, heard it, little Jiao, little Xian. The four-bird ears heard everything. Hearing this, Yin Xian shouted, "Traitor," then his mouth froze, not knowing what to say. She moved close to Yin Xian. "Royal uncle, look into my eyes and tell me, have you really stopped liking me?" Yin Xian grabbed her hand and replied, I don't believe you. Does the princess feel that someone like this king would be unable to forget someone who only wants to deceive, hide things, and trick this king to such an extent? What? Jiao Xingshun said a normal person wouldn't. That's why I never thought about this issue before. Does the princess still feel that someone like this king, who is not lacking for people wanting to throw themselves at me, would care about a trivial and pathetic romance in that Xiaozhou dynasty? I also know that with just a wave of your hand, countless noble ladies would flock to you, eager to be wed to you. But feelings that start unknowingly just grow deeper. Princess, the me of the past liked a woman who was loyal and loved me deeply. Although she didn't wish for marriage, she was willing to be by my side for a lifetime to plan our future together. Not a pampered princess who opens an academy, possesses 3,000 handsome men, and stops at nothing to achieve her goals. Someone like that, forgive me, but I can't reach for her. After saying this, Yin Xian left. Jiao Xingshun ran after him, saying, I can also become someone loyal, who loves you deeply, and let you mold me as you wish. The pink bird said, Liar, liar, never like a liar. She thought to herself, how many times has he cursed me in front of this parrot for it to remember so well? The princess should ask herself, for someone who only tells lies, whose every action lacks sincerity and is just a trap. Even if you liked them very much before, how much could you like them now? Yin Xian said, then muttered to himself, she definitely wants to trick my body again, and then turn around and sell me off. The pink bird replied, exactly. Jiao Xingshun grabbed Yin Xian's hand. Then you say, I'm just afraid that if I look a little longer, I'll only feel more disgust. A person of my status, an elder, should set an example. How could I have improper thoughts about my own niece? Princess, do not insult this king. Little bird, you tell me. The whole policy and route thing was wrong, but that doesn't matter, right? As long as the royal uncle still likes me a little, I can press my advantage and charge forward, right? Sai, how should I coax the royal uncle? Mo Shiyu asked worriedly. The princess isn't back yet? Zhu Yu also said, that's right, where's the princess? Don't tell me the princess was so heartbroken she turned into a bird. In Yin Xian's room, he had just finished bathing and hadn't gotten dressed yet, with only a towel wrapped around him. Then he suddenly heard a rustling sound outside the window. He went to look and saw Jiao Xingshun hanging from his window. He said, a dignified princess, and you even know how to climb through windows? She looked up and called, Brother Xian. Then she suddenly lost her balance and fell. Yin Xian quickly caught her. With the two of them very close, she asked, Brother Xian, have you really stopped liking me? Yin Xian pushed her face away and replied, really? But if you don't like me, why did you sneak into my room? Then she pointed at Yin Xian, and you're not even wearing clothes. He grabbed her hand and said, you're talking nonsense. This is clearly my room. I had just finished bathing and hadn't even gotten dressed when you climbed in through the window. I didn't expect that you, a dignified royal uncle, would also know how to twist the truth. You clearly want to seduce me, using your beauty to keep me here. She bit Yin Xian's hand, but then she hugged Yin Xian. You still haven't fixed that habit of blushing and being unable to push away after being kissed. Hey. Yin Xian pushed her away. Stop messing around. In all these years, have you ever been kissed by someone else? It has nothing to do with you. It seems not. What a coincidence. Me neither. Princess, if you keep this up, I will call for my men. Go ahead and call them. If you do, people will know you barged into my room. They'll know you are my brother Xian. I knew it, brother Xian. You wouldn't have the heart to call them. You knew I was coming to the Dai Engip dynasty, so you took on the task of discussing the trade between our two dynasties. You even have me under your thumb. You threatened me into moving into the manor of SOC. You saw my chest and ran away shyly. And now you barge into my room in the middle of the night. Brother Xian, you like me, don't you? Yin Xian grabbed her wandering hand. Princess, you are drunk. Does being drunk change the fact that you like me? Brother Xian, please look at me. Hug me. Don't be so cold to me anymore. Do not address me like that. I'll keep calling you that, Brother Xian, Brother Xian. Yin Xian flung her hand away, causing her to stop and let out a sob. Oh, it hurts. Yin Xian said, Princess Jiuxing, we have already broken up. The feelings between us are long gone, and you certainly cannot act so casually toward a man. I'm not being casual, I'm only casual with you. Really, can old feelings be rekindled? Impossible. When feelings have turned to ash, no amount of firewood can make them burn again. Jiuxing slowly loosened her robe. That's because you haven't met the right dry firewood. Today, I will show you what it means for dry wood to meet a blazing fire. Yin Xian called her Jiuxing. Brother Xian, you smell so good. Get off of me. The birds in the manor are in pairs. Tonight, let us be a pair too, okay? No, you're not a virgin anyway. Just give me one more time. If you've been bitten by a dog a few times, should you offer yourself up to be bitten again? Hearing this, she froze, stunned. Yin Xian sighed in relief internally. She's finally stopped, but her prolonged silence made him uneasy, and he turned back to look at her. She burst into tears. Hello. Not only did you say my face is hateful, you also call me a dog. Seeing her cry her eyes out, Yin Xian became flustered and called out, you. She showed no signs of stopping. Yin Xian slowly raised his hand to wipe her tears. Don't cry anymore. Hoo-hoo-hoo, you don't love me anymore. Before, you would lick my tears away. Now you just wipe them. You used to love it when I called you Brother Xian. Now you won't even let me call you that. Hearing this, Yin Xian lowered his head and sighed. She said again, Hoo-hoo-hoo, why don't you admit it? You clearly have feelings for me. Look, your feelings are about to materialize. Stop being so stubborn. At this, Yin Xian finally called out loudly, Jiuxing. She threw her arms around Yin Xian. You even called me by my full name. Hoo-hoo-hoo, you grabbed me so hard just now. You're a bad person. Yin Xian hesitated for a moment, then pushed her away. Before he could speak, Jiuxing cut in again. Also, you're not gentle with me at all. Your muscles are so firm. They're even bigger than my chest. Helpless, Yin Xian turned his face away. Ho, and I'm still heartbroken over a heartless person like you who left without a word. Yin Xian thought to himself, I can't argue with a drunk person. When she sobers up, she'll surely forget everything. I'm so angry, I'm furious. You stay here, don't wander off. I'll have someone bring you a bowl of sobering soup. Jiuxing immediately lunged forward and hugged Yin Xian. Don't go, he said coldly, let go. But she resolutely refused to let go. I haven't settled the score with you yet. You were fierce with me, and you even called me a liar before. And you're not? Hoo-hoo-hoo. Seeing her cry again, Yin Xian said, the bird was the one who said that. But who taught it to speak? Yin Xian was rendered speechless. Fine, I won't go. I'm just going to put on a robe, all right? Let go first. Suddenly, a commotion was heard outside. As for Jiuxing, she was clinging to his back, vigorously groping his 8-pack abs. Yin Xian let out an involuntary sound. The guard outside the door called, Your Highness. What's all the noise about outside? It's like this. The princess's attendants are in a panic, saying the princess has turned into a bird. They're extremely worried. Yin Xian turned back and told Jiuxing to be quiet. The guard asked again, do we need to help look for her? Jiuxing fell silent, imagining what she would look like as a bird. Suddenly, Jiuxing spoke up. The princess hasn't turned into a bird. The princess is testing a bird. Yin Xian frowned and covered her mouth. No, the guard outside was still waiting for orders and called, Your Highness. Yin Xian used his hand to cover Jiuxing's mouth. Then he said loudly to the outside, No need. Dismissed. Don't move around. The guard called again, Your Highness. Yin Xian asked irritably, what is it now? Ah, Your Highness. Someone from the princess's side came to report it was just a false alarm. The parrot said the princess went to meet her lover. The parrot must have been mimicking the princess, repeating her words. After saying this, he thought to himself, His Highness seems a bit flustered today. Yin Xian asked again, meet her lover? Yes, we don't know if she's met him yet, but her maids in attendance said not to worry for now. I know. If there's nothing else, don't disturb me. Jiao Xingshun said, he's gone. Can I talk and touch now? The princess has so many lovers. Go find your lover. My lover is only you, uncle. She hugged Yin Xian tightly again. Uncle, do you really not want me to feel, to touch you? Yin Xian didn't answer, so she called again, uncle. Can I? Yin Xian turned around and said no. Then sleep with me. The answer is still no. Princess, you have been making a scene for long enough. You should go wherever you need to go. I told you, don't be fierce with me. I was just thinking, if you're fierce with me again, then what will you do? I will. She immediately took a stance, her hands forming claws. And just like that, she pounced on Yin Xian. Then she kissed his body, slowly moving her mouth to Yin Xian's chest. She said, I'll leave my mark on you first. Yin Xian called through gritted teeth. Jiao Xingshun, does it hurt a little? Or should I blow on it for you? Yin Xian sat bolt upright and said, no need. I just want to leave a mark on you. In the future, no matter where you go or what identity you take, I can follow this mark and find you. She turned away and said sadly, I won't lose you again. Seeing her cry, Yin Xian was about to comfort her. When she said again, forget it. Sobi. Even if I find you, I won't want you anymore. You're fierce with me, and you won't even sleep with me. Not even the simple kind of sleeping under a blanket. Suddenly, a blanket flew over and covered her head. Lie down, cover yourself properly. Close your eyes, be quiet, and sleep properly. Yin Xian hesitated and said reluctantly, I will sleep with you. And so she lay down beside him, draping her arms and legs over Yin Xian. I already said no touching. No, you said you'd sleep with me. You can't let me go. If you let me go, you're scum, a heartless man. I'll tell everyone that you used me and then threw me away. I have money, a lot of money. I want to write your story in a book, then publish it and distribute it widely. Tell everyone that you've been in my library. Didn't you always make me read Virtues of Women? When I get back, I'll also write a Virtues of Men, publish it in the Xiaozhou dynasty, and use you as a bad example. Not only that, I will also find many lovers and forget you. Hearing this, Yin Xian's eyes widened with regret. Forget you completely. She gradually fell asleep, but she was still mumbling, find many lovers. Yin Xian slowly sat up. He gently carried her back to Jiao Xingshun's room, leaving Jiao Xingshun sleeping with her mouth open in her own room. As for Yin Xian, he returned, bathed once more, and then went to sleep. Jiao Xingshun's maid said, so the princess really went to find her lover. Everything is under control, don't worry. Let's also wash up and go to sleep. We're not searching anymore. The princess is handling her business. She told us not to worry. What if we go looking and ruin the princess's good affair? That's right. It seems the princess drank a lot of wine. What is her alcohol tolerance like? The whole group became alarmed. Then they dashed off calling, Princess, I think I hear a noise next door. Me too. So the princess came back a long time ago. It's just that we couldn't find her. The next morning, Jiao Xingshun held her head and screamed, what did I do when I was drunk? Princess, you're awake. Didn't the princess leave a note saying she was going to find her lover? Then why were you sleeping under the bed last night? I was under the bed, the whole night under the bed. When we found you, you were lying under there. Are you all sure that the royal uncle never came in my room? About that, we're 100 sure. That's good then. I knew it. Someone like me wouldn't get drunk enough to have the guts to run to the royal uncle's place and get handsy with him. So, it was just a dream. Mo, Shiyu asked, you dreamt that you dared to make a move on the royal uncle? That's right. In my dream, I hugged him, licked him, and even forced him to sleep with me. He wanted to resist, but in the end, he still succumbed to my domineering advances. Oh my, that scene, it felt as if it had really happened. The resistance, the reluctance, it was all written clearly on the royal uncle's face. Ha ha ha. It was such a thrill, like forcing an innocent man. What's with that look on your face? So you're all certain that I was really in my room last night and didn't go out at all? We're not entirely sure either. We originally thought you had definitely gone out. But now we can't rule out the possibility that after you went out and played the part of flower thief, you secretly returned. After all, the window was open, and when we arrived, we heard a thudding sound. But it must have just been a dream, right? With the royal uncle's strength, there's no way he'd be helpless against you. That's hard to say. After all, I threatened him, held him tight, and refused to let go, crying and making a fuss. I even tried to rip his pants and touch his little pet. Boo-hoo-hoo. In short, the royal uncle was trying to stop me while also protecting his lower body, so it might have indeed been a bit exhausting for him. Princess, why don't you go find a royal uncle immediately? If his expression is unusual, you should immediately kneel and beg for his forgiveness. On second thought, forget it. It's better not to go. If it's true, I'm afraid he won't be able to forgive you. Or maybe we should just spend some money to hire a few martial arts masters to protect you. Jiuxing Shun's face turned pale, the word doomed written all over it. If it's true, I'm afraid the royal uncle will never want to mention it again for the rest of his life. Sober, my courage is like a cat's, but when I'm drunk, it's like a pouncing tiger's. Jiuxing Shun paced back and forth anxiously. Is there any movement on the royal uncle's side? Zhu Yuan said, there's none. Another maid reported to the princess. The royal uncle was normal today. He woke up in the morning, went to the training ground to practice his sword for a while, then had breakfast, and after that, he went to the study to handle official business. There was no movement at all. Princess, I think we should just look on the bright side. If you really did this, and that to the royal uncle, you probably wouldn't be seeing the light of day today. That's true. Wait a minute. It must be real. The royal uncle even indulged me and brought me back to my room. He wants to pretend nothing happened. What does this prove? It proves that, as expected, the royal uncle still has those kinds of feelings for me. He still likes me, but he's held back by his pride, so he's too shy to admit it. Or he's hindered by his reputation and is afraid that if something like this gets out, it will affect his wise and martial image. Zhu Yuan thinks that he's pretending nothing happened, but in reality, he has already written your name in his little black book, making you his top assassination target, just waiting for you to walk into his trap. Jiuxing Shun said, we should still clarify whether what happened last night was real or not, so we can plan our next step. It's simple to check whether last night's events were a dream or reality. I just need to find a chance to see if there are any marks on the royal uncle's body. Then I'll know. In my dream, I sucked so hard. It won't fade for at least 3 to 5 days. The maid immediately asked, you sucked him? Where did you suck? On his chest. This doesn't seem simple at all. The royal uncle is guarding against you like he's guarding against a tiger. Why would he unfasten his belt and open his robes in front of you to let you see his chest? Now I'm completely convinced that the royal uncle might not be over you yet. You did such an outrageous thing to him, and he still let the tiger return to the mountain. He's truly indulging you too much. Really? Jiuxing Shun secretly smiled and said, last night, I even dreamed of sharing a bed with the royal uncle. After he said those harsh words, I felt my face was hateful, and he had that attitude towards me. Tossing and turning, in my dream I was so fierce. I must definitely bury this matter and not let anyone know. She thought for a moment and said, in short, let's confirm it first and then decide. We'll probe the royal uncle's attitude first, then act accordingly. If it's really as I predict, then I'll have him cornered. He's done for. Hee. Then she hid behind her maid, walked over to a guard and asked, was there any movement on the royal uncle's side last night? His Highness's whereabouts are not to be inquired about. Hearing that, Jiuxing Shun was ready to give up halfway. Yu turned back and asked the princess, why the hesitation? My mood right now is, if that dream last night was fake, I wish it were real. If it was real, then I wish it were fake. I suddenly thought, in my dream, I was too aggressive, like a hooligan. Could the royal uncle think I'm not demure and not reserved at all? What if he thinks it over and then deducts all the points I had, leaving me with a big fat 0? What should I do then? Is this really the time to be thinking about this? You have absolutely no connection to the words demure and reserved anyway. Humph. Suddenly, Yanxian came up from behind and asked, what has the princess done against her conscience that would make this king feel she is not demure and not reserved? She turned around and was instantly petrified. Why does the royal uncle always appear so mysteriously? Oh my, royal uncle, you look a little tired today. Did you not rest well last night? Last night, the princess caused such a ruckus in my manor. It was extremely noisy. It would be strange if this king could rest well. She thought to herself, I forgot about that part. Yan Xian said, disturbing this king's sleep. It seems the princess is quite excited. Or is it because you met your lover boy last night and couldn't control your emotions? Goodness, what lover boy? It was just a misunderstanding. Last night after I got drunk, I fell fast asleep. It was all that pink parrot's fault for misspeaking and spreading false news. It was clearly the pink parrot who went looking for a lover boy. What does that have to do with me? Jiuxing Shun. The pink parrot then said, what does it have to do with me? Yan Xian said, that's good then. The manor of SOC has a clean and upright reputation. Although the princess is not from our Dai Engip, since you are staying here temporarily, you should still be careful with your words and actions, so as not to ruin the reputation of my manor of SOC. She muttered to herself, still that stern, impartial, cold, and unapproachable look, not a single change. She ran after Yan Xian. That is after I drink, I'm prone to sleepwalking. I wonder if, besides looking for someone, I did anything else to disturb your rest. It seems last night I dreamt. What did you dream of? Well, it's roughly like what you think of by day, you dream of by night. Last night, I dreamt that you and I were under the moon and before the flowers, drinking wine and reciting poetry. Is that all? Of course, this princess is a reserved person, not forward at all. In a dream, the two of us were very proper and didn't do anything that crossed the line. This king thought that with the princess's temperament, you would seduce the person in your dream and then cast him aside after you were done with him. How could that be? Now that I've met you, I only have respect in my heart. How would I dare to be presumptuous? But that dream, it was indeed a bit realistic, as if you and I were truly continuing our past life connection. It really makes one yearn and long for it. So the princess is sneaking around here because of the absurd suspicion that last night's dream was real? No, that's not it. I came here to apologize for disturbing your rest. Of course, I was indeed a little suspicious. Oh, so you mistook someone else for this king, caused them suffering, and now you intend to pin this on this king? That's impossible. She thought to herself, even if I was drunk, I wouldn't mistake the person, right? If that were really the case, I'd probably have to atone with my death. Yan Xian said, that's hard to say. Last night, after this king was woken up, it took me a whole shurchun to fall back asleep. After that, I didn't dream all night. I never met the princess from beginning to end. She hesitated, or maybe she silently wondered, can I say these words? Or maybe, royal uncle, take off your robes and let me verify if it's real or not. Would that be okay? Why didn't I know to find a better place to suck? If I'd sucked his neck or face, wouldn't it be obvious at a glance? Forget it. One must not provoke the powerful. Yan Xian asked, so where's the apology gift? But her hands were empty. She immediately said, I'll go prepare it right away. After that, she returned and asked Zhu Yuan, what should I do? What should I do? Is there any news? None. I've asked all the servants in the manor. The royal uncle has no maids to help him change, bathe, or comb his hair. Even the guards and male servants have never been allowed near his body. So, princess, your plan to start with the maids serving the royal uncle has failed. What do you think? The royal uncle has no one serving him intimately. Could it be that he's keeping himself pure for me? Do you think it's possible that there were originally maids in the manor of SOC, but because of you, he developed a psychological trauma and has since started avoiding women? She lay down and sighed, then said to herself, or maybe I could secretly watch the royal uncle bathe. He can't possibly wear clothes to bathe, right? I feel that with the royal uncle's current level of vigilance, you probably won't be able to sneak in. I never realized before that it would be so difficult to get his clothes off. During this time, she planned to get the royal uncle's clothes wet and then take them off. Royal uncle, have some tea. Oops, I couldn't hold it steady. Royal uncle, be careful. Royal uncle, I had a set of summer clothes made as an apology gift for you. Would you try it on to see if it fits? She bought the royal uncle a new set of V-neck clothes. Of course. Does the princess think this king would wear this kind of clothing that exposes the chest? These past 2 days, I discovered a hot spring outside the city and wanted to invite you to go with me. Dream on. Roy, before she could finish, Yan Xian said, if the princess is so capable, let's see you say one more nonsensical sentence. Why do I feel like he's always trying to restrain himself? Luckily, I left a mark. He can't deny it even if he wants to. It's just that it's been 3 days. If I wait any longer after 3 days, the mark will disappear. I feel I need to take a risk. Bring the wine. I'll get drunk again. And then we'll see if I'll actively find my way to the royal uncle's room or not. Princess, if you don't do it, you won't die. She said, life is precious, freedom is of a higher price. But if it is for love, both can be cast aside. Zhu Yuan asked, isn't it supposed to be if it is for freedom? Ahem, the meaning is similar enough. When the time comes, you all must follow me closely. We must accurately retrace that day's route and dig up the buried truth. She wrote 4 words on paper, turning it into a mission. Night fell. We feel that our princess's steps are a bit too practiced, a straight, smooth path right to the royal uncle's room. It seems this is indeed not her first time committing the crime. It won't budge. She pushed the door with all her might. Inside, Yanxian wondered. It's been 3 days. Why hasn't it disappeared yet? He rubbed the red mark with his hand. It must be effective for 5 days. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Crash! Jiao Shun tumbled in head first through the window. Yanxian gave a wry smile. She's here again. Even locking the window couldn't stop her. Outside, Shiyu and Zhong Yuan were overjoyed, extremely confident. The princess hasn't been thrown out yet. Today will surely be a resounding success. Suddenly, the door to Yanxian's room swung wide open. Shouldn't the royal uncle be rekindling old dreams with the princess? Why is he out here? Yanxian, having trussed Jiao Shun up like a log, said, take your princess back. With that, he unceremoniously threw Jiao Shun towards the 2 maids. It's all over. The next morning, Jiao Shun slowly opened her eyes. Seeing everyone gathered around, she asked, what are you all doing? What's wrong? What's wrong? Last night, after I got drunk, did I sneak into the royal uncle's room? The maid stared, giving her a look that said, figure out yourself. Zhong Yuan said, you did indeed sneak into the royal uncle's room, and you looked very familiar with the way too. But, so what happened that night was really true. The royal uncle indeed still loves me, but finds it hard to say. Although there's no way to confirm if I left a mark on his body, but I've surely left a psychological one. She said cheerfully and excitedly, go on, but what? But in less than a quarter of an hour, you were thrown out. And what's more, the royal uncle even found our exact location. Our plan was completely exposed. Hearing this, she felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. Princess, next you should reconsider. How should this be handled? That's right. But it was only for a moment. I couldn't have done much. The royal uncle probably won't mind too much, right? Let's hope so. Although it was only for a moment, when the royal uncle threw you out, he was only wearing a white inner robe with an outer robe thrown on. The inner robe was a bit disheveled, clearly grabbed by someone and then hastily rearranged. From the royal uncle's furious expression, I deduced that you tried very hard to pull at his clothes. The royal uncle only said to take you away and nothing else. But his eyes were full of killing intent, as if to say, if you people aren't afraid of ruining the diplomatic relations between our 2 countries, then just keep indulging her and doing whatever she wants. Besides, he seemed to be venting his anger, tying a dead knot on the princess, which shows he's very intense. It took us a long time to cut it open. Hearing this, she covered her face and cried, boo-hoo. A moment later, she went to lurk in front of Yanxian's room. When Yanxian opened the door and came out, she immediately rushed forward, royal uncle. Yanxian dodged to one side. What is the princess doing here? Your indecent assault failed last night. Do you want to try the same old trick again today? How can you call it an indecent assault? How can things done while drunk be called indecent assault? It's just, Yanxian said, then is it called rape? Oh, it was my fault for being impolite under the influence of alcohol yesterday and offending you. I hope the royal uncle will be magnanimous and forgive me this time. And so, the princess humbly accepts the criticism, but is determined not to change. Although my Day dynasty is very hospitable, behavior like this, I understand. Behavior like this is no different from that of a lecherous rogue. Lust is truly a fearsome thing. It can make a reasonable, shy, and reserved person do a 360-degree turn, becoming extremely unrestrained and letting it all hang out. Yanxian said, lust, reasonable, shy, and reserved? She gave a placating laugh. Isn't wine plus your beauty what you'd call lust? I'm supposed to be a very cultivated and restrained person. In short, this time is different from the past. Before, I needed you to remind me. But this time, before coming here, I knew my sins were heavy. So I've already copied the precept for women and virtues for women as punishment. I have deeply realized my own mistakes and will also amend my ways. That fine wine of mine, I will also have it all brought to you. Firstly, it was the wine that made me misbehave. Secondly, I want to show my filial respect to you. Only someone with self-control like you is worthy of enjoying that fine wine. She thought to herself, it would be best if he also gets drunk and loses his mind, walking right into my trap. Yan Xian said. The princess is quite practiced at these things, isn't she? Getting drunk and barging into someone else's room, intending to do something improper, then getting caught in the act, and launching a preemptive strike by apologizing first to consider the matter settled. Extremely practiced. Of course I'm not practiced. I've only been drunk like that once. Oh no, twice. And I only ever barged into your room. Besides, it's not like I'm just apologizing to get it over with. If the other party wants me to take responsibility, then I can naturally take responsibility. How do you want to take responsibility? By bestowing the position of a prince consort? She thought to herself, it seems that making the royal uncle of the Day dynasty a prince consort isn't very practical. The royal uncle probably wouldn't care for it, right? Thinking this, she said desperately, of course that's not all. If the royal uncle wants me to take responsibility, whatever you request, I will satisfy it completely. Yan Xian whispered, sweet talker. Jiao Shan said she couldn't hear clearly. Yan Xian snorted coldly and turned to leave. She grabbed Yan Xian's arm and asked in a seductive manner, so, royal uncle, do you want me to take responsibility? No need. This king has not suffered any loss. After all, as soon as I discovered the flower-picking thief, I quickly apprehended her. Royal uncle, you know full well which night I'm referring to. Xian Gij, look into my eyes, tell me. That night, was it really just a dream? Were you really not kissed by me, hugged by me, sucked by me, and you didn't sleep with me? She thought to herself, since I've already said this much, I must force a result out of him today. Yan Xian didn't say a word and turned to leave. Once again, she grabbed his arm. Xian Gij, I know you have reservations in your heart. Don't you want me to take responsibility? I could take responsibility. Any way you want me to take responsibility is fine. Yan Xian pulled his hand back. Has the princess not sobered up yet? Why do you keep talking like a drunk person? A dream is a dream. If the princess insists on saying it's real, this king is at a loss. Then why is the royal uncle so on guard against me? Last night, I just barged into your room. You threw me out without a word. This king is a light sleeper at night and has always been very cautious. She thought to herself, I don't believe it for a second. Who would be so bored as to keep a white silk ribbon that long enough to tie a person up in their room? She said, if you really hate me, why did you want me to move into your manor, where we're bound to see each other all the time? Someone who has had friction with this king in the past wants to walk right into a trap. How could this king let her live freely and comfortably in day? Of course, I want to see her miserable, having to work like an ox and a horse, trying every means to please me. That makes sense. But do you dare to take off your clothes? And let me check if it's true or not. Does the princess think this king would fool around with you? Yan Xian glared, don't lean on me. She quickly moved away. Ahem. Public security in the capital has not been good recently, with occasional flower-picking thieves. The princess's safety and chastity are related to the diplomatic relations between our two countries. From this day forward, the people of the manor of SOC will take over the protection of the princess. Afterwards, she said to her maids, during this period, you might have to suffer a little injustice. Princess, don't tell me you went out, failed to apologize, and even cheerfully received a house arrest order. She recalled being stopped by the guards just now, where she tried to step out. It's dangerous outside. Please stop. She said, it seems so. I was just probing ever so slightly. This is what happened. The two maids also listened seriously. A moment later, Princess, your method of probing was wrong. How could you ask so directly and even ask him to take off his clothes? Well, it was a moment of recklessness. You too, tell me, what if the royal uncle really just wants to see me suffer and doesn't want to miss the opportunity of me walking into his trap? So the princess feels that the royal uncle is keeping you at the manor of SOC, not at all to see your sincerity, but clearly just to find an excuse to keep you here to be tormented. And you, time and again, are stroking the tiger's whiskers. She said, that's right. The person he likes is probably that non-existent person who is faithful, deeply in love with him, willing to spend her whole life with him and plan a future with him. Zhu Yuan said, then just plan a future with him a little. But how can it be the same as before now? After all, you're the only one who has had a past with the royal uncle. Just tell the royal uncle that you realize that after having had him, everyone else is just temporary, that you have changed. What if the royal uncle changes my plan? What's the big deal about a plan? You can have as many as you want. It's about recognizing past mistakes and knowing what to seek in the future. For someone like the royal uncle, you can't just pay lip service. You have to show sincerity, Present a truly thorough and detailed plan. Otherwise, he will feel that you are frivolous and playful, only capable of making jests. That's right. Just focus on the fact that you have decided he is the only one for you in this lifetime, that you want to live with him forever. If you don't come to me, I will come to you. If he nods, you will immediately turn your back on your homeland for him and stay in day. In spring, go on a spring outing with him and embrace under a sky full of cherry blossoms. In summer, go boating on the lake together. In autumn, go to a high place to admire chrysanthemums. In winter, gather around the stove to melt snow for tea, tread on snow to admire plum blossoms. Uncle, I'm cold, uncle, hold me. And from then on, one lifetime, one world, one couple. In short, for now, let's just get through this difficult hurdle first. Jiuxing Shun, hearing her two maids say this, felt like she was being led into a trap. After writing it, what if I can't even memorize it? Wouldn't that show a complete lack of sincerity? That it's all just tricks? That damn memory of royal uncles. Things I've completely forgotten. How can he remember them without a single mistake? I guess so. After all, I even managed to forget an important prop like the ankle bracelet. Besides, he and I both know very well that back then, I only practiced saying those sweet words to trick my way into his bed. Now, he's not falling for either the soft or hard approach. Using these tricks on him again would be useless. Perhaps back then, the feelings weren't that deep, but it was because he was too conservative. There's that fledgling syndrome thing. I kissed him once, and he felt his innocence was ruined, so he decided I was the one for his entire life. But it was just a sense of responsibility. After he found out I deceived him, that sense of responsibility disappeared along with it. As for me, I was the one who was head over heels, thinking he still had feelings for me. He's a royal uncle of high status and power. How could he possibly go back to a bone he's already chewed? Utterly humiliating, so utterly humiliating. Recalling some moments of my own wishful thinking. That's not right. Shiyu said, then what about that pink parrot and the black parrot? Isn't that perfect evidence of him looking at an object and thinking of a person? She said perhaps that pink bird was truly just a tribute from someone else because it was rare and royal uncle just coincidentally ended up raising it. But didn't you say that even now, in front of you, he still falls over with just a push? If it were anyone else, they wouldn't even have the chance to get close to him. Royal uncle's martial arts are formidable. Whether in the past or now, if he wanted to stop you, it would be incredibly easy. So what if he really has a weak constitution, the type that can't resist when a young lady gives him a push? So what if it's not that he doesn't get close to women, but that he doesn't dare to get close to women? No, it can't be that bad. But what if? Zhu Yuan patted Jiuxing Shun's shoulder and said, how about we test it out? If this path doesn't work, and there's no changing royal uncle's mind, if he's keeping you at the manner of Suok purely to make you uncomfortable and has no intention of seeing your true sincerity to give you a chance, then we can figure out another plan sooner. Jiuxing Shin pondered for a moment, then said decisively, we must try. Hesitation will only lead to chaos. The three of them became pensive. But first, we have to get out. So how do we get out? Jiuxing Shun sighed. I can't live like this anymore. I'm craving alcohol so much I could get sick. I can't freely go out to shop, and there are no handsome, charming guards for me to look at anymore. All right, normally we'd still have virtues of women in the storybooks of the Day Dynasty to criticize, but now he won't even give us those. A few days ago, Royal Uncle said that if women's precepts and virtues of women are useless on the princess, and the princess continues to act as vulgarly as before, then there's no need to copy virtues of women or read it anymore. How long will it take for Royal Uncle to finally let us go? Don't tell me he's going to keep us under house arrest like this for the rest of our lives. Suddenly, Yin Xingyong came in and called for the princess. Dap Tuet, the horse Royal Uncle gave me last time, is finally trained. Princess, would you like to go for a ride with me? Jiuxing Shun was secretly thrilled. It was like someone offering a pillow just as she was getting sleepy. She glanced at the two guards at the door and said, I'd love to go, but I'm afraid Royal Uncle won't allow it. What not to allow about this? I'll go ask Royal Uncle. Hey, Royal Uncle, it's the princess's first time in our capital. She doesn't know how vast and magnificent our capital city is. We should fulfill our duties as hosts and take the princess out more often. Yin Xian said, so you're just eager to have fun, want to go horse riding, and want to drag someone along with you, right? Well, it's killing two birds with one stone, isn't it? So is it okay? Jiuxing Shun peeked out from behind, her eyes full of anticipation. Yin Xian said to Yin Xingyong, you can go. What about the princess? Royal Uncle, you're not going to keep the princess under watch, are you? Yan Xian cast his sharp, cold blue eyes on Jiao Xingshun. She panicked and defended herself. I didn't say anything. He's just guessing on his own. Yan Xian closed his eyes and said, it won't come to that. Then I'll take the princess out with me. Yan Xian seemed like he still hadn't agreed. After that, they went horse riding to see the sights. Yan Xingyong asked in surprise, Royal Uncle, why are you here too? A wild horse is hard to tame. It's one thing for you to mess around on your own. The princess is of noble birth. If there are any mishaps, it will affect the friendly relations between our two countries. Daptuet came from the manor of Suok. This king is not at ease, so I must come along to watch. What could possibly happen? The princess said that their Xiaozhou dynasty's hunting grounds are vast, with more grasslands than ours. Their ancestors built their empire on horseback. The people of their royal family must take that as an example and remember the rules of their ancestors. They might not learn other things, but they must not fall behind in horsemanship. Her horse riding and archery might even be better than mine. Besides, the horse the princess is riding is surely a tamed and obedient one. It has nothing to do with Daptuet and the manor of Suok. Yan Xian looked at Jiao Xingshun and asked, is that so? It's not that exaggerated. Well, it is true. Yan Xingyong asked, Royal Uncle, do you want to race with us? No need. I'm fine watching from here. Then we'll go on ahead. With that, Jiao Xingshun and Yan Xingyong spurred their horses and rode off. Suddenly, Yan Xingyong shouted in panic, oh no, the reins slipped from my hands. But luckily, Jiao Xingshun was quick to grab them. Seeing her form on horseback, Yan Xian remembered 2 years ago in Luktan. Jiao Xingshun had said, when you come to our Xiaozhou dynasty, the best thing to see is the grasslands. The sky is like a dome covering the 4 fields. It's most suitable for galloping on horseback to your heart's content. She thought to herself, this stubborn guy, besides riding horses, he doesn't make any other moves. She kicked the horse's belly with her foot and cried out, I don't believe he'd see me in danger and not save me. Yan Xian immediately jumped over without hesitation, sitting behind her to support her. She said to herself, it was worth the effort. Are you hurt? No, I'm not. Suddenly, Yan Xian jumped off the horse. She was secretly surprised. Did my joy turn to sorrow? He's getting off the horse already. Jiao Xingshun reached out her hand and called, Brother Xian, I'm afraid this horse will get spooked again. I'll lead the horse for you. Jiao Xingshun then played a trick and grabbed Yan Xian's hand. I don't dare to ride the horse anymore. Brother Xian, Yan Xian replied, men and women should not have physical contact. Jiao Xingshun put on a weak appearance. Out here, with no village ahead and no one behind, are you going to abandon me here? At that moment, Yan Xian couldn't bring himself to refuse Jiao Xingshun's expectant gaze. He took her hand and jumped onto the horse. Fine, just this once. There won't be a next time. Remembering this memory, Yan Xian once again realized he had been tricked. His face darkened as he said, afraid the horse would get spooked. All tricks. At this time, Yan Xingyong also jumped off his horse and said, that scared me to death. Scare me to death. Luckily, the princess was there to help. Jiao Xingshun puffed out her chest proudly. For me, no matter how strong a tamed horse is, it's not a problem. Yan Xingyong turned to hug Daptuet. Daptuet, oh Daptuet, you've been so obedient these past few days. Why did you act up today? You have to be obedient from now on. You hear? Unable to hold back, Yan Xian finally spoke up. This king had no idea the princess's horse-riding skills were so exquisite. Jiao Xingshun was bewildered and scratched her head. When Royal Uncle suddenly starts acting strange, it must mean I've forgotten something again. Searching through her memories for a moment, she was startled. In the past, I think to get close to him, I pretended I wasn't good at horse riding. Yan Xian turned and left first. Seeing this, Yan Xingyong asked, Princess, did Royal Uncle give you a hard time? Why would you say that? Then she deliberately spoke loudly for Yan Xian to hear. His Highness Royal Uncle is noble, upright, magnanimous, and tolerant. He wouldn't give me a hard time. That's good then. I just saw Royal Uncle, the way Royal Uncle looked at you. It was like you owed him 8 million taels. Jiao Xingshun took the opportunity to probe. His Highness Royal Uncle, is he perhaps secretive with a fierce temperament? Does he have some unknown eccentricity? That's not it. His Highness Royal Uncle, on matters that don't touch his principles, is still easy to talk to. It's just that, isn't it that, Royal Uncle has spoken about his deal breakers before? In the past, he even listed the physical traits in women that he detests the most. Pink pupils, a beauty mark under the eye, light pink hair. Princess, except for your personality, you match them all. I was afraid the princess would be affected. After hearing this, Jiu Shun's face turned pale. Did royal uncle say anything else? Does he have deal breakers for personality too? Personality, I vaguely remember something about a mouth full of lies and abusing one's power to bully others. Abusing one's power to bully others? It's the type of person who is dishonest, but relies on their own good looks to act without restraint. Jiu Shun was secretly happy. In royal uncle's eyes, I'm still considered beautiful, but some people, after they love and break up, everyone they love from then on resembles her. For others, from then on, her personality and appearance become the other person's deal breakers. Hearing this, Jiu Shun was stunned. I've actually become his deal breaker. The traits royal uncle listed are extremely precise and stringent. Could it be that he was hurt by some young lady before? No, not to that extent. Royal uncle has never been close to women. He avoids any woman he encounters as quickly as possible. I feel that no young lady can get close to royal uncle. Has no woman ever approached him? That's right. Royal uncle has power and authority and is also handsome. Many ladies in the capital wanted to become Princess SOC. The women of the Day dynasty are relatively reserved, but back when royal uncle was still Prince SOC, they always try to find ways to accidentally meet him. It's just that royal uncle never paid them any mind, and no sparks ever flew between them. Later, receiving the late emperor's dying entrustment, royal uncle was ordered to rectify the court's order. After expressing his intention to prioritize the court and disregard romantic affairs, even fewer ladies in the capital dared to approach him. Coupled with his later methods, those noble ladies from prominent families could only dare to look at him from afar. Previously, someone unconventional secretly put beauties in royal uncle's bed. It said that those beauties were thrown out before they could even get close. The person who sent them was also no longer trusted by royal uncle afterward. On the other side, Yin was finding the sight of the two laughing and talking to be an eyesore. Yin Xingyong continued. 2 years ago, it seems royal uncle went traveling for a few months. It's not clear what happened during that time. At this moment, Yin Xin couldn't take his eyes off the gossiping pair in front. The guard walking behind asked, "Your Highness must find the sun too bright. This subordinate will go get a parasol." Yin Xin replied, "No need." In his mind, he thought, don't pay attention, no need to mind them." Yin Xingyong was still engrossed in speaking. "But I still believe that in this world, no woman can get close to royal uncle. Unless royal uncle himself agrees. There probably isn't one in this world." Yin Xingyong glanced over, hinting at Jiu Shun. Even if there is one, it's definitely not someone who repeatedly steps on royal uncle's deal breakers. Jiu Shun then asked, "Do you think it's possible that this person became royal uncle's deal breaker because she hurt him?" Yin Xingyong cupped his hands and said, "I'll go ask royal uncle about this." Jiu Shun quickly grabbed him. No, don't. This scene, in royal uncle's eyes, was one of the two of them playing around with each other. His face darkened, and he slammed the cup on the table and ordered, "Have someone find an excuse to separate Lord Ung." Understood. On this side, Jiu Shun explained, what if it's a heartbreaking matter for royal uncle? That would be rubbing salt in the wound. Not good. Yin Xingyong nodded in agreement. That's true. Then later, we'll ask when royal uncle is in a good mood. Just then, a guard came to report. "Your Highness, Lord Ung, the chief administrator from your manor, is here to see you on some matter." "All right, coming." Yin Xingyong said as he ran off. Jiu Shun panicked and called after him, "Hey, don't leave me to face him alone." Immediately, she felt a familiar presence behind her. She immediately changed her mood and turned around cheerfully. "Oh my, royal uncle, I think between the two of us here, Lord Ung and I can handle it. If you're busy, you can head back first. What does the princess think this king is here for?" She replied, "Afraid the wild horses would be hard to tame. That Lord Ung and I wouldn't be able to control the situation." Jiu Shun quickly regained her dignity and immediately found a reason. "However, royal uncle, you can rest assured. You saw my skills just now. For the past 2 years, I've been diligently learning horsemanship. I can finally not drag down a skilled rider. I can even show off a few times. I've really only improved in these 2 years. This king has no interest in whether your horsemanship has improved. This king is watching from the side only to prevent the princess from robbing the cradle. Xingyong is only 15 this year, at an age with a youthful mindset. I'm not so beastly as to have designs on a child, am I? The princess says it so nicely. Didn't you also make a move on a grandpa?" Jiu Xingxin was like, okay, I'm fine. Yan Xian said again, what's more, even if the princess has no intention, what if the other party is interested? It's better to maintain some distance. Jiu Xingxin suddenly covered her ears with both hands. I know. My ears are about to grow calluses from your lecturing. Isn't it just that I really want to go out for a stroll? Let's negotiate a bit. Tell those guards of yours to all withdraw. Hearing this, Yan Xian smirked. Then he looked down at Jiu Xingxin's sparkling, expectant eyes. Then he replied with wide eyes. Not allowed. Well, even a prisoner under house arrest gets a chance to get some fresh air, right? Or is royal uncle not allowing me to get some fresh air? Not allowed. Half a day. Not allowed. Jiu Xingxin hurriedly ran over and hugged Yan Xian's arm. Tu Shurchen. Yan Xian pulled his arm away and asked, the princess seems so urgent. Is there something you want to do that you can't tell others about? Of course not. I just want to go to Bao to pick out some ink and brushes so when I return to the manor, I can focus on writing something. Why is royal uncle being so sensitive? Yan Xian cast another cold glance at her. Jiu Xingxin quickly put on a cute face and asked, please? He quickly stepped back, not even for a moment. Jiu Xingxin thought to herself, is this half step back for real? I was told I could use my looks to get my way. Why isn't it working? A moment later, Yan Xingyong asked, royal uncle, 2 years ago, when you went traveling, did anything happen? Upon hearing this, Yan Xian shot him a glare. Yan Xingyong's brain immediately registered the danger signal. Royal uncle was in a bad mood. He quickly changed the question. What I mean is, when you were traveling everywhere, you must have met many different kinds of people. I wonder, has royal uncle ever met anyone as interesting as the princess? After spending more time with the princess today, I've discovered that she is a very interesting person. From the very first moment, I felt like she was an old friend, but it's a pity we met so late. She's the first person in Day who dares to gossip with me about you, royal uncle. Moreover, in martial arts, she can decide the fate of the world, and in literature, she can surely bring peace to the land with her pen. If I follow by her side, I will surely benefit greatly. So, royal uncle, Yan Xingyong kept rambling on about Jiu Xingxin, unaware that someone up ahead was turning purple with rage. I want to go to the outskirts with the princess alone for some fresh air. Can I? Yan Xian turned and asked again in a cold voice. Alone, the outskirts. Please agree. The princess just said she's been in the manor of SOC for a long time and feels a bit awkward, so she wants to prepare a surprise for you. If you come along, it won't be a surprise anymore. You should just stay here. Rest assured, on this trip out, we're bringing many guards, so you can be absolutely at ease about safety. We won't go to any desolate, uninhabited places. Yan Xingyong was trying his best to persuade him with a 0 success rate. The words Yan Xingyong said were like the clucking of chickens in his ear. Not a single word registered. Overcome with exhaustion, Yan Xian turned to cut Xingyong off. You are the emperor's paternal cousin. She is an emperor's daughter. Therefore, the two of you cannot be considered peers. In terms of seniority, you should call her niece. Yan Xingyong heard this and got excited. Wow, I have a great niece now. I'm finally not the youngest anymore. I'm so pleased with myself. But the kinship of the Xiaozhou dynasty has nothing to do with our Day dynasty, right? Yan Xian then said mischievously. The princess agrees with this seniority in her heart. Shouldn't we, the hosts, follow the guest's wishes? Whatever royal uncle says is right. Then, royal uncle, can I go out with my newly acknowledged great niece to pick out a surprise for you? Meticulously choose a gift. You can only choose a gift. This king, on the contrary, must see what kind of surprise the princess wants to prepare for this king. Yan Xingyong was overjoyed. Yay. Yes, sir. I absolutely won't drag the princess around aimlessly. He then ran over to inform Jiu Xingxin. Royal uncle agreed. He agreed. I begged for a long time, and royal uncle finally agreed. Great niece, you have to thank me properly. Hearing this, Jiu Xingxin pointed at herself and asked, great niece? Yan Xingyong hurriedly covered his mouth. Oh no, I'm doomed. How could I gotten so smug and blurted it out? Royal uncle said the princess should call me uncle. Jiu Xingxin put on a magnanimous, gentle, and generous expression and asked, oh, what else did royal uncle say? Royal uncle said, the princess cares a great deal about seniority. Moreover, he is very much looking forward to your surprise. You must prepare it meticulously. Jiu Xingxin began to analyze. The grandpa generation was just something I came up with, and I still dared to make a move, let alone the uncle generation. What on earth is he guarding against? It's not jealousy, is it? That's possible. Later, in the outskirts, Jiuxing Shun ordered Zhu Yuan, help me keep the great-nephew here. I'll be back in a bit. All right, order received. A while later, at Ming Xianglu, second Miss Mo said, so, the princess wants my help to find out if your lover. Once a woman gets close, his heart will race, he'll be unable to move, and anyone can push him over. That's right. I want to test how much of his feelings for me come from the heart, and how much comes from the body. It's truly an interesting challenge, but I'm willing to try. In this capital, the most charming woman I've met is you. I believe you can test it out. The most charming? On the contrary, this is the first time someone has described me that way. Jiuxing Shen added, however, that lover of mine has a rather bad temper. Furthermore, his status and position are just a tiny bit high. Second Miss Mo waved her hand dismissively and replied, no need to be afraid. In this capital, there's no one I'm afraid of. In short, you should just test him and know when to stop. Although touching him feels very good, it will make one lose control and overthink. What am I even saying? In short, just retreat immediately once it's done. Mac NHY raised two fingers, winked, and replied, a friend's husband can't be bullied. Seeing that Mac NHUY's chest looked a bit unusual, Jiuxing Shun thought. It seems like something is not quite right, but also very right. Wait, just now, your chest seems to be crooked, so let's arrange it now. That night, Yin Xingyong, following Jiuxing Shun's words, brought Yin Xian over. Royal uncle, this is the place. The princess said, this surprise is for you to enjoy alone. I'll be leaving first. Yin Xian looked at the duck on the table and mumbled. This is the surprise the princess ran around outside all day for this king. This is just an appetizer. First, I'll use tea instead of wine to express my apology. During this time, I've truly been audacious and caused you a lot of trouble. Suddenly, a meow was heard. Jiuxing Shun smiled to herself. This is the first surprise. Jiuxing Shun picked up the basket again. Didn't royal uncle raise a parrot just like me? At that time, I had a thought there must be reciprocity. These past 2 days, I was determined to find a cat that resembles you. Don't you always feel that I go out with a purpose? I just wanted to see for myself how much this cat resembles you. As expected, it didn't disappoint. Cold, noble, and even reveals a kind of laziness that disregards everything. One look, and you know it's the type that needs to be cherished and meticulously cared for. Look at this eye color, this temperament, this fur color. It's completely modeled after you. Jiuxing Shun then held the cat and presented it to Yin Xian. A black-faced cat. Look, your expression right now is exactly like it. You should know, it's easy to find a beautiful, blue-eyed cat, but it's so hard to find one that can be this black. The important thing is that its temperament is also similar. This cat was cold to me all afternoon. This king sometimes feels some people's mouths, if not needed, can be given to those who need them. Some people who don't know how to give gifts shouldn't give them. He asked again, what else? The second surprise, I'll go get it from the room. You two must get along, Yin Xian said after looking at the cat for a moment. Like me? Suddenly, a scream came from the room. Hearing it, Yin Xian worriedly ran in, pushed the door open, and shouted, Jiuxing Shun. Suddenly, a hand from behind wrapped around Yin Xian's neck, pushing him against the wall, calling Big Brother in a coquettish tone. Mac NHI is secretly probed, temperature rising, heartbeat a little fast. This lover of the princess is in danger. Suddenly, Yin Xian grabbed Mac NHUY's hand and sent him flying with a whoosh. Then he landed with a thud, to the point of a nosebleed. Yin Xian stood behind and said in a cold voice, the second young master of Prime Minister Zhang's family. Mac NHUY now realized in a panic, Royal Uncle SOC. Yin Xian's smile became dangerous as he enunciated each syllable. Jiu, Xing, Shun. You are very capable. At this moment, Jiuxing Shun was standing outside that room. She was worried. It's been so long, and there's no sound. Could it be that Mac NHUY doesn't know when to stop touching and touching again? No way. I must save Royal Uncle from the sea of suffering. Jiuxing Shun quickly ran to push the door open and called Royal Uncle, only to see Yin Xian sitting there waiting. The princess has arrived. Royal Uncle's mood doesn't seem good. Come here and try to explain. This is the princess's surprise for this king. Jiao Xingshun looked at the table in a daze. Huh? Buns? What game is Royal Uncle playing? At this moment, Mac Nhui crawled out from under the table and grabbed Jiao Xingshun's leg. She jumped in fright and screamed, "A ghost!" Mac Nhui took the opportunity to escape. "You guys talk. I'll be leaving first." Jiao Xingshun was about to run after him when Yin Xian stood up and called, "You dare run. I just wanted to close the door to make it convenient for you to teach others a lesson. Before, you wanted to invite this king to be a teacher at the Enlone Academy for the noble ladies to admire. Now 2 years have passed. You've become so virtuous that you've started giving men to this king. Men? When did I give you a man? Wait, those 2 buns are Miss Mac Nhui's fake breasts. I even said he was very charming, with a large chest, but it turns out to be fake." Yin Xian shouted, "Jiao Xingshun." She was startled and threw the bun away. "Here, Royal Uncle, I've been wrong. Before this, I didn't know he was a man either. If he were a woman, you could just do such a thing?" He was secretly angry. "Don't you care at all that I have physical contact with others?" She stammered. "Actually, this matter. The princess wants to say it has nothing to do with her. It was this king who heard the scream, misunderstood that you were in danger, and entered the room, only to encounter what happened next. Royal Uncle has already made an excuse for me. If the princess nods, this king will immediately twist her head off." Jiao Xingshun was scared to death, but suppressed it and replied, "Isn't it because you refused to have physical contact with me, yet swore you no longer had feelings for me, that I thought of finding the root of the problem, to help you find the right diagnosis and prescription, and incidentally eliminate the last bit of hope left in my heart? So, it's this king's fault instead for not immediately throwing you out without a word upon seeing you? Of course not. I was just afraid that you were unwilling back then, and only followed me because of the baby bird complex. If that's the case, then I have a responsibility to help you escape the psychological trauma." Psychological trauma? Does the princess suspect that this king is someone who isn't picky, that as long as someone throws themselves at me, my body and soul will consent? Jiao Xingshun was speechless and just giggled sheepishly. Now, is the princess satisfied with the play she has witnessed? Hearing this question, Jiao Xingshun's gaze fell, saddened. To this king, the princess is indeed an undeniable exception. It was so before, and it is so now. But what does this represent? Does the princess feel that she can use this exception to get a hold on this king? To use this king again to achieve her goals? Of course, I don't think so. I just sincerely want to rekindle our past relationship with you. Rekindle our past relationship. And then, Jiao Xingshun thought pensively. For his sake, leave my homeland and stay in Day. Go on a spring outing with him. Want to embrace the peach blossoms covering the mountains. Go boating with him in the summer. In autumn, climb mountains to admire chrysanthemums. In winter, gather around the stove to melt snow. Walk in the snow to admire plum blossoms. Uncle is cold, Uncle hugs. From then on, one lifetime, one world, one couple. But these are all things I cannot give him. Then there's no need to say it anymore. Seeing Jiao Xingshun's silence, Yin Xian called out, "Jiao Xingshun, since you came today, there's one thing this king has never understood. Let's ask everything at once today. This king considers himself not an unknown person, known as the royal Uncle SOC of the Day dynasty. My name is renowned throughout the court and the country. The princess is resourceful and well-connected. Even if you didn't know the SOC king's name, someone by your side would have known. This king is also very curious. The princess constantly says she wants to rekindle our past relationship, that her feelings for this king are true and can be witnessed. Even if this love was fabricated by the princess, and the princess was actually trying to avoid me at all costs, how could you know for sure that I might be the person for back then, and still rush over regardless of everything? Or is it that back then you don't remember my name?" Jiao Xingshun's 30-second frozen expression. "I'm doomed. The deadly topic is here again." Yin Xian glanced over and caught the 30-second frozen expression, caught the 30-second stalled train of thought. No wonder the princess dared to come to the Day dynasty by herself. Yin Xian thought to himself, in her heart, "I'm afraid there has never been the slightest bit of care for me." Jiao Xingshun hurriedly grabbed his arm. "How could that be? Of course I know your name is Yin Xian. Isn't it because the reputation of Royal Uncle SOC is too resounding? Everyone calls you Royal Uncle. You are indeed a person of high power and status. I naturally didn't dare to think in that direction. Right? Right. This king letting the princess stay at the manor of SOC has caused such a great misunderstanding. Forget it. From today onwards, the princess should leave the manor of SOC and stay at the embassy. As this king sees it, since the princess doesn't care about the trade between our two dynasties, then there's no need to consider the trade between the two dynasties anymore. Let's just stop it here. Jiu Shun watched him leave and thought to herself, I was originally heartless towards him. Why must he pretend to be deaf and dumb by her side? It seems that from some moment at the very beginning, all the jokes, the acts of peace, were useless in front of him. It's as if something has shattered. I seem to have done something very, very wrong. Jiu Shun carried this gloomy mood for several days. She sighed. I'm usually so quick-witted. How could I be questioned to the point of speechlessness that day? Zhu Yuan asked suspiciously. Princess, you didn't really forget the royal uncle's name, did you? He told me once back then, but after that it was always Big Brother Xian this and Big Brother Xian that. So I forgot his surname, but I was too embarrassed to ask. Zhu Yuan comforted her again. Although we are in the same boat now, I wasn't by the princess's side back then. But sometimes I feel that it's not unjust for the royal uncle to hold a grudge against the princess. What should we do now? Do we really have to move back to the embassy? People from the manor have already urged us many times. I always feel that once we really move out, there will be no turning back. Jiu Shun lowered her head and replied, I don't know either. Thinking back now, I seem to have been really unreasonable back then. Recalling that year, after Jiu Shun's hero saving the damsel act failed, she appeared before Yin Xian in a random and haphazard way. Young master, what a coincidence. I have no grudge against the officials. That day was just a robbery drill. I unintentionally disturbed you. I hope you can forgive me. Yin Xian at that time just let out an oh. You and I have met 3 times in a short period. I don't know where you are heading. To meet is fate. Why not travel together as companions? Miss, you followed me all this way, asking about my whereabouts everywhere. Are you trying to rob me? No, it's robbing me of my virtue. This young master, you have committed a crime. I must arrest you and bring you to justice. While Yin Xian was still stunned, Jiu Shun moved closer. You have set my heart on fire. Jiu Shun's brazen flirting made even the guards standing behind him cringe. Yin Xian, flustered, then left. A few days later, Yin Xian deliberately avoided Jiu Shun's people. She was at a loss, feeling a little regretful. But perhaps meeting was truly fate. 3 days later, she ran into Yin Xian again in a neighboring town. This young master, Yin Xian at this moment also wondered, is it really fate? Is meeting truly destiny? Yin Xian asked again, have I committed another crime? That's right. You broke into a private residence. You broke into my heart. This little trick still won't make you fall for me. Unconsciously, Yin Xian watched Jiu Shun bite into a candied hawthorn skewer, became flustered, and turned to leave. She shouted again, young master, meeting is destiny. We will meet again. Embarrassed, Yin Xian sped up and fled. After a short distance, Yin Xian asked his guard, have you ever seen such a glib and flattering woman? Have you ever seen a woman whose lies are exposed one after another, yet can remain so unfazed, with no change in her expression? Never. Your Highness, these people have ill intentions. Could they have been sent by the other side? Should we take care of them? No. There's no way a honey trap could be this clumsy. Then should we continue to avoid them? No need. Let's first see what they're really up to. What if she's really here to rob me of my virtue? This king does not believe in love at first sight. The Yin Xian of that year had just left power, was an extremely idle person with a long life to squander. Suddenly seeing such an interesting person, such a bright color, was actually not unpleasant. In the following days, Yin Xian no longer deliberately hid his tracks. Jiu Shun also did not intentionally linger in front of Yin Xian, but Yin Xian's food, clothing, lodging, and travel were almost always attended to by Jiu Shun. When stopping on the march, 3 meals a day were gifted from the nearby tavern. When dining at the tavern, a dish was always gifted, a dish with a special style, unique and different. Miss, there's no need to do this. This is the way of hospitality in the Xiaozhou dynasty. Those with beautiful appearances will receive preferential treatment. Young master, you don't need to feel burdened. Oh, I don't need it. The guard handed her a bag of gold. Jiu Shun also hurriedly refused. I don't need it either. However, if the young master wants to settle the bill, then tell me your name. 1,000 gold for a name. You could say that. Yin Xian turned his back to leave and replied, no need. Huh, he just leaving like that? Later on, when Yin Xian was temporarily looking for a guide in Locton, Zhou Xingshun used some tricks to take the guide's place. Your Highness, that person is the guide we are looking for. It's her? That's right. That painter was a well-known local artist, skilled in painting, but also because of his handsome appearance, he was very popular with the local young ladies. Yin Xian walked over and asked, "Is this the hospitality of the Zhou people?" "That's right. You are the guide he invited." "That's right. Doesn't the young master understand the customs of the Xiaozhou dynasty? I am willing to be your guide, to travel by your side." Yin Xian frowned, looking at her and thinking. After not paying attention for 3 days, she's already moved on to someone else, only liking handsome men. So she really just wants to rob me of my virtue. He asked, "That young painter, weren't you having a very pleasant chat with him, miss? Now you want to kick him to the curb?" It's my friend who rather admires his painting skills, so I helped mediate and make an introduction." Zhou Xingshun thought to herself, "I originally intended to give him an extra portion of food to reduce my workload, but there's no need to mention that." But that young painter was instantly overjoyed and wanted to follow me back to the academy, which is really a bit boring. The saying, "what you can't have, you make trouble for," is really true. So about the guide position, Yin Xian said decisively. "Yin, single name Xian, don't you want to be my guide and travel with me?" "I agree. Consider that bag of gold leaf as your payment." Okay. Everything after that fell into place. That Zhou Xingshun became the one to lead Yin Xian to watch the sunrises and sunsets. Later on, Zhou Xingshun took Yin Xian to taste the strongest wine. Clearly wanted to get him drunk. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xingshun's alcohol tolerance was so poor, she drank until her own face was flushed red, and her courage grew as big as the sky. "Brother Xian, I really like you a lot." At that moment, Zhou Xingshun thought to herself, "But you won't be staying in the Xiaozhou dynasty, will you? You're not moved by money. You are generous with your spending. You must have been born into a wealthy family and day. In the future, you must return. And I, the princess of the Xiaozhou dynasty, the head of the Yinluan Academy, am rooted in the Xiaozhou dynasty, and I will certainly not leave my homeland to chase after you. If you remain completely unmoved by me, once you leave Locton, I am destined to give up on you. It's been so long, and all I've gotten in return is your gentle expression." Faced with Zhou Xingshun's assault, Yin Xian blushed and said, "Get away. Then lean your ear over here. I'll tell you something." Yin Xian obediently leaned his ear over to listen. "Brother Xian, you're so red." When Yin Xian's ear was licked, his face turned beet red, and goosebumps broke out all over. Yin Xian thought to himself, "Abusing her beauty to assault me. Do not touch what is improper. Do not look at what is improper." Clearly, Yin Xian at that time was highly skilled in martial arts, able to draw a 10-stone bow, able to shatter stone with his bare hands, yet he was helpless against that fragrant tongue. Clearly, Yin Xian had always been stern-faced before, with just one glance, the flock of beauty surrounding him. Even iron-willed men would be scared witless, yet Yin Xian's darting eyes and heartless words could not make Zhou Xingshun retreat even half a step. Perhaps it began from the moment he shared a horse with Zhou Xingshun, the warm, fragrant, and soft jade in his arms making Yin Xian stiff for an entire afternoon. Or perhaps it began from the moment Zhou Xingshun charmingly and softly called out, "Brother Xian." Or perhaps it was every single thing that happened, small like a drop of water wearing away a stone, making Yin Xian, at such a moment, not know what to do. The old house finally caught fire. Yin Xian was unable to resist Zhou Xingshun's attack. "You are mine now. You should always keep something as a memento." After saying that, Zhou Xingshun also fell asleep on Yin Xian. The guard looked at Yin Xian's stiff posture and chuckled to himself. "My master, his highness, to think there would be a day he'd have his ear licked by a young lady until his whole face turned red." Immediately, Yin Xian shot the guard a glare, startling him into scurrying away. Is it really true that a woman chasing a man is like chasing through gauze? I never thought before that our highness was so easy to pursue. If the noble ladies of the day dynasty knew about the royal uncle SOC, then surely just one lick of the ear would be enough. I'm afraid many would disregard their reputation, wanting a piece of the action. However, if it were any other young lady, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to get close to his highness. The next morning, Zhou Xingshun woke up and tore at her hair. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. Why was I so recklessly lustful last night? The mission progress is back to 0. He will definitely kick me out. Jiao Shun immediately went to explain. Last night, I drank too much and messed up. I did some improper things. Look, what must I do to atone to you, so that you won't hold it against me? Oh, that matter. No need. It's just a small thing. He said that, but he actually cared a lot. After that day, Suong Lan, have you noticed? He's been treating me very differently lately. Huh. If it were before when I was walking on the street and bumped into a passerby, he wouldn't even think of stopping it, but now he'll reach out and pull me. For another example, lately, there have been many things I like to eat on my table, but when I ask him, he says it was probably arranged by Vi Hua. Also before, when he and I walked together, he wished he could be surrounded by servants. So afraid I would take advantage of him. Afraid of the suspicion that would arise from a lone man and a lone woman. Now he will dismiss the servants. What else is there? Jiao Shun thought again. And this person, it seems he's surrounded by bronze walls and iron ramparts, unshakably firm. In reality, if you look at him a little more, his ears are already red. That drunken night, at first I only leaned a little closer to him, and the back of his ears turned red. I wonder if his ears were also that red when he held me on the horse. It seems the fish has finally taken the bait. Perhaps it was an instinct to seek advantages and avoid harm, realizing his repeated loss of composure in front of Jiao Shun, and also noticing her danger. For a period of time, Xian had impatiently driven her away. She seemed to be hurt by this, and for several days in a row, did not appear before Xian again. Unexpectedly, Jiao Shun came with wooden figures, peeking her head in to ask, "Do you like it? What is this? I want to give you a gift. You are from the Day dynasty and are destined to return today. I have nothing to give you, but I thought of these wooden figures, which are exquisite and easy to hold. Perhaps you can keep them as a memento. If you feel they have some meaning, then keep them. You find me annoying, don't you? But I won't bother you anymore in the future." Vi Don and the others said that everyone has to return to the Day dynasty in a few days. I will not leave the Xiaozhou dynasty either. Let's just consider today a farewell. As Xian was looking at the wooden figures, Jiao Shun said, "That one, the uglier one is you, the slightly prettier one is me." Suddenly Xian asked, "Do you really like me?" Love at first sight, infatuation at second sight. Shallow. To put it bluntly, you just like my face. But that's fine too. I'm not going back to the Day dynasty anymore. While Jiao Shun was still stunned, Xian continued, "At least not for now." He expressed, "I don't have much experience with women. I don't know how I should treat you. If you feel I've done something wrong, then please tell me. My family is well off. If you want anything, I will find it for you." Xian thought as he watched her shed tears. "Even if it's shallow, I don't want to see you dead drunk, licking someone else's earlobe and confessing your love. At least, I have a face that made you fall for me at first sight. So don't be heartbroken and don't say goodbye." Jiao Shun, still unable to believe this was real, thought, "This man, I've already got him in the palm of my hand." She asked, if we don't say goodbye, do you want to be with me?" He shyly turned away and replied, "MH, it's about this. This isn't just about me liking you. It has to be mutual affection. Do you like me?" MHM, Jiao Shun, still in disbelief, asked again, "Do you really like me?" She thought, "That night, I was being impulsive." Xian immediately thought, "She doesn't need me to take responsibility, but I need her to take responsibility for me." Jiao Shun was the first person to kiss Xian, and the woman who made his mind unsettled. Xian had never faced such direct, undisguised affection, nor had he ever met a woman who, after getting drunk, was bold enough to use her beauty to assault him. Yet Xian didn't push her away. Xian proactively touched Jiao Shun's hand. His face was flushed red. Before, when my elder brother was still alive, I had also imagined what kind of person I should marry. She didn't have a specific appearance, nor did she need a noble status. But we had to be of one mind, and then grow old together, one person for a lifetime. I would bring the world's treasures before her. But I never thought it would be you. After meeting you, I feel that you like this are also very good. But you don't need to have a psychological burden. My country doesn't have so many rules and constraints. You don't need to feel something just because I kissed you. I don't need your concession. Of course not. I'm absolutely not some young punk whose mood is thrown into chaos by a single kiss." Xian stood up, looked straight at Jiao Shun, and replied, "I just happen to be fond of you too." Faced with this confession, Jiao Shun was stunned for a few seconds, seeing the tips of Xian's ears turn red. Jiao Shun covered her mouth and laughed with delight. In those days, they were also intimate like fish and water and also discussed marriage. Our wedding date must be put on the agenda. My family situation is a bit special. Traveling between two places will also take quite some time. Starting from the 6 rites, it will take a year and a half. In the Day Dynasty, unmarried men and women must mind the rules. Our engagement is not yet set. We should still exercise some restraint. Making an exception once is enough. So troublesome. Can't we just maintain the status quo and continue living happily like this? Don't you want to be with me for a lifetime and live with me in the Xiaozhou dynasty? Then you must do as the Romans do. The Xiaozhou dynasty emphasizes enjoying pleasures. When you meet someone you like, you should do what you want. In our Xiaozhou dynasty, men and women don't really avoid each other like that. That marriage certificate is not that important. Besides, in our Xiaozhou dynasty, to ensure the rights of both men and women, before the two parties propose marriage, there is usually a trial marriage period of 3 months to a year. If after getting along harmoniously, they feel their temperaments are compatible, then they will set a wedding date. This of ours can be considered a trial marriage period. Moreover, only you and I know about this. No one else knows. There's no difference between once and many times. Brother Xian, can you endure a year and a half without touching me? Or is it that after Brother Xian has had his fill of me, you won't like me anymore? Or does Brother Xian not like this? Yan Xian replied in a fluster. I don't. He thought again, forget it. Then he kissed away Jiuxing Shun's tears. This proves it, right? They bought a separate courtyard and often did shameless things in it. It's just that Yan Xian felt a gentleman should have a pure heart and few desires. But every time he couldn't resist Jiuxing Shun's persistence. However, whenever he compromised, the matter of marriage would always be postponed to another day. At that time, Yan Xian had said this, but in the Day Dynasty, a marriage certificate is very important. I want to give you everything that I consider important. Yan Xian could decide his own marriage, and with his status, marrying a woman without a powerful family background would not cause any incidents. But a royal wedding is a cumbersome process and needs to be prepared in advance. Yan Xian could not slight Jiuxing Shun, and the things that should be given to her could certainly not be missing. Don't you always want to pay respects to my parents first? It's just that my parents are wandering the world and have not set a date for their return. Let's wait for them to send a letter, then we'll discuss this matter again. All right, every time, Jiuxing Shun would use this excuse to cover up and get past the issue. Suang Lan reminded her at that time, Princess, is it really okay for you to keep dragging this out? What's the problem? Let's just let it pass like this. If he insists on marrying me, then let's get married once. He wants a title. At that time, I'll just make him a prince consort. If he's dissatisfied, then I'll make him the grand prince consort. That should satisfy him, right? As for the possibility of having 17 other prince consorts, there's no need to mention it. But if the other party, in short, if we're compatible, we stay together. If not, we part. Besides, in this matter, regardless of the country, it's ultimately the woman who is at a disadvantage. I don't need him to take responsibility anymore. A normal person should feel relieved and certainly wouldn't get angry with me over it. I'm not even bothered. What is there for him to be bothered about? Suang Lan looked at the person beside her and suddenly thought, could this be considered the princess being ruled by her lust, playing with fire, and being blind to the situation? Then she asked him, the princess is like this. You're not stopping her? Stop what? As long as she's happy doing what she wants. If the princess likes him, and he doesn't like the princess and wants to run, I'll catch him and bring him back. If the princess doesn't like him anymore, and he's shameless and persistent, then I'll chase him away. Jiuxing Shun at that time also felt that Yan Xian seemed to care a bit too much about this matter of marriage. After that, Jiuxing Shun began to instill some of the values of the Xiaozhou dynasty into Yan Xian's subconscious. Our Xiaozhou dynasty has open customs. We don't emphasize a woman's chastity. If two people can no longer live together harmoniously, after an amicable separation, each can marry again. Jiuxing Shun thought to herself, so there's no need to care too much about marrying me, no need to have too much of a psychological burden. She continued, the Xiaozhou dynasty not only allows one husband with multiple wives, women can also have one wife with multiple husbands. Hearing this, Yan Xian immediately asked, you want to marry many people? She quickly pinned Yan Xian against a tree. As long as Brother Xian doesn't have a change of heart, of course I only need Brother Xian. He then hugged her and said, all right. Jiuxing Shun thought again, oh my, this future prince consort seems a bit jealous. But it's no big deal when the time comes if I like someone else as much as I like him. and have to give that other person a title. I'll coax him. He's very easy to coax. If he doesn't agree, I'll just let him go back. At that time, I naturally won't be as fond of him anymore, won't be so reluctant to part with him anymore, I suppose. In short, I have to coax him first. Does Brother Xian have anything he needs to do in the future? I see that Brother Xian likes to read. My family has an academy in the capital. Why don't you become a teacher in the academy then? We'll be a harmonious couple and can also help me solve an urgent need. At that time, you'll be the teacher and I'll be the headmistress, okay? When I have to go out, the academy's affairs can also be left for you to decide. The affairs of our academy are not busy at all. You only need to spend 1 or 2 Shurchin teaching classes each day. You are profoundly learned. Teaching some female students won't be a problem. You can also teach them how to draw a bow and shoot an arrow. Yin Xian agreed without hesitation. At that time, although she felt a vague sense of unease in her heart, as the days of going to the academy approached, she was single-mindedly focused on letting her sisters see what a peerless beauty she had brought back. She quickly cast off the burden in her heart. The day they would part ways came unexpectedly, without warning. Yin Xian accidentally overheard a conversation between Jiuxing Shun and her sisters. "Is this the living signboard you said took a long time to finally handle? He truly is stunning enough to shock everyone present. Quick, 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 tell us all the details clearly." MHM, the story has to start from that one day. I went out hunting for beauties and ran into him drawing his bow and shooting an arrow. Someone asked, "Have you ever wanted to give up?" Of course I have. Although his looks are one of a kind, with the time I spent on him, I could have found 10 other men. But unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better. Relying on my own strong will, I finally got him. Seeing Yin Xian, those girls got all excited. Headmistress, headmistress, can we touch him? Can we pinch his little face, touch his little hands?" Jiuxing Shun raised her hand to warn them. "He is my man. You are not allowed to touch him." However, looking is of course allowed. One person presented a painting and said, "Headmistress, this is the new target for our academy's hunt this quarter. He's a bit difficult to handle. Several sisters have tried, but still couldn't succeed. Can you make a move? Or are you going to settle down from now on?" "How could that be?" "No problem. Just trust me." She thought to herself, although a man is important, a career is also very important. Suddenly, Jiuxing Shun felt a chill run down her spine. "Headmistress, headmistress, why are you spacing out?" Yin Xian was standing behind her, his face dark and gloomy. Jiuxing Shun worried. "I've never seen him with such an expression. It seems I've done something very outrageous." Someone shouted, "The man the headmistress brought back this time is truly a peerless beauty. He's beautiful from afar and even more outstanding up close." Jiuxing Shun turned to look at Yin Xian and thought, "Before, I always felt that great beauty should be shared for the world to admire." She hurriedly ran to Yin Xian's side. "But at this moment, I want to hide his brilliant light." She reached out to take Yin Xian's hand, but he avoided it. "Is this the harmonious couple and solving an urgent need that you spoke of?" Looking at the men behind Jiuxing Shun, he asked, "Were those men also tricked by you to come here like this?" Jiuxing Shun answered hesitantly, "Yes and no." "Huingich, I really like you. You're not like them. How am I different?" Yin Xian thought to himself, "Is it because you said you liked me a little more, clung to me a little more, because you spent more time on me?" So it turns out I'm not special in her heart. What woman could push the person in her heart to someone else like she does? Oh, I probably don't even count as the person in her heart. Just a backup. She even discussed with others how to use the same old tricks she used on me to deceive others. Right after that, Yin Xian turned and left. She and I end here. After Yin Xian left, Jiuxing Shun stood there stunned, wondering to herself, was what I did wrong? But doesn't everyone else do the same? The older sisters in my clan have taken many male consorts. Don't they all live together harmoniously? Recalling those things, Jiuxing Shun said, "That year, I watched him leave in a rage, not knowing what I had done wrong. I only knew that I had let him down. He was completely devoted to me, but from beginning to end, I never thought of being solely devoted to him. Even though, in reality, from beginning to end, he was the only one I had ever been in love with. But before I could understand why he was so angry, he had completely disappeared from my world. It was completely unlike before, when as long as I chased after him, he would be found by me, held by me. I tried to find him, But when a person is truly determined to disappear, you can't find them no matter how you search. All traces of him in Loctan, in the Xiaozhou dynasty, were erased. Our former residence had a new owner, and he didn't even use his real name when we first signed the contract. I was indeed sad for a while, but after searching in vain, I quickly forgot about this painful matter. After all, there's so many interesting things in the world. I thought he would soon forget about it too. But I didn't expect him to remember it so clearly, down to the last detail. So, to him, I am an exception, and to me, he is actually very different too, isn't he? Jiu Xingshun immediately shot up. I have to fight for it this one time. I can't let him leave like before. At the very least, I have to make things clear. Scene change. Now, in the Great Hall, Yin Minlu asked, I heard that the princess has to move out of the manor of SOC recently. Is she returning to the Zhou dynasty? With sad eyes, Yin Xian replied, something like that. Royal uncle, are you really willing to let go? Why does your majesty say this? When you were traveling, you once sent me a letter saying you had found a suitable candidate for the position of princess consort and wanted to perform the betrothal rites, but then you left the matter unresolved. Now, you've made an exception to let the princess stay in the manor of SOC, and for the first time, I see you taking full control over the trade between our two dynasties. The person royal uncle met before was the princess, wasn't it? After royal uncle relinquished power, you avoided everything you could in the capital, always maintaining an appearance of having a pure heart and few desires. You didn't even touch court affairs, completely acting the part of a loyal subject. You have never asked anything of me, except for the matter of trade between the two dynasties. Yin Xian was silent for a moment, then said, it's all in the past. When one should cut ties, but doesn't, one will suffer the consequences. Your Majesty, this is what this subject tells himself, and it is also what this subject wishes to say to your Majesty. Recently, the Zhang family's power has grown strong. I fear there will be the disaster of the Empress's relatives interfering in politics. Your Majesty's protection of Empress Zhang is a bit excessive. This subject originally did not want to presume to be an elder and say these things to your Majesty. This subject understands that because of the late Empress Dowager Minghui, your Majesty feels a desire to compensate the Zhang family. But your Majesty, what is too rigid will break. Empress Zhang is not Empress Dowager Minghui, and the Zhang family is even less the Zhang family of the past. The emperor rubbed his head and replied, we understand. We know our limits. Returning to the manor of SOC, Yin Xian was drowning himself in wine. A subordinate reported, the princess's side has said they will pack everything and move out tomorrow. However, before parting, she said ABCD. After speaking for a while and seeing no reaction from inside, the subordinate said again, Your Highness, then this subordinate will have the princess come here later. After saying that, he turned to leave, thinking, no objection means agreement. I must carry it out immediately. Unaware that Yin Xian was hugging the 5 digs fishing rod wine jar. In his drunken state, Yin Xian dreamed of past memories. That day, after Yin Xian stormed off in a rage, he sat miserably in a tea house and heard many bad things about Jiu Xingshun all day, learning of her identity in a pile of glorious past deeds. It was said that a new prize had arrived at the Yinwan Academy today, and everyone ran to see. However, this time the princess bit off more than she could chew. That person realized he was tricked into the Yinwan Academy, turned around, and ran. Truly a smart person. He avoided being like the previous ones, who just lamented and complained all day. This time, the princess really lost both the lady and the soldiers. The princess values this person so much. What if she wants to make him a prince consort? Shoo, what's so rare about a prince consort? I heard the king of Xiaozhou wants to select 18 prince consorts for the princess. One less would be considered mistreating the princess. You guys don't know how much fun the noble ladies in the capital have. It's very chaotic. Yin Xian truly didn't expect her to be such a person. If before Yin Xian still held a sliver of hope in his heart, at this moment, that hope was gone. Yin Xian accepted the fact that she had deceived both his body and his heart. Hearing these things, Yin Xian thought, her parents aren't traveling the world. They are clearly sitting properly in the imperial city, having never left. It was just an excuse. No wonder when it came to the matter of engagement, she always tried her best to refuse. She must have only wanted to deceive my body and my heart, to trick me into the academy, to work myself to death for her. And I was delusional enough to think of holding her hand for a lifetime. Every meeting, every moment together was a premeditated deception. She is fundamentally heartless. At that time, out of extreme anger, Yin Xian crushed the cup in one go. Returning to the present, he lay on the floor and mumbled, "Doesn't remember my name." That year, the love token she gave me was just something she made up on the spot. I used to think those precious memories, those cherished promises, were all just empty talk. It was all for naught that I could see through the enemy's schemes and plots back then. Yet I couldn't see through the truth and lies in her words. Each time we interacted, the closer I got to the truth, the more I realized how ridiculous I was back then. I'm afraid the only sincere thing that year was her desire to deceive my body. But I still stubbornly kept longing for her for so many years. I even deluded myself into thinking she had come to her senses and wanted to continue our past relationship. Memories I thought were long forgotten have become vivid and glaring because of her appearance. By what right does she make me long for her like this? At this moment, Jiu Xingshun had also arrived and called out, Royal Uncle, are you here? Regardless of whether you want to listen or not, I will first say everything I want to say. Then and now, what you care about is nothing more than whether I care about you. Initially, when I approached you, it was indeed with impure motives. I was moved by your appearance. I wanted to trick you into the academy, said many things against my conscience, and always focused on achieving my goal, regardless of the process. But later, with deeper contact, I also gradually fell deep into it, beyond my initial control. Although I often went out to find teachers for the Yin Academy, and used such tricks that were not used only on you. But from beginning to end, I only confessed to you, only ever liked you, only kissed you, hugged you, and had skin-to-skin contact with you. To me, you are also an exception. I did indeed imagine a life of a husband leading and a wife following. If you had insisted on the position of prince consort, I would certainly have let you be my prince consort. But I shouldn't have only focused on our intimate relationship, giving you many promises while avoiding getting engaged to you. After all, in my eyes, in matters of love between a man and a woman, the lady always has more to lose. I felt that if I didn't mind, you probably wouldn't mind either. However, at that time, I didn't feel that any of this was wrong, nor did I know how heartbreaking our separation would be for you, or how much of an insult it was to let you leave under those circumstances. I especially shouldn't have, knowing your feelings, chosen to deceive you instead of telling you frankly. I like you the most, but life is long, and I might like other people too. Approaching you now for the trade between our two countries is true. Still having some feelings for you is also true. It's just that the method of confirmation was a bit wrong. Promoting trade between our two countries is my purpose for coming today. But even if the trade fails, for me, it's just a small loss of face, not something that would injure my bones and sinews. If you cannot let go of what happened back then and feel that letting me leave is not enough to vent your anger, then feel free to be faithless and heartless to me, an eye for an eye, which can also be considered a fulfillment for my guilt. If you don't want to see my face anymore and feel that I am still that hateful person, that my appearance before you only serves to bring up your painful memories, then I will leave just like this and never appear before you again. My words are finished. Jiu Xingshun wiped her tears and was about to leave when suddenly Yin Xian came out from behind the curtain and abruptly hugged Jiu Xingshun tightly, then pushed Jiu Xingshun down onto the floor. Ah, Royal Uncle. This smell, could it be that he drank all the wine I gave him before? With a drunken expression, Yin Xian asked, "You want to leave?" Then he pulled out a shackle from somewhere and asked again, "You want to leave?" In your dreams, a clicking sound was heard. Yin Xian had taken the shackle and locked Jiu Xingshun's hands. Jiu Xingshun wondered to herself, how did this ankle shackle fall into his hands? Then she panicked when she saw Yin Xian pull out in more shackles and cried out, "Royal Uncle, you need to calm down." Yin Xian held Jiu Xingshun's face tightly and asked, "What did you call me?" Yin Xian. You are surnamed Yin, named Xian, and also the king of SOC of Day. Ha, what am I to you? You're my Huingij, my most favorite Huingij. Yin Xian sneered and replied, "Liar." Then he took 2 shackles and put them on Jiu Xingshun's ankles. She thought to herself, I really want to run. So many shackles, and they're newly forged. Could it be that after I misplaced the book on making ankle shackles, the royal uncle has been secretly buying things for this day? Do you dare to take them off? No, I'm just touching them a little. Yan Xian boldly pushed Jiao Xingshun's leg up and said, besides, you can't take them off anyway. This time, it's truly one shackle that only one key can open. But this is too many shackles. Don't you like them? Right, you prefer silver. Suddenly, Yan Xian lifted his outer robe, revealing many silver shackles hidden inside. Seeing this, Jiao Xingshun silently cried out, help me. At this moment, Yan Xian said softly, with so many ankle shackles locking you up tight, I won't have to worry about you running away anymore. Can't continue what? He pulled Jiao Xingshun's head closer, aiming for his target. He moved his lips in for an attack. Having not kissed anyone for a long time, Jiao Xingshun was stunned for a few seconds. Then she thought to herself, in this lifetime, this is the first time I've seen the royal uncle take the initiative. So alluring. Jiao Xingshun was also swept up by that allure and kissed him back passionately. They kissed from the floor all the way to the bed. He asked, is there no other choice? What? Besides leaving and being heartless to take revenge on you, is there no other choice? He thought to himself, stay and day, treat me sincerely. Don't leave again. Is it still not enough? Surely the royal uncle doesn't feel this punishment is insufficient? Yan Xian's kisses trail from her neck downwards, stopping where they should. At this moment, he suddenly felt like eating a pomelo and took a bite. Jiao Xingshun cried out in pain. To explain this action, Yan Xian said, I have to bite like this for the mark to last. That way, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you can't escape my grasp. Then he let go, leaving a sharp, circular bite mark. He gently wiped the corner of his mouth. Didn't you want to sleep with me? Go ahead. Yan Xian's attitude now was, I permit you to sleep with me. Ha. Jiao Xingshun looked at him dazed, always feeling that when he was like this, it made one feel they couldn't tease him. I'm a little sleepy. What should I do? Yan Xian asked again. You don't want to? He was just asking for fun. Then Yan Xian suddenly pulled Jiao Xingshun to him and said, but I want to. Is that okay? Do you have to ask so much? Does it make a difference now whether it's okay or not? After asking, Yan Xian planted kisses on Jiao Xingshun's neck. Jiao Xingshun asked, what if I say it's not okay? He didn't stop and replied, too late. I originally wanted to let you go. It was you who came back on your own initiative, teasing me time and again. You've really overestimated me. In this situation, to appear before me and expect to leave unscathed? Impossible. So, do you still want to kick me out of the manor of SOC? I won't. Then you. Is it okay? Okay. With a royal uncle like this, how could I bear to refuse? Say you like me. I do. I like you the most. You liar. A liar, but you still like it. Ha. Even the pair of parrots that bicker all day were unusually harmonious tonight. After a few hours, Yan Xian asked again, do you like me? At this point, Jiao Xingshun was too exhausted to breathe and had to say, I don't like you anymore. I don't like you anymore. He emphasized again, you don't like me? As soon as he finished speaking, several slapping sounds became more forceful, making Jiao Xingshun cry, sob. Yan Xian, you're such a rogue. The next morning, Yan Xian woke up with a splitting headache. While he was rubbing his head, Jiao Xingshun called out, royal uncle. Jiao Xingshun sat up and said shyly, I want to say that last night, I just wanted to come and have a proper talk with you. Everything that happened afterward was your initiative. At most, I can only say I was passive, so it has nothing to do with me. Do you believe me? Yan Xian also blushed and said, shut up. Look, you even put so many shackles on my ankles. Shut up. Last night, you even bit me here. Not only that, you also... Yan Xian immediately covered Jiao Xingshun's mouth with his hand. Shut your mouth. Clearly, last night, the one who had shackles put on was me. The one who was bitten was also me. Why is the one being intimidated into silence still me? Royal uncle, do you still have some feelings for me? Then she pointed downwards and said, it seems you've touched me. Yan Xian quickly stood up, got dressed, and said, go ask any normal man if they don't wake up like this in the morning. It's not as if you're the only man I know, right? If not, I'll go find another man to ask right now. Yan Xian turned back with a cold face and said, you dare? I was just saying it casually. Seeing the messy scene before her, Jiao Xingshun thought to herself, just woke up. It's really a mess. Jiao Xingshun took Yan Xian's hand and asked, royal uncle, so what arrangements should be made next? What kind of arrangement does the princess want? According to the rules of the Day dynasty, if the princess wants this king to take responsibility for last night's impulsiveness, this king will immediately submit a state letter to marry the princess. If we follow the princess's rules, compensation probably won't be discussed. In the princess's eyes, mutual affection between a man and a woman, intimate relations, are merely as common as drinking wine and eating a meal. That is the main principle, and it's not wrong. A consensual matter doesn't need to be so important. It's just, Zhou Xingshun thought to herself. It's just hearing him say it like that. Why does it feel so uncomfortable? Is there no middle ground? The princess wouldn't think that one night could change anything, would she? This king's and the princess's views are different. A mistake made must be corrected. We cannot repeat the mistake and let the mistake continue. But last night, after getting drunk, you clearly promised not to kick me out, and you kept telling me not to go. Actions while drunk cannot be taken as truth. Men and women should not be improperly familiar. This king was wrong to think otherwise before. Looking back now, the princess staying in the manner of SOC inevitably invites suspicion of an illicit affair. Which is to say, if I don't need you to take responsibility, you won't leave me even a sliver of a chance. Correct. Yan Xian told himself, don't listen, don't look, don't soften your heart so easily. Don't mind it. Once you mind it, you've lost. This king does not need to be heartless to the princess for revenge. But if the princess maintains her previous attitude towards this king, a clean break would bring peace to everyone. At least for me, that is the best outcome. After saying this, Yan Xian left. A quick pain is better than a long one. What must be severed should not be allowed to fester due to a soft heart. So, why doesn't the princess follow the rules of the Day dynasty? Just go along with it and accept the royal uncle's marriage proposal. It's just very strange. His ice-cold tone when discussing official matters then, it was as if no matter who had been there last night, he would have done the same to fulfill a marriage contract. What's more, in the end, I'm just a guest of the Day dynasty. Actually, princess, you could also consider a marriage alliance with Day to be with the royal uncle for a lifetime. I am reluctant to leave him, but I'm the princess of the Xiaozhou dynasty, and he is the SOC king of the Day dynasty. Our statuses have predetermined that one side must yield to the other. The Xiaozhou dynasty has my parents and my elder brothers who dote on me. I cannot leave my homeland for a man. No matter how much I like him, I can't. Even if it's him, I can't. Moreover, everyone knows her parents were deeply in love, with him favoring only one person in a harem of 3,000. But few notice the efforts her mother had to make behind the scenes to secure her position as empress and maintain the situation of being the sole favorite in the harem. Her mother strived to bear children for the emperor, damaging her health in the process, and it took many years for her to recover. The Empress Dowager was the person the emperor loved most, yet for her to reach that point, it cost her half a lifetime. How long can a man's affection for a woman last on its own? And he is the powerful and high-ranking royal uncle of the Day dynasty. Why would he be willing to give up his status, position, and immense power in Day to leave his homeland for me? Zhou Xingshun's deep thoughts were interrupted here as a subordinate approached. Princess, this is what His Highness ordered to be brought to you. His Highness said that when you see the key, you will naturally understand his meaning. Unlock the shackles, and then part on good terms. Is it that we each go our own way? If this is the outcome he wants, I will respect his choice. As she took the key, she heard the sound of a branch breaking behind her. Snap. She turned around, but Yan Xian was already gone, leaving only the pink parrot. A few days later, since you bid farewell to the royal uncle, you've been melancholic and unhappy upon your return, staring at these ankle shackles. What should we do next? We must make a plan after all. Should we return to our country, or stay in Day for a few more days? Didn't you say 2 days ago that Mac Nhui is actually the young master of the Cam 2 workshop, and also the second young master of Prime Minister Zhang's family of the Day dynasty? The business of the Cam 2 workshop in the Day dynasty is huge. Even in our Xiaozhou dynasty, we have heard of the Cam 2 workshop's name. It's no exaggeration to say they are as wealthy as a nation. If we can promote cooperation with the Cam 2 workshop, this trip will not have been in vain. If what's before us is a stagnant pond, then we might have to think of another way. It's just how did it become like this? It shouldn't have become like this. The way he was before, he would absolutely not have drawn such a clear line with me at a time like this. That night, we were clearly so intimate. I can still hear his ragged breaths in my ear. Why has being together day and night changed everything? Your Highness, the princess over there has chosen a date. She plans to leave Day and return to the Xiaozhou dynasty in half a month. Yan Xian said silently in his heart, this is how it should have been. To her, that night was just an insignificant one. How could I expect a passerby like her to stay? To be obstinately blind to one's errors is to sink deeper and deeper, making it hard to escape. Just like that, stopping in time is for the best. The subordinate said, although the trade between the two nations did not succeed, the princess has promoted cooperation with the Jinsu workshop. Currently, she is drinking and chatting with second young Master Zhang, and the princess has even invited him to return to her country with her. It's just that the Jinsu workshop is, after all, an enterprise of the Zhang family, and now that the Zhang family is powerful, if they also manage to pull in an ally like the Xiaozhou dynasty. Yan Xian said, drinking and chatting, returning to her country together? It doesn't matter. The state of the Zhang family is all within His Majesty's considerations. It does not affect the grand scheme. The subordinate scratched his head hesitantly, wanting to say more, but stopping. Yan Xian asked, is there anything else? It's just, on the princess's side, does your highness not have any other instructions? Yan Xian said coldly, no. Scene change. Second Zhang said, it is truly like meeting a kindred spirit 1,000 miles away. Only a princess with such a discerning eye could appreciate those marvelous designs of mine. A sharp eye that recognizes jade, and only the princess dares to point out the mistakes, to point out the limitations of the Jinsu workshop. You're too kind, too kind. We people of the Xiaozhou dynasty just love novel designs like these. When the time comes and I introduce them to my country, they will surely become fashionable in Xiaozhou. If there's a chance, I hope young Master Zhang can personally come to the Xiaozhou dynasty to offer a pointer or two. I wouldn't dare. I never expected that the dignified second young master of the Prime Minister's family would wear women's clothing just to showcase the women's garments he designed. She thought to herself. Luckily, our thoughts are relatively similar, so I passed the test. Zhang Imo said, to celebrate our future cooperation, Princess, let's drink 3,000 rounds to our heart's content. The Jinsu workshop may not be distributed all over Day, but at least in all the major cities and towns, we have our branches. At least in terms of rouge, jewelry, and treasures, we can provide a continuous, uninterrupted supply of goods for the Xiaozhou dynasty. Moreover, you can rest assured, regarding the trade between the two dynasties, although His Majesty has put the royal uncle in full charge. But my older sister is the current empress. My father is the prime minister. Our Zhang family still has some face before His Majesty. Even in a direct confrontation, he cannot treat us that way. The two of them exclaimed excitedly, to our cooperation, cheers. I must prove to my father that even if I'm not skilled in literature nor accomplished in martial arts, I can still carve out a world of my own. Princess, you're drinking too much. We're clearly celebrating our cooperation. Why does it seem like you're drinking to drown your sorrows? Jiuxing Shun said intermittently, I have to prove hic to royal uncle, hic. Zhang Mo, on the other hand, shouted loudly, we must make the fashion of Jinsu workshop popular in both dynasties. Suddenly, Jiuxing Shun burst into loud, messy tears. Zhang Mo said, I'm not even heartbroken. What are you heartbroken about? I, the dignified second young Master Zhang, have never experienced such an embarrassing moment in my life. She said, does royal uncle really have no feelings for me anymore? This time, he really wants to make a clean break with me. It's been so many days. Not only did he not try to keep me, but he also, she thought to herself, the ankle ring he used to care about. He now let me take it off as easily as flipping his hand. Between us, it seems when we say it's over, it's over. Could it be that before that night, he had already stopped liking me? He used to be so gentle with me. That night, he bit me from head to toe, leaving marks that didn't fade for days. After that, I cried until my throat was hoarse, but he only cared about himself. Clearly, skin-to-skin contact used to be an extremely important matter to him. Now it seems not worth mentioning anymore. She thought, then looked at Zhang Mo and said, you men of the Day dynasty, do you have two different faces when you're in love and when you're not? Men, it's true that when they have feelings, they tend to be more tender and caring. When they don't have feelings, they only pay attention to their own pleasure. Hearing this, Jiuxing Shun Shun burst into tears. Wah. Don't cry, don't cry. Out with the old, in with the new. Before you leave day, I'll take you to experience a bit of the charm of day, all right? Jiuxing Shun said, Yearly capital is full of hidden talents. Even the men can possess a myriad of charms. If I leave Li Capital, Royal Uncle will definitely fall for someone more beautiful than me, with more charm than me. Then let's also find a man younger than him, more handsome than him. Wah, no need. I can't find one. I can't find one anymore. I can't find a man more handsome than him anymore. Just then, the door creaked open. Zhang Yimou glanced over and saw Yin Xian with an expression as cold as ice. Zhang Yimou immediately froze stiff. In a dilemma. I didn't do anything. We were just purely discussing business. Jiuxing Shun swayed unsteadily, her eyes shining brightly. You found a man as handsome as him so quickly. Then she ran and threw herself into Yin Xian's arms. Can I go home with you? Yin Xian replied softly, all right. Then he carried her home. I overestimated myself. It turns out I still can't accept her entering my life, only to leave so abruptly. I can't imagine there will be another person to walk with her for the rest of her life. Jiuxing Shun, I surrender. That evening, Jiuxing Shun was still sleeping in Yin Xian's arms. When she opened her eyes, she was startled. Royal Uncle, did I drink too much and am now having a hallucination? Or did I drink too much and do something that caused public outrage again? And why is it dark already? Yin Xian asked, awake now. So, what the princess said before. Like a little, how much is a little? She was surprised and let out a huh, then recalled. Approaching you now for the trade between our two nations is true. Still having a little bit of affection for you is also true. The Royal Uncle's reflex arc is way too long. I still really like making vows with you under the moon, sleeping in the same bed with you. Seeing her lost in thought and not answering, Yin Xian said, forget it. Unimportant matters need not be mentioned. He thought to himself, if it's not about liking someone for one life, one lifetime, one couple, then don't say it. Yin Xian said again, this king played chess for half a day. In the 2 hours waiting for the princess to wake up, I've also thought a lot. Call it lingering old feelings, or old hatreds that are hard to forget. Everything between you and me 2 years ago in Lupton has always been like a fishbone stuck in my throat, impossible to let go. If I just let you leave like this, I am not resigned. I regret it. Instead of leaving behind future trouble, it's better to tear open the flesh and scrape the bone to cure the poison. At that time, the princess said I could abandon you at any time as revenge, which would also count as fulfilling your guilt. Does that promise still stand? Jiuxing Shun replied, it stands, it stands. Then marry me, become my princess consort. Jiuxing Shun heard this like a thunderclap by her ear. Yeah, that's a bit sudden. We don't need to go to this step, do we? A 2-year term. The princess can see this as a mutually beneficial transaction. The trade between our two nations needs a legitimate pretext. You and I signing a marriage contract is the most trouble-free reason. If the princess agrees, the princess can send someone to contact the Ministry of Revenue regarding what goods the Xiaozhou dynasty wants to trade, the trade items, and the prices with the Day dynasty. Besides this, I will also personally go with the princess to the Xiaozhou dynasty to present the national letter and at the same time conduct a field survey on how the two dynasties should trade to maximize the benefits for both sides. She thought to herself, so it's just a transaction. Then she said hesitantly, but isn't this a bit rushed? She asked, from breaking up to getting married directly, isn't that too fast? If marriage is merely a form of contract, then it's not fast at all. That's true, she said, puzzled, but I always feel something is not right. The princess doesn't need to overthink it. I've thought it over and over. The reason the residual poison is hard to cure is perhaps because back then we were young and passionate, and it ended abruptly at the height of our excitement, which is why I've been longing for it. No matter how much you like a food, if you eat it every meal, you'll get tired of it after a few times. Something you've longed for too long, once you get it in your hands, you might discover it's just so. But to you, isn't marriage something that cannot be trifled with? Perspectives change. Perhaps it's precisely because I promised the princess a lifetime back then, but could never fulfill it from beginning to end, that it has become an obsession I find hard to let go of. When the day comes, after I've been unfaithful and heartless to the princess, I should be able to let go of the past. Of course, since this is a transaction, this king also has conditions. First, the princess must satisfy all my requests. In front of others, you must maintain the appearance of a loving husband and wife with me. In addition, the princess must also keep a distance from all other members of the opposite sex and cannot leave day without reason, while also doing your best to cooperate with this king in removing the residual poison. If I feel I've lost interest in this relationship, I can also end it ahead of schedule. But the princess has no right to stop it. Before the term ends, the princess must fulfill our agreement. Of course, if we must speak of any selfish motives, perhaps it is the hope that when it ends, the princess will be deeply mired in it, finding it hard to escape, suffering immensely from the separation. Though it also count as me being unfaithful and heartless, a form of revenge. Jiu Xingshun thought to herself, refuse or agree. Yan Xian said again, if the princess agrees, during the effective period of the marriage contract, the princess can do whatever she wants. Lusting after my body is also fine. Then he thought to himself, if she refuses, would she really have the heart to cut ties, to be separated from now on, with no date set for a reunion? The phrase, lusting after my body, is also fine, filled Jiu Xingshun's mind. She was stunned. Lust after you. The princess doesn't care about marriage, nor does she have the so-called concept of chastity. The Xiaozhou dynasty has open customs, and you are a princess of noble birth. Our separation will not affect your reputation in the slightest. 2 years later, after our separation, we will be free to marry whomever we please. The princess can still be the same, do as she pleases princess, as before. No matter how many consorts you keep, how many male companions you house, this king will absolutely not interfere. It sounds like I don't lose anything. But really, apart from getting married, I just need to keep my distance from other men. So what if I want to go back to my country for a while within the 2 years? I can return with you. She felt inwardly like a pie falling from the sky. Why, after just a few days, has something so perfectly suited to my wishes happened? After 2 years, no matter how passionate the feelings are, they must fade, right? She asked, what if you're not willing to let go when the time comes? I won't be. I can distinguish between false affection and feigned intentions. The princess need not fear being unable to get away then. Of course, if the princess is not at ease, we can sign an agreement as proof. She excitedly said, all right then, let's write it down as proof. In her heart, she secretly said, I can't seem to think of any reason to disagree. Jiu Xingshun, I am not a kind person. In the years past, my hands have been stained with a fair amount of blood. Before, because I like you, I only ever showed you a warm and harmless side. If we begin this agreement, I am not certain where the final outcome will lead. If the princess only wants to put on a facade and deceive her way through, that is not possible with me. Therefore, I still hope the princess will think it over carefully and be truly willing to compensate me for the trade between our two dynasties to have come to this. Yan Xian thought to himself, I'll give her one last chance to regret. If she agrees, I will never let go, whether she likes it or not. I want her, with only me in her eyes, to be bound to me for lifetimes to come. If she is just heartless and thoughtless, I want her to grow a heart and lungs to make her feel the joy and sorrow I felt back then, to completely and thoroughly fall for me. She replied crisply, I am willing, I am willing. Don't say those things anymore, as long as you want when we separate. Even if I wanted to pretend, I couldn't fake having deep feelings for you. Then I'll be heartbroken and despairing, crying in agony for you, to put you completely at ease. Yan Xian was silent for a moment after she finished speaking. Then he said, then I will wait for the princess. In short, it's only 2 years. It will pass in a flash. What's more, if doing these things can remove the thorn in your heart, I am willing to bear the consequences. The seed sown that year, the fruit must be reaped now, and I must be the one to bear it. All right, I'll go draw up the contract. Does the princess have anything to add? No. Yan Xian then affixed his seal. Yan Xian. She picked up the contract, feeling in her heart that it didn't seem quite real. Yan Xian said, does the princess have any other questions? My parents are not very easy to talk to. They might not agree to our marriage so easily. I will handle it properly. I have 7 older brothers. They might not be easy to talk to. If we separate then, they might come and cause trouble for you. You just need to agree. I will handle the rest. She asked, after signing the contract, can I really not go back on my word? Yan Xian crossed his arms and asked back, what do you think? What if some sudden situation arises? What if there's a trap dug and waiting for me? I always feel like I'm sending a lamb into a tiger's den. Yan Xian said there are no what ifs. Any other questions? She replied, no. She thought to herself, I just vaguely married myself off like this. to ensure our transaction proceeds smoothly. I hope the princess will list out every single thing she did wrong to me before, all the things she deceived me about. List them on paper, and I will not pursue the past. All right. A moment later, Yin Xian picked it up to look. Is this all? There shouldn't be anything else, right? She thought to herself. Weren't all the sweet nothings I said back then already dug up by royal uncle? She then suddenly blurted out, the things that must be said these past 2 years, I don't really remember much. Does that count? After all, thinking of you is not a pleasant thing. She mused to herself. So gradually, I forced myself not to remember anymore. Many things I instinctively forgot. Yin Xian also thought to himself. So it turns out the past events of that year were not without a trace for her. She said, in those 2 wooden figurines, I'm actually very good at carving. I just wanted you to feel sorry for me back then. So I pretended it took a long time to carve. Carving the wooden figurines to be ugly was actually quite an effort. Yin Xian said, in the Yinluan Academy, there is a master skilled in carving. You had better give me an explanation. There's really nothing between him and me. Before I met you, I want to find a master skilled in carving for the Yinluan Academy. After hearing of Master Ryu's fame, I sincerely invited him. Then he said he only wanted to pass on his skills to someone who truly wanted to learn the craft and wanted to test how sincere I really was. I studied with him for 3 months, and I really did learn the craft seriously for 3 months. I just don't know why. The other party insisted that I had taken a fancy to him, which was why I was willing to be a wooden puppet for him. After he returned with me to the Yinluan Academy, he cried every day as if I had done something very outrageous. But in reality, he was heartbroken because he thought a young noble lady like the princess, not afraid of hardship, traveling 1,000 miles to learn carving from me, must like me, and was finding an excuse to get close to me. She continued in an aggrieved tone. As for the others, the process was different, but I don't know why the results were all similar. Yin Xian lowered his face and said, explanation accepted. She turned and leaned against Yin Xian, flustered. So, desiring your body, is that really okay? Of course. Then, royal uncle, let me hold your hand. As she spoke, Yin Xian took her hand and then pulled her into his arms for a hug. She still couldn't believe her eyes. You really are royal uncle. Why would royal uncle say such things to me right after waking up? This must be a dream. She used her hands to knead Yin Xian's face. Does the princess believe it now? I believe. It's unbelievable. Royal uncle actually let me squeeze his face without stopping me. This transaction is really worth it. I just don't know to what extent I can desire. She said, then can you give me a kiss? Yin Xian took the initiative and kissed her on the lips unexpectedly. Yin Xian said, I couldn't ask for more. Then he continued to kiss her on the lips. Jiuxing Shun said shyly, wanting to do you, is that okay too? As you wish. As long as the princess sees this as a mutually beneficial transaction, you could do whatever you want to me. She threw herself into Yin Xian's arms. He then picked her up and slowly walked into the room. Then he placed her on the bed. Wait, will you go back on your word when you wake up? Yin Xian gently lifted her chin and replied, I won't. The contract is set. Neither you nor I have a chance to go back on our word. So are there limits to these things? Until I get tired of it, there are no limits. She said, that's great. Wait a moment. She pressed her nose against Yin Xian and sniffed. He said in a low voice, Jiuxing Shun, no smell of alcohol. You're sober, so you really do remember everything. Of course I remember. I was just testing you to see if you would really keep your word. Now I'm completely at ease. Royal uncle, I love you. I know, but hearing you say it is different. Then I'll say it again and again. I love you. I love you. I love you. Enough talking now. Show me with your actions. As you wish. Jiuxing Shun, from now on, you are mine alone. And you are mine alone as well. This transaction, we've both won. Yes, we've both won. Forever and ever. Forever and ever. I promise you. And I promise you too. Her mind was momentarily filled with indescribable images. She asked, I can check however I want? Of course. As soon as Yin Xian finished speaking, she pounced on him. Can I check here? What about this place? There's nothing unusual. And this place too. Yin Xian grabbed her hand and said, Princess, that's enough. He flipped her over so she was underneath him. Why is this not like what I imagined? Where did the previously shy, restrained, and embarrassed Yin Xian go? I can't be seduced by beauty anymore. The next day, Jiuxing Shun was carefully choosing, rummaging through everything. This one or this one. Why do I get the feeling that our princess has suddenly started to fan her tail feathers? Princess, the royal uncle has arrived. Jiuxing Shun quickly turned and ran out. Seeing Yin Xian, the maids exclaimed, "The royal uncle dressed like this is so handsome. That's it. Even if he's the princess's old lover, I want to have a crush on him too. I feel like the royal uncle has become a bit gentler." Hearing this, Jiao Xingshun glanced over and said, not aloud, "Wait, it seems she's not the only one who paid attention to their attire today. So, you and the royal uncle, there seems to be something. Definitely something unusual." Jiao Xingshun became shy and embarrassed, then blushed and said, "The other day, the royal uncle proposed to me, and then I agreed." The two maids exclaimed, "What? I don't think I quite understand what the princess means. It's only been 2 days, and the princess has gone from drowning her sorrows in wine to being about to be married off as someone's wife. Princess, if you're being forced, just blink your eyes." She recalled the terms of the agreement. First, in front of others, the princess must maintain the image of a loving couple with me. She then smiled and said, "We just, after going through so much, finally discovered that the other person is the only one in our hearts. So we decided to mend our broken mirror and prepare to sign a beautiful marriage contract." Zhu Yuan said, "Indeed, there's nothing that a night's sleep can't solve. Indeed, there's nothing our princess can't do. No wonder the trade between the two dynasties has progressed. So this is the reason." She said, "Don't talk nonsense." Then she went to call him royal uncle. Still calling him royal uncle. She gave a sheepish smile. Yin Xian. Then she hooked his hand with hers. And just like that, the two of them left hand in hand. The maids were secretly excited. Spring has arrived. The beautiful people are all pairing up. What's that strong smell? It's the sour smell of love. So, next, we probably have work to do. Being subjected to their PDA, preparing for the wedding, shopping to go home, communicating with the Ministry of Revenue. I wonder where the wedding will be held then, or maybe one in each country. Also, should we call him royal uncle or prince consort? Back to Jiao Xingshun. Although, this is the bustling and magnificently capital, a dating holy land. She thought to herself, I really want to close my eyes and praise it, but the praise won't come out. Yin Xian's guard was secretly bewildered. According to the investigation, this place is indeed the most popular dating spot for couples in the capital. Why doesn't it look like it? A 5A level scenic spot, carved beams and painted rafters, lush green trees. The guard crumpled the map and threw it away. The next place will definitely be good. A moment later, he led them to a water wheel area. The next place will definitely be good. It's that place. Young men and women in the capital all like to write their names on wish papers and hang them on that sanching tree. It's said to be very effective. A master of picking duds. Who would have known the rumor and the reality would be so different? Where are the leaves? Why are there only bare branches? Yin Xian said, if two people are meant to be together for a long time, why would they entrust their feelings to demons and gods? If two people are not meant to be together for a long time, praying to gods is useless. A moment later, Jiao Xingshun said, since we're already here, we should still go through the motions. Shouldn't you be swamped with work? How do you have the free time to go on a date with an ordinary person like me? She recalled his past words. This king is swamped with work. The people I interact with are countless. You're just an ordinary person among them. Yin Xian saw through her and asked, does the princess want me to admit that you are not an ordinary person in my heart? If you want to understand it that way, that's fine too. The princess is indeed one of a kind in my mind. She thought, although I know it's hard to tell if these sweet words are true or false, it's still very enjoyable to hear them. But back then, saying I was swamped with work was a lie. The truth was I wanted to prove that I didn't care about you. With my status, the fewer things I have to do, the better. The more mediocre I appear, the more at ease others will be. The way he looks now, how lonely. She said, even though the capital is filled with sounds of joy everywhere, there must be quiet places too. I want to see the places related to you, and I also want to hear about your past. Yin Xian hesitated slightly, but then saw her excited and expectant face. He said, all right, I grew up in the palace since I was a child, and later I was busy with court affairs. The places I went to every day were just those few. In the past, when I was troubled, I always liked to come to this place, standing high and looking far, watching the traffic flow like water, watching the bustling mortal world. It was as if all my troubles disappeared and all the sacrifices were worthwhile. This is the elite capital I am familiar with. I am a fourth in my family. At 10, I was granted my own manor and in theft as the prince of SOC. Later, my elder brother suddenly passed away. Before his death, he entrusted me, and I was appointed as the prince regent, ruling in place of the emperor. When my father and brother were alive, I could still be willful. After they passed away, I could only bear the heavy responsibility. When others were in their youth, with fine clothes and fine horses by their side, they could laugh and talk freely. But when I was young and in power, I was all alone. There was no one I could trust, no one I could ask. Every day was a struggle against enemies, always worried that one wrong step would lead me into a bottomless abyss. I didn't dare to be lazy for a moment. It's not an exaggeration to say it was like licking blood from the edge of a blade. My heart was clearly in misery, but on the outside, I could only pretend to be calm. At that time, I was always worried that I wasn't doing enough and also afraid that I was doing too much, overstepping my bounds. It wasn't until the court was stabilized, after His Majesty's grand wedding, and he took charge himself, that I could let go of power and travel the world. If I am not in the capital, His Majesty can more easily display his talents. Therefore, my personality is quiet and uninteresting, and I'm used to being alone. The princess wants to know my past, but my past is nothing worth mentioning. No wonder he doesn't know much about the interesting places in the capital. Although the world calls him royal uncle, a generation higher in seniority, when he first came to power, he was just a young teenager. While she was pondering, Yan Xian asked, "What about the princess?" "Me? Actually, I have even less to say." She felt secretly ashamed. In the past, his powerful waves were all about life and death matters, while I appeared idle every day, not doing any proper work. Yan Xian then said, "When I left Yin capital, I sat in a tea house for a whole day. I also heard all kinds of your heroic deeds for a day. Compared to hearing about you from others, I'd rather hear you tell me yourself." I didn't know that happened back then. She thought, that day he sat in the tea house for a day, he must have heard many things that made him uncomfortable. She said, "Although I don't know what they said, I can roughly guess. They were all making things up. You shouldn't believe them. Don't be anxious. You can start from the beginning. Unlike your heart-stirring past, my life has always been very peaceful. I am the youngest in the family. For the past 19 years, I've been eating, drinking, and playing, living a mediocre and dull life. Although I was born into the imperial family, there weren't many deceptions around me. My imperial father and mother, as well as my elder brothers, all protected me very well. Every day, I only needed to think about eating, drinking, and having fun. What my family expected of me was nothing more than a smooth, healthy, and happy life. Perhaps it's because in the past, the noble ladies of the great Zhou dynasty often encountered unfaithful men. Therefore, the noble ladies popularized a system of multiple husbands. Since I was young, my father told me that I would have more than 10 prince consorts in the future, and I must not be monopolized by one rotten man. The older sisters in my clan also often told me not to put all my affection on one person, and especially not to like someone blindly. Otherwise, it would be very heartbreaking. I didn't want to be heartbroken, so I treated their words as a sacred decree. In the past, I didn't feel there was anything wrong with being fickle. I also didn't feel that presenting the man I liked for everyone to admire was a very outrageous thing. My older sisters often did that. In their eyes, this was a generous act, not hiding things for themselves. Although at that time, when I first tried to share, I didn't feel the joy of it. I just wanted to cover their eyes, to keep you only for myself. It wasn't until I came to the Great Yi, saw, and heard many things that I realized this was not an appropriate thing to do. It turns out that only we, the women of the Little Zhou dynasty, are like this. I'm sorry. Back then, you had just managed to escape the vortex of power and travel the world, only to meet someone as ignorant as me. So that's how it is. Then where did those rumors come from? Defying the heavens, being willful and headstrong, having 3,000 handsome men for the noble ladies to enjoy. How did the rumors become like that? It's those old-fashioned officials in the court. They only allow men to visit courtesans, but don't allow women to appreciate beauty. They're used to seeing men with 3 wives and 4 concubines, but point fingers when they see women keeping male favorites. The noble ladies just glanced at their sons, asked if they were married yet, and it was rumored that they wanted to harass them. I usually stand up for justice, but because of my noble status in Little Zhou, they always say I condone the noble lady's misbehavior, a real black sheep. I wasn't convinced by what they said, and sometimes I couldn't help but teach them a lesson, which then became being headstrong by nature, extravagant and debauched. We would gather for outings, men and women sitting at the same table, and they would call it corrupting public morals. The more they fabricated and made things up, the more we wanted to go against them, just to see them get so angry they'd puff out their beards and glare. Later, after I opened the academy, the rumors grew even more. The purpose of establishing the academy was to let the noble ladies read books together, to prevent them from causing trouble and gossiping, but simply because the noble ladies were playful and couldn't sit still, so to give them more motivation to study. I specially recruited handsome tutors, so that besides reading and studying, they could also appreciate some beauty. It was clearly just an innocent academy, but from their mouths, it became an unbearably filthy affair. It got to the point where many people's faces would change just hearing the academy's name, making it extremely difficult for us to recruit tutors, requiring all sorts of schemes and efforts. At times, I would also feel indignant about why they thought of me that way, but later I thought, they're not me. How could they know what I'm thinking? If I don't care, those thoughts won't have too much of an impact on me. If I do care, then they will have achieved their goal. Besides, I am a princess. A little damage to my reputation is not that important to me. My royal father is also extremely protective. Every time he received memorials impeaching me, he would first join me in scolding them. Then he would lightly dismiss the matter, and the court officials could do nothing. After that, I completely ignored those fabrications. After all, no matter what I did, they would talk, so I just did things more as I pleased. I never expected that because of my arrogance, I underestimated the power of words and caused you a second injury. Yan Xian said, it's all in the past. At that time, in a fit of anger, I did believe some of it. Later, when I met you again, I knew the rumors weren't true. She thought to herself, he suspected me simply because he left in anger after being teased. Hearing those exaggerated descriptions of me, of course he would feel that I was deliberately toying with him. With his pride, holding a grudge for a lifetime and never looking back would all be natural. I can't let go like this. Therefore, since I have a chance, I absolutely must compensate him well. After that, after a great deal of effort, I finally found them all. People say the delicacies of day have three bests. The crystal dumplings from Bo Fu Fuang, the soy braised duck from Tien Phuong Lao, and the fried HPO ribs from Yukok Lai. Each shop has limited quantities and times. You can't order in advance. You have to line up early, and no amount of money can make the shopkeepers make an exception. Yan Xian, for the past 20 years for the country, for the state, you had no personal feelings. From now on, the future is long. You can enjoy beautiful scenery, eat delicious food, and live for yourself. Although I'm not good at anything, I'm the best at eating and drinking. Vandu of Xiaozhou also has lots and lots of delicious food. We didn't get to go back then, so when we return, I will personally take you to visit every place. Vandu also has many beautiful landscapes. The vast grasslands, the sparkling Lover's Lake at dusk, the cliffs that transform with the clouds. Although I've never told you, in my heart, you have always been the most handsome person. Before, it was because I was thoughtless, but I have the heart to make it up to you. No matter what happens after 2 years, at least for these 2 years, I will try my best to make up for the hurt I brought you. Yan Xian couldn't help but say, perhaps you could open your heart and try to love someone with all your might. Then he hugged her tightly. You can't neglect the important things for the trivial ones. Jiuxingshun, you give me a papaya. I will repay you with a fine jade. Meaning, if someone gives me a small gift, I must repay them with a precious one. Both their hearts pounded. Some people say, your past style of dealing with enemies was to lure them into a trap, then boil the frog in warm water. Is that true? It's true. So, in the past, if you were betrayed or let down by someone, you would never look back. Could that be called exacting revenge for every slight? That's also true. So, you're not luring me into a trap, planning to boil me in warm water, are you? The scene in her mind now. Lure me into liking him first, then abandon me. Do what needs to be done. Complete the transaction, the marriage contract. Princess, take a guess. When she was too flustered to answer, Yan Xian chuckled lightly and said, as the regent, responsible for the lives of thousands, one must be heartless and unfeeling. If I were soft-hearted and trusted people easily, giving traitors another chance, I would be utterly destroyed and implicate the lives of others. I can't afford that gamble. But a gentle blade that stabs the bottom of the heart, drawing no blood, not harming one's life. Want to try again? Princess, do you dare to try with me? She replied, try is also possible. She thought to herself, if he really wants this, it could be considered give and take. The past matters can be completely erased. She said seriously, Yan Xian, from today onwards, I will try with all my might to like you. The way the princess says it, it sounds so real. What if I really do think that way? Then I won't be able to hold back from showing my affection for you. How would you show it? Huh? Yan Xian kissed her on the lips. Both of their faces flushed red. So this is how you show affection. Then she responded, and just like that, the two of them embraced and kissed. Just as the moment was getting romantic, the expert mood killer suddenly appeared. Niece, are you going back to your country soon? Jiao Xingshan was swept up in the kiss, completely unaware. Yin Xingyong exclaimed in shock, Royal uncle, niece, how could you two? Zhu Yuan immediately pulled him away. Adults are kissing. Kids shouldn't watch. Only then did she say, it seems like someone is watching. What does it matter? Very soon, everyone will know that Prince SOC, Yin Xian of the Day dynasty, will soon marry Princess Jiao Xingshan of the Zhou dynasty. We will become a legitimate husband and wife, blessed by the people of both dynasties. We can openly, in any place, show our affection for each other. For example, at this very moment, outside, Yin Xingyong shouted, Royal uncle, this is being old and improper, messing up the seniority, losing your integrity in old age. Zhu Yuan said, what do you mean, niece? You should call her Royal Aunt. Xingyong pondered to himself, red hair, red eyes, a beauty mark. Then he screamed internally, Royal uncle actually tripped over the same stone twice. So all that talk about seniority was just nonsense. Royal uncle, to think you're this kind of person. Xingyong walked in, looked at the two of them, and yelled, Royal uncle, are you two finally done kissing? I've been waiting here for you for ages. Xingyong felt Yin Xian's murderous glare on him and thought to himself, if you have the guts to do it, why don't you have the guts to let people talk? Meanwhile, Zhu Yuan stared at her blushing princess. After a moment, Jiao Xingshan said, we're an unmarried couple. What's wrong with doing a few things to show affection? Nothing's wrong. I just feel that the princess like this is also very good. So, Royal uncle, do you really want to marry the princess? Yes. Well, it's fine, but there is no but. Tomorrow, I will enter the palace to explain to His Majesty. Wait, Royal uncle, you're not going back to the manor of SOC? Of course not. This prince must follow the local customs and live together with the princess. He suspected that phrase. Is this a man marrying out like a bowl of spilled water? That night, Yin Xian said, can I stay here tonight? Why ask so much? She thought, he clearly just decisively informed me that he wanted to live with me. Yin Xian poked her nose and said, this is a formality. So the princess's answer is, Jiao Xingshan said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, cleaned and waiting for the guest. In her thoughts at this moment, confessing my feelings, you are in my heart, living together, sharing a bed and pillow, my heart is gradually soaring. But in reality, wait, it seems my period has come. Yin Xian stroked her head. Princess, we will have at least more than 800 days and nights. It's all right. There's no need to rush at this moment. Then he held her as they slept together. Yin Xian asked, does it hurt? She said it hurt a little. She thought to herself, why couldn't it come earlier or later? Why'd it have to be right at this moment? Suddenly, Yin Xian placed his hand on her abdomen and rubbed it. An unusual warmth spread through her. Is it better? She was dazed for a moment, then replied, it's better. Before, when I slept with him, I always wanted to cling to him, to be close to his body. Only now do I realize just a gentle hug like this is also very good. She gazed at Yin Xian's hand, then gently took it, their 10 fingers intertwining. Suddenly, Yin Xian opened his eyes and asked, what is the princess thinking about? Why did he wake up? She quickly pulled her hand back. I was thinking, the princess doesn't need to feel guilty. I've said before, the princess can do anything she wants to me. Wanting to be intimate with me, wanting to secretly hold my hand, is even better. She thought to herself, we often shared a bed and pillow before, and we've done things more intimate than this. But I never realized before that just holding hands for fun could also make one so nervous. Clearly, he can now speak sweet nothings as if writing poetry, but his ears are also extremely red. It's just that him being like this is truly endearing. She looked up and called, Yin Xian. Then she turned and hugged him. Calling his name once more, Yin Xian. What did you do during those 2 years? Perhaps the atmosphere is too good, making me lower my guard. Why did I? Dot asked such a mood-killing question. I can't poke at someone's wound. Those 2 years, the first year, I tried to forget you. The second year, it seemed I had forgotten you. The third year, 3 years of gathering firewood burned in 1 hour. The first year, he fled from the Xiaozhou dynasty in a panic. He locked up the residence he had prepared for her in the royal manor. He burned all the letters related to the marriage. He ordered others to throw away their absurd token of love, the wooden statue. He intended to wipe away all traces of her existence. However, in unguarded moments, he would always reveal his longing for her. At that time, a guard was surprised. I remember this was thrown away. Am I hallucinating? But he was the one who had picked it back up. Royal uncle, what kind of appearance in a woman pleases you? Red eyes, a beauty mark, red hair, a mouth full of lies, beautiful but talkative. Anyone with the above traits is not acceptable. At the birthday banquet, royal uncle, this parrot has feathers of peculiar color. It is especially rare. I present it on this occasion. May your highness's fortune be as vast as the eastern sea and your longevity as eternal as the southern mountains. Seeing the arrogant red parrot, its imposing aura surged. This king has indeed never seen such a peculiar bird, daring to brazenly provoke me at my own birthday banquet. Well, if not, take this bird and stew it. He secretly thought that Yan Xian's silence indicated his agreement. So he ordered his men, quick, move a little faster. This bird's audacity is as big as the sky, disrespectful to the royal uncle. It deserves to die. He saw Yan Xian approaching and thought, it's just a bird, yet the royal uncle needs to come and see it. It shows how much it has offended the royal uncle. The red parrot immediately flew up. Its savior has arrived. Chirp. It flew and snuggled into Yan Xian's arms, chirping, chirp, chirp, chirp. Savior, chirp, chirp, chirp. It acted extremely pitiful, shamelessly fawning. The images overlapped, the incarnation of the princess. Yan Xian said with a serious face, it's just a bird. If it is a kind gesture, this king will have to accept it. Even if it's a bird, this king does not wish to see blood on my birthday. Royal uncle, what is this red parrot's name? Yan Xian said, Xiao Xian. Isn't this bird red? Isn't Xian black? The desire for revenge surged. Yan Xian said correctly, its name is Xiao Xian. As for that black one, just call it Xiao Ciu. After returning to his country, he convinced himself not to think of her. He also strictly forbade others from inquiring about news related to her. It's just that she was a princess of a country with a far-reaching reputation. So even if he didn't intentionally seek news of her, rumors related to her would always unintentionally reach his ears. Well, he discovered that even the rumors that angered him were news about her that he looked forward to hearing. Each time, he grew to despise himself even more. Fortunately, he was good at restraint. The more he despised himself, it seemed he could gradually, truly forget her. He could calmly watch the red bird bully the black bird. When he accidentally heard someone discussing her, he could also calmly turn and walk away. He thought he had succeeded, not expecting that he had only hidden it deeper. Speaking to this point, Yan Xian asked again, and the princess? She said, initially when you left, I was extremely reluctant, and I couldn't figure it out, not knowing why it turned out like this. Perhaps at that time, I was just as you said, in an age of youthful passion, and the abrupt stop when I was extremely excited was why I missed you. I really wanted to find you, but there was no news. During that time, she would often wake with a start, and when she found no one beside her, she would also feel a bit desolate. She would suddenly daze off, and would also think that if one day she suddenly found him, what could she say? But thinking of the words he said to her, it seemed she had no way to refute them. Then, thinking that when they met again, he would surely be very disgusted in his heart, she shouldn't miss him even more. Afterwards, she fell gravely ill. It was extremely uncomfortable. She hated herself in that state. Her personality was not one to always regret, to be immersed in the past. For things that made her feel unhappy, she would naturally produce a defense mechanism and begin to force herself not to think about them anymore. Perhaps the love was not deep enough back then. Afterwards, I fell ill. After I recovered, I thought that perhaps we were fated to meet, but not to be together. So I thought more openly, and the desire to find you also faded. Speaking to this point, Coco let out a sound. Yan Xian placed his hand on her abdomen. After all, you will still feel heartache for me. So what about now? How much love is there now? Compared to that little bit back then, it will be a little more. Every day, it will be a little more than yesterday. What about you? How much love do you have for me? A little less than back then, but a little more than yesterday, and a little less than tomorrow. That is to say, every day, he will also like me a little more than yesterday. Suddenly she said, I can't hold it in either. What if I want to express my love for you? Then she hugged Yan Xian and kissed him. As for him, Yan Xian blushed and turned away. She stopped and looked away, puzzled. Is it not okay? You clearly expressed it like this during the day. It's okay. It's just that tonight, I want to be more of a man, not a beast. She had a wicked thought. Right. So today he is just a paper tiger who can't do anything. I can freely touch, kiss, and hug as I please, seduce him to my heart's content, without fear of a counterattack. She hesitated, but I wanna kiss you, wanna be close to you, wanna express that I love you a little more each day. Tonight, this king is kindly helping the princess soothe her stomachache. Yet the princess treats this king like this. Brother Xian, you don't like it? You're not answering me. Is it because I'm not a good kisser? Yan Xian stroked her head and asked, what does the princess think? This princess feels we could try again. Yan Xian pushed her down. Jiuxing Shun, you can run on the 1st, but you can't hide on the 15th. Whether it's the anger you gave me back then or what you're giving me now. In the future, I will definitely let you know how much I love you. She said dumbfoundedly, Royal Uncle, how on earth do you do it? Always saying indecent things with such a serious face. I'm tired, let's sleep. A moment later, seeing her wrapped up tightly, Yin Xian sighed helplessly, stood up, and went to take a bath. The next day, Yin Xian went to court early. The emperor asked, Royal Uncle, have you thought it through? You really want to personally go to Xiaozhou to marry the princess of the Zhou dynasty? Yes, this servant told your majesty that to hesitate when a decision is needed will lead to trouble. But this servant still overestimated myself. Since I cannot let go, I will try with all my might. Someone told this servant that for the past 20 years, this servant had no private feelings, only for the country and its people. The future is long. I can enjoy the beautiful scenery, eat delicious food, and live for myself. This servant has no interest in power. I only want to be an idle person. Before, it was merely due to circumstances accepting the mandate in a time of crisis. Escaping the fleeting officialdom is not this servant's wish. For the rest of my life, this servant only wants to be with that person, enjoy the beautiful scenery, travel the world, and eat all the delicious food. For more than 20 years, this servant has never been willful. But now, this servant wants to be willful once, to trust her once. I hope your majesty will grant my wish. Uncle should know how the civil and military officials in court will judge you. What the civil and military officials think, this servant does not care. The only thing this servant cares about is your majesty's thoughts. Royal Uncle, do you know? We have never been afraid of you asking for something. We are most afraid of you wanting nothing. Now that you have asked, we will naturally agree. The Xiaozhou dynasty is rich in produce. We can form an alliance, and Royal Uncle is someone we trust. You can act freely. Before Royal Uncle came to the palace to request an audience, Minister Zhang had already rushed to us to add fuel to the fire. He said Royal Uncle marrying the princess is just a cover, that he actually covets the support of the Xiaozhou dynasty. He said with Royal Uncle's ability to let you marry the princess of the Xiaozhou dynasty, if you stay in the Zhou dynasty, it would be no different from releasing a tiger back to the mountains, carving out your own fiefdom. Although the Zhou dynasty is currently weak, it is rich in minerals. With mountains of gold and silver, there's no guarantee it won't become powerful. Minister Zhang previously wanted to marry his younger sister to Royal Uncle. We know this. Naturally, we will not believe his divisive words. In the past, we always felt that Royal Uncle was detached from the mortal world. It seemed as if from birth, you only had the country and its people. But because of the princess's appearance, we can see the princess must be the one Royal Uncle is devoted to. At that time, the emperor said to the guard, but one cannot be without precautions. Royal Uncle is about to go on a diplomatic mission to the Xiaozhou dynasty on behalf of Day. You go with him, get some fresh air, and help us observe what kind of person she is. Of course, if there is any sign of trouble, you know what to do. This servant obeys. The emperor took her hand. Qingyai, as for Empress Zhang, she has been spoiled since childhood. Her temperament is indeed a bit arrogant. She pulled her hand away. Yes, this servant understands. Your Majesty and the Empress are of one mind. Whether to deal with the Empress or how to deal with her is not something this servant can interfere with. You don't need to be so distant with us. As for the Zhang family, if they remain honest and content, so be it. If they want to climb higher, we will naturally not be soft-hearted. Your Majesty does not need to say these things to this servant. Your Majesty, the distinction between ruler and subject is clear. This subordinate is merely your guard. Royal uncle holds power over the entire realm. How could he not love power? Wait until the day of the grand wedding and see if he can still let go of power. What selflessness? What dedication? Those are all lies to deceive people. How could there be someone who would sacrifice themselves for others like that? How could there be someone not moved by the easily attainable imperial power? In those years, although he knew that royal uncle truly disliked war and only did it to fulfill his father's dying wish, it's not that he was never afraid, not that he never had doubts. Only Qingyai will always, forever. She turned to leave, and the emperor called out, Qingyai, yes, your majesty. She turned back, and the emperor grabbed her hand, but she once again pulled her hand back. Qingyai, you will always be loyal to us, right? She knelt and replied, of course. Then you'll never leave us, right? She said coldly, this servant is your subject. For as long as your majesty is willing to have this servant by your side, this servant will stay. The emperor then withdrew his hand. This servant is about to follow the diplomatic mission to the Xiaozhou dynasty. During this time, I hope your majesty takes care, and may you and the empress share a loving marital life. As for Yan Xian, after returning from the palace, he was writing when Zhou Xingshun came up from behind. Brother Xian, it's late, you should rest. Sure, I'm still busy, be good for a bit. She thought to herself, he's not taking this bait, let's try again. She said, you've been a paper tiger for so many days, don't you want to? Then she kissed Yan Xian's neck, causing his face to flush red. He grabbed her hand and pushed her down onto the desk. Princess, I am writing the marriage certificate. In the future, it needs to be presented to the two emperors and read before the people of our two dynasties. It cannot be done carelessly. She felt a pang of guilt. It seems I've disturbed him from his official duties. Then she said, then I'll sleep alone. He said it's late. The princess must write with me. Together? How together? The princess will know in a moment. She said doubtfully, why do I have a bad feeling about this? It's very late. We should rest. Princess, the ink is all smudged. To write this marriage certificate, I racked my brains, worried I would make a mistake. The princess has ruined my half-evening's effort. How should the princess compensate me? You're playing the victim after being the culprit. As she finished speaking, Yan Xian placed a kiss on her lips. Isn't it because you're being unreasonable? If it weren't for you. Yan Xian kissed her lips once more. She scowled and said, will you let me speak? I'm so mad, I won't be easily coaxed. Yan Xian affectionately kissed her cheek. Moi moi. She glared and thought to herself, teasing and sweet-talking me is useless. Princess, this trick of playing the victim is something this king learned from you. Could it be you threw that lock away? My deep love and affection for you were in vain. Sobi. You don't even feel sorry for me. Your muscles have also gotten bigger. The things the princess did to this king a few days ago were much more unreasonable than today. Are you saying the princess is allowed to start a fire, but I'm not allowed to light a lamp? She said guiltily, well, you can't do that either. Princess, I hope the princess can forgive my irrepressible feelings. She hesitated. Well, all right. A moment later. You cheat. You big cheat. You don't keep your word. You broke your promise for your own gain. Princess, this is tit for tat. A big cheat and a small cheat. Aren't we a match made in heaven? She was so frustrated she could vomit blood. The past is past. Her sins are piling up. As the princess felt that this king always repays a grudge, she cried inwardly, boo-hoo, I can't provoke the powerful one anymore. Next time, will you still dare? Boo-hoo-hoo. Next time I won't dare. Yan Xian, brother Xian. A few days ago, the princess teased this king day and night, leaving this king with an unresolved gloom in his heart. Today, while I was thinking about how to propose to the people of Xiaozhou and your parents, so they would agree to give you to me, the princess came to disturb me again. Compensating this king with one evening isn't too much, is it? Of course it is. Before she could finish her sentence, Yan Xian sealed her lips with a kiss. She cried out, again. Zhou Xingshun, you still don't understand. She asked blankly, understand what? Every time you call me Brother Xian, how many times have you successfully begged for mercy? She struggled, trying to break free and shouting, Dog Yan Xian, Dog Yan Xian. But in the end, she was still caught. Her escape failed. Princess, it's time for some exercise. The princess wants to go back on her word. It's in black and white. The contract is made. It's too late to go back on your word now. She thought to herself, at this rate, will I even have a chance to go back on my word? This kind of payback, my old bones really can't take it. Yan Xian hugged her and said softly, Zhou Xingshun, you'll make me feel it was worth it, won't you? Then they both fell asleep. Zhou Xingshun stretched and recalled last night. He was truly a reincarnated hungry wolf. But afterwards he was meticulous and thorough, leaving no spot untouched, and his service after was very attentive. Now, her whole body was glowing, feeling refreshed and light. It seems he has some conscience after all. She held the crumpled marriage certificate and thought to herself, it's just that later on. Later, when the envoy reads the marriage certificate, how can I look at the words on it with a straight face? Suddenly a handmaiden ran in calling, "Princess!" The general goods and prices for our trade with the Dame Ministry of Revenue have been basically determined. The rest will require further negotiation upon returning to our country. In addition, this time, besides the royal uncle, the Day Court has also dispatched Marquis Yongning to accompany us back to Shaozhou, and has also sent the female guard by His Majesty's side to protect you on your journey home. Zhu Yuan paused and thought to herself, why does the scene in the study look like someone just had a fight? Jiu Shun said, continue. She thought, in the past, when trading with neighboring countries, the other party always wanted to take advantage, bully the weak, and force our prices down. Regardless of anything else, in the matter of trade between our two courts, he must have taken great care of us. The Day Court's cooperative attitude is full of sincerity. As she was sitting and thinking in front of the mirror, Yanxian woke up and walked over. Do you like Day? I like it a lot. These past 2 days, I went to the market districts to buy gifts for my parents and friends. The interesting and exquisite items in the Day dynasty are truly diverse and varied, making it hard for one to put them down. The Queen Mother lives in seclusion in the deep palace and likes novel anecdotes. I bought many local scenic records, as well as Lubon locks and 9 linked rings for her. There are also many magnificent paintings of the capital to help her relieve her boredom. The Emperor Father likes calligraphy and paintings by famous masters. I have found many ancient books and original works by famous Dame masters for him. I also bought a lot of fashionable clothes and jewelry, which I will give as rewards to the students at the Yinluan Academy when I return. I also bought quite a few local specialties. My second brother loves delicacies. I guess he will be happy for a long time. However, being able to promote trade between the two dynasties is in itself a matter of celebration for the Emperor Father and the others. It's just that. It's just what? She thought to herself, Day is good, but it's not my homeland. If in 2 years we are still together, can I persuade him to stay in Shaozhou? Suddenly Yin Xian asked, it's just that you still want to be a mere passerby in Day, right? So the sound of the breaking branch that day was him listening from behind. Yin Xian, I didn't mean that. It's not that I don't want to be with you. It's just that Shaozhou is my homeland, after all. Yin Xian patted her head, I know. Then he turned to leave. We have to set off tomorrow. We should rest early today. That's true. Although he has many suffocating memories in Day, Day is still the place that raised him. I'm unwilling to leave my homeland. How can I selfishly ask him to leave his? Half a month later, post station. Princess, there's a festival over here. I heard that during this festival, putting a flower in your hair can help you pray to the flower goddess for a happy marriage. Yan Xingyong turned and said, it's true that fine feathers make fine birds. Aren't you that silly little maid? How come you look so beautiful when you're all dressed up? I, Zhuyin, have a proper name. The Zhu family is also a great noble family in the Shaozhou dynasty. It's just that while on a mission today with the princess, of course, I had to be modest. As a lady in waiting by the princess's side, I had to be a bit more prim and proper. Now that we're about to return home, I'll naturally do as I please. Why are you wearing so many flowers on your head? Do you need that many romantic encounters? Wearing a few more flowers might make it easier to receive the flower goddess's favor. Of course I want to attract romance. After eating so much dog food, one would naturally get envious. Okay? Even so, you don't need to wear that many flowers, do you? Just how many peach blossoms do you want? Is it any of your business? Having a few more prospects is naturally better, isn't it? Jiu Shun also approached Yin Xian. She placed a flower in his hair. Princess, what are you doing? The garrison town is having a festival today. I know. Do you want to go take a look? When you go out, remember to take all the guards. We can rest at the post station and reorganize for 2 days before setting off again. Aren't you coming with me? But I want to go with you. She thought to herself, I want to casually hold his hand in the crowd. Even if it's an unimportant festival, I want to spend it with him. Yin Xian patted her head and said, I still have matters to attend to. I always feel that after that day, he has become much colder and more distant with me. Before, he couldn't wait to be with me day and night, but now he seems to show a bit of unfamiliarity. We said we would eat and live together, but in the end, we can't even sit in the same carriage. Does he still have a knot in his heart? A person walked up to Yin Xian and called Marquis. He said that Minister Zhang's side will surely make a move. He won't let go of this opportunity to make a fuss. Have you made any arrangements on your side? For His Majesty, no arrangement is the best arrangement. You're being overly cautious. If I hadn't always been like this, the person His Majesty would be most worried about right now would probably be me. Right now, His Majesty trusts me, and I trust His Majesty. For me, since I promised her, protecting her completely is the most important thing. As for everything else, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. If the Zhang family's actions this time can make His Majesty cut ties with them completely, it might not be a bad thing. As long as you have a plan in your heart, it's fine. Suddenly, the Marquis looked at Yin Xian awkwardly. This flower. Then he smiled and said, "It's normal for young people to be in love." He thought to himself, when I get home, I must also secretly place a flower on my wife. Lady Qingyai, you're the only one who hasn't put on a flower. Seeing this, Yin Xingyong sashayed over and said, I don't have one either. I want one too. You don't count. Go pick one yourself. Qingyai said, this subordinate is a guard. I cannot neglect my duties. Moreover, there is a difference in status. Oh, don't be so serious. Yin Xian also said cheerfully, that's right, this is so much cuter. Qingyai silently raised a hand to touch the flower on her head. Jiuxing Shun said, it's more fun when everyone is happy together. The Xiaozhou dynasty doesn't have so many rules. We don't fuss over status. We do as we please. We prefer to eat together at the same table, so of course we should have fun together too. Hearing Jiuxing Shun's words, Qingyai recalled, there are only the two of us here. We do not want to eat alone, nor do we want you to always have to watch us eat. At this moment, her face fell, looking melancholic. Jiuxing Shun asked, Qingyai, is there someone you like? In the Day Dynasty, what does one usually do with a person they like? She sighed inwardly. How am I supposed to coax him? Affection in the Xiaozhou dynasty is about temples touching, about causing trouble everywhere together. Perhaps these things are a bit too casual and unrestrained for the people of the Day dynasty. The previous tricks to coax others were not sincere. I guess he wouldn't like it either. Qingyai then replied, the person one likes? She pondered again. Qingyai, we want to rule in our own right. We need an empress with family background and status. Qingyai, protect her just as you protected my mother back then. Back then, we had no way to stop Mother from withering away day by day in the palace. Now, we hold great power, and we will absolutely not repeat the same mistake. Qingyai, if Mother could have been a little more stubborn and willful, a bit like Meng Yao, would she not have been bound by the cumbersome etiquette and reputation in the palace? Would she not have accumulated so much inner turmoil that she died young? We do not want to wear down her sharp edges. You must be tolerant of her. Qingyai, the imperial father, was tormented by love, which led to his early death and through the Day dynasty into a state of instability. I will absolutely not be tormented by love. Qingyai, you're not an outsider. You are the most important person we have left in this world. Qingyai, the emperor's words kept replaying in her mind. She said to Jiuxing Shun, everyone has a different way of treating the person they like. Some choose to keep their distance, watching from afar, protecting them in silence. They appear when the other person needs them and leave quietly when they are no longer needed. Others choose to be companions day and night. But no matter what, affection is something that doesn't need to be reciprocated. As long as you put yourself in their shoes and think for them, whatever you do will be good. A sincere heart will overcome all difficulties. Jiuxing Shun thought to herself, a sincere heart will overcome all difficulties. Suddenly, Zhu Yin came to call for the princess. Yin Xingyong said that the royal uncle, on this trip to the Xiaozhou dynasty, has brought half of his assets to show his sincerity. Even if it's just a marriage agreement, he's still prepared a generous betrothal gift. Perhaps this was never a transaction, but a long-plotted reconciliation. Whether his feelings are real or feigned, he has done so much for me. The next steps should be completed by me. A few days later, Yin Xian, I want to give you something. I thought I didn't carve it seriously before, so I'm being serious this time. We look like people now. Yin Xian stared without replying. She asked, no, you don't like it? I haven't touched in a long time, so I'm a bit out of practice. The craftsmanship is quite mediocre. Yin Xian asked in a hoarse voice, how long did it take to carve? Not too long. I just picked up the knife and carved a few lines whenever I had free time. She didn't want to emphasize the hardship, but he didn't seem to believe her. So she said, I did stay up a few nights. I didn't want you to know. I wanted to give you a little surprise. I could only carve it secretly. I want to repay what I owed you before in my own way. To take the deceptions of the past, the untamed memories, and wipe them away bit by bit. Yin Xian, I don't want to say perfunctory words to you. I don't know what will happen in the future, but at least for now, I want to create many, many good memories for us and not leave any regrets. I have never been anyone's wife, and I don't know how to be a good consort for you, but I will do my absolute best. If I do anything wrong, tell me immediately, okay? You haven't done anything wrong. Yin Xian told himself, it was I who thought wrongly. Even if her affection for me can never surpass her longing for her homeland. But day by day, little by little, it will slowly ripen one day. She said, but recently, you haven't wanted to be close to me. I want to marry you. A family elder must be present to show sincerity. For marriage negotiations between two nations, a ritual official must accompany us. Marquis Yongning is the most respected senior in the imperial family. Yin Xian said, even if he is not particular about formalities, we cannot act too freely in front of him, lest we startle him. The accompanying ritual officials, even if you deliberately screen them, there's still some who are inwardly conservative. I don't want others to have the slightest malicious speculation or gossip about you. We will have to return today in the future. I want you to be respected by everyone, not to be the subject of idle talk. Even though you might not care about these things, it's better to have one less trouble. She thought it made sense. The mindsets of the people of Day and Xiaozhou are different. They're extremely harsh towards women, so it's normal for him to have such concerns. She said with a pout, so I gave you the wooden figurine I worked so hard to make, and you didn't seem happy at all. You don't like it either. Yin Xian gently lifted her hand. I do like it, but I don't want to see you get hurt like this again. Does it hurt? Have you treated it? She replied happily, treated, it's treated. That's not enough. Let me treat it for you. Treat it meticulously. Does the princess want to be this close? You already know, yet you still ask. Yin Xian, are you really not angry? My mood was inevitably a little bad, and I needed some time to cool down, but it doesn't count as being angry. But why aren't you angry? Princess, have you ever considered that if the mountain won't come to me, perhaps I will go to it? Your is that you might stay in the Xiaozhou dynasty with me in the future. Of course, that depends on the princess's performance. Yin Xian, back then I truly lost a rare treasure. What was lost is now found again. She said, full of confidence, no matter in what aspect, my performance will definitely be excellent. No matter in what aspect, princess, to sit on me and say these words to me, I can very easily lose control. She kissed his lips. Kiss. Losing control occasionally is fine. Yin Xian, it's the same for me with you. You could do whatever you want. You can kiss me. You can be intimate with me. Losing control, of course, is also fine. Yin Xian, I want to see your ears secretly turn red when you hold my hand in front of everyone. I also want to see you lose control for me in our moments of passion. Yin Xian said into her ear, Princess, at first, I only wanted to kiss you. Now, I want to seriously ask the princess just how intimate we need to be. What? Anything is fine. Anything is fine, you say? She said Marquis Yongning is watching outside. So what should we do? You know full well, yet you still ask. The princess just said anything is fine. I don't care. I'm taking back my words. Who knew? Who knew you could be like this? Too late. The arrow is on the bowstring. How can it not be released? Yin Xian, you're truly devious. You're clearly a scoundrel, using the trick of a thief crying, stop thief, so skillfully. Don't lie to me. At that time, you really just wanted to make a transaction with me. If the princess feels it is a transaction, then it is a transaction. If the princess feels it is not a transaction, then it is not. From the day I proposed to the princess, the right to choose has been in the princess's hands. Again with the sweet talk. It's not sweet talk. It is what I think in my heart. Well, all right then. She took the initiative to reward him with a kiss on the lips. Just when the fish was on the chopping block, Yin Xian let her go. She asked in surprise, that's it? What else? Weren't we supposed to strike fast and retreat quickly? It turns out the princess feels this is not enough. However, princess, although we have an official status, fooling around in a place like this is still a bit too much. If the princess truly wants to be more intimate with me, we must make a date for when the moon rises over the willow trees. She said hesitantly and shyly, tonight, I will leave the door open for you. Then, Yin Xian got out of the carriage. Yin Xian. So, if I feel this is just a transaction, will you really let go after 2 years? Yin Xian was silent for a moment, then turned back and said, the princess doesn't want to be perfunctory with me, and I don't want to deceive the princess either. I will not. If you still feel it is a transaction, whether it's 2 years or 10 years, I will not let go. From the moment the princess agreed, I left no path of retreat for you. If the princess had known my dark thoughts back then, would you have agreed? If it were back then, of course I wouldn't have dared to agree. If it's now, I'm more than willing. In the Xiaozhou dynasty, the emperor slammed the table and shouted, what? That royal Uncle Suo from the Dai dynasty wants to snatch our princess? The 2 words royal uncle sound very old. We will not allow it. The seniority is not appropriate. The ministers reported. Royal Uncle Suo is actually young and talented, merely in his early 20s. We heard that the princess's side is also willing. We don't care. No matter what, his seniority is that of an uncle. It's an old man robbing the cradle. When our precious, flower-like daughter returns, won't she be called Annie everywhere she goes? Then we will be called Grandpa, super old. We must make him pass through 5 gates and slay 6 generals. Make him realize the difficulty and retreat. Xiaozhou dynasty's Yinluan Academy. On what grounds? On what grounds can we not have the princess? Must we let the fertile water flow into an outsider's field? No way. We must let him know how formidable we are. That's right, that's right. Can't the lot of us win back one person? Use every trick in the book. Their fighting spirit erupted. At the border of the Xiaozhou and Dai dynasties, the son of the Xiaozhou prime minister, heir of Marquis Tianni, Ling Wangxin, respectfully welcoming the princess. Why does it feel like there's so much hostility between them? Ling Wangxin said to Yin Xian, she lacks for nothing. What do you give her? An anxious and precarious future hanging by a thread? Or the loneliness of being far from home, bound by rules and customs? Hearing this, Jiu Xingshun covered her mouth and smiled. Yin Xian said, what are you trying to say? If you like her, you shouldn't bind her. If you don't like her, then you should stay far away from her and not come to provoke her. Before, when she and I were together, I never saw anyone try to stop us. Of course, she is the precious princess of the Xiaozhou dynasty. No one should become the most special person in her heart. She belongs to no one, and of course, she doesn't belong to me either. But now that she has changed her mind, so have I. I want to fight for her for once. He's the prime minister's son. Of course, he is unwilling to give up his bright future to compete and be jealous with others. But if someone fantasizes about becoming her one and only, I don't mind competing with that person. Yin Xian said, compete? The person the princess likes is me. Why must I compete with others? What's the use of being liked? Her heart is fickle. She likes you now, but she might like someone else later. Our Majesty is very open about the position of Prince Consort, with no limit on the number. Anyone with the intention can compete. And I grew up with her as childhood sweethearts. We are a perfect match. Before the princess went on her diplomatic mission to the Dai dynasty, she and I were inseparable. I could almost guess her every thought. With just one look from her, I knew what she wanted to do. From childhood, whatever she liked, I would find it for her, whether it was an object or a man. Yin Xian said, if this is what you want to tell me, then there's nothing more to say. Ling Wangxin said again, whether you accept it or not, the relationship between her and me is very special. I'm also someone special in her heart. The biggest regret of my life is letting her go on that diplomatic mission to the Dai dynasty. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have let you two reconcile. Yin Xian ignored his words and walked away. He screamed internally to be looked down upon like that. Ling Wangxin stood before Jiu Xingshun's room and asked Zhong Yuan, where's the princess? Zhong Yuan replied while trimming flowers. The princess is doing her makeup. Then I'll wait. Just then, Yin Xian also arrived and walked straight into Jiu Xingshun's room. He looked annoyed to think he just walked right in. Inside, standing next to Jiu Xingshun, he said, today, the princess's eyebrows are drawn a little too lightly. Jiu Xingshun was startled and replied, oh, really? He then suggested, let me redraw them for you. All right. Yin Xian picked up the brush and started drawing. At that moment, Ling Wangxin stood outside, parting the door curtain to look in. Seeing the scene of Yin Xian drawing Jiu Xingshun's eyebrows, he became annoyed, snorted coldly, and turned away. Yin Xian noticed and also turned his head to look and thought smugly, what's the use of regret? It's too late for regrets. At this moment, Jiu Xingshun spoke up and asked, are you done drawing? It startled Yin Xian, who looked back. Only then did he realize in horror that he had lost focus and overdone it. Jiu Xingshun looked at her reflection in the mirror and saw something was wrong. Her rage value soared as she roared, Yin Xian, Yan Xian suddenly leaned back in the chair like a child, truly penny-wise and pound-foolish. He provoked his love rival, but now the princess is angry. He quickly changed the subject. Today, someone came to me and said that the princess and he were childhood sweethearts, that you once had a carefree time together, unattached to anyone. He said his position in the princess's heart is irreplaceable. Jiu Shun felt a little guilty, and her rage value decreased slightly. She raised her hand to swear. I don't know why he would say such things, but I swear to the heavens that I have absolutely no feelings for him. She recalled saying as child, "From now on, you are my Jiu Shun's brother." What does a child know? Brother, don't you dare get me into trouble. I raised both hands to guarantee it. He and I are completely platonic. Yan Xian pulled Jiu Shun closer. I know, it's just. When I think about returning to the Xiaozhou dynasty, I will surely have to face many people who have feelings for you. I might even have to slay demons and monsters and navigate a world of chaos to be able to pluck the star. A little note, the name Jiu Shun means star. A star in the sky, you see. Yan Xian spoke again. However, does Star know that I am an ordinary person? It's inevitable. I will be jealous of him for having seen what you were like as a child. Jealous that you and he once entrusted each other with such trust. Jealous that you and he, perhaps in the future, will reveal some subtle ambiguity. Then I won't interact with them anymore. There's no need. A star hanging in the sky should always be dazzling and shouldn't have to change or bear any burdens because of this. Just forgive the occasional, ill-timed jealousy of the star plucker. I didn't apply my lipstick well today either. You should wipe it for me too. As soon as Jiu Shun finished speaking, Yan Xian used his own lips to wipe hers. Is wiping it like this okay? The princess has given an order, so this prince should do his best to wipe it clean. Yan Xian, you don't need to worry. You don't need to be anxious, and you certainly don't need to be jealous. The star is already in front of you, within arm's reach. The star is indeed already in my heart. I must cherish, value, appreciate, love. There's still a bit of lipstick that hasn't been wiped off. Please allow this prince to do it again. Just then, outside the door, Ling Wangxin's face darkened, and he punched the door hard. Crash! The door burst open. Ling Wangxin said loudly, "Right now, the marriage between the princess and Prince Suo is not yet set. It is merely a proposal. Our country has not yet agreed. Your Highnesses, it would be better to maintain some propriety." Jiu Shun waved her hand dismissively. "Stop causing trouble. Go away. I've never seen you follow the rules before." Ling Wangxin raised an eyebrow and replied, "The princess may not follow the rules, but your Highness Prince Saw, if you have intentions toward the princess, you should still uphold the rules of the Dai dynasty." Jiu Shun shouted. Ling Wangxin, seeing this, Yan Xian patted Jiu Shun's head. "You two take your time talking. I'll go discuss future arrangements with Marquis Yoning first." As soon as Yan Xian went out, Jiu Shun asked, it's not that you like me, is it? She thought to herself, there were no signs before. It can't be that serious, right? Although we grew up together, this childhood sweetheart relationship isn't that kind of childhood sweetheart relationship. The Ling family never showed any intention of marrying the princess before. Minister Ling was only worried that I would delay his son's future prospects. Lady Ling even asked the Queen Mother to help choose a daughter-in-law. Ling Wangxin turned and asked, "Why does the princess say that? I already know what you said to him. And he calls himself the Prince Suo of Dai, yet he goes around tattling like that. It's not that exaggerated. You causing a scene the moment you arrived isn't exactly honorable either. We're both the same." The princess just defends him like that. Jiu Shun asked again, "So, you've been making things difficult for him repeatedly. It's not because you really have those intentions, is it?" Ling Wangxin replied, "His Majesty has decreed the selection of a prince consort, and all talented scions of noble families must apply. So that's how it is. So, Father Emperor, had you pretend to be my suitor, to act as an obstacle to test him? Indeed, it is His Majesty's order I cannot disobey. Does the princess not want me to compete for the position of prince consort? I don't want our relationship to change. Although I came here under His Majesty's orders, in my heart, I also feel that he is not a good match for you. He is the powerful regent prince of the Dai dynasty. His ambitions are surely greater than those of ordinary men. The events of that year, it's hard for him not to hold a grudge. His good treatment of you now is likely just an illusion. It's merely a way to turn the tables, to torment you and vent his anger. If he deliberately plots against you, I'm afraid the princess won't even realize it." Jiu Shun said in a low voice, If that's the case, then it's because I wronged him. Ling Wangxin said indignantly, Princess, I never want to see you so self-deprecating. You don't need to feel ashamed before anyone. There's a saying, although not entirely accurate, it has a certain logic. If the Son of Heaven breaks the law, he is guilty of the same crime as a commoner. Even though I am of royal blood, what is wrong is wrong. Just because I'm a princess, the golden branch and jade leaf you all speak of, and am spoiled by all of you, doesn't mean I can feel that this is right. I failed as hard. Now that I have a chance to compensate, to do it over, even if the path ahead is blocked by many, I will walk it. You also said it. He must hold a grudge over what happened that year. The military power of Day is stronger than Xiaozhou's, but at least until now, he has never used force to make me submit, nor has he done anything against my will. After all is said and done, he still chose me, followed the custom to marry into Xiaozhou with me, and personally proposed to my father emperor, which is enough to show his feelings for me. If I dare not look forward or trust him again because of the past, that would be losing the greater for the lesser. Ling Wangxin asked, what if, for his sake, you fall into the chaos of imperial power? What if he wants to use your status as a princess to stir up turmoil? Jiu Xingshun lowered her head and replied, I don't know. At the height of his power, he was willing to give up the authority in his hands and complete a peaceful transfer. So he surely no longer has any ambition for power. If such a day truly comes, I would still believe it was not his intention, and I would trust that he would handle it well. As for my status, the Xiaozhou dynasty keeps to its own corner. It's not to the point where a prince of a powerful nation would use me as bait. I'm not worthy of him making such a big fuss over a small matter. Taking a step back, even if he sincerely wants to marry you in the long years to come, what if the princess has a change of heart? If the princess repeatedly neglects and abandons him, and his love for you turns to hate, how will the princess escape then? Will the princess have to spend a lifetime with someone she doesn't like, forcing herself to compromise for his sake? Ling Wangxin, if this were 2 months ago, perhaps I would have been afraid that one day I would face such a situation with no way to escape, ending up resenting each other, entangled for a lifetime. But now, hearing him say he will never let go in this lifetime, I only feel joy in my heart. I feel that this might be what I truly want. I know you say these things for my own good, but whether you think my mind is clouded by his beauty or that I'm simple, foolish, and too trusting, so be it. In life, how can everything be smooth sailing? I want to have a little faith in myself, and I also want to have faith in him. The princess has changed. People always have to grow up. Does the princess really like him that much? Yes. The princess has truly decided on him, wanting to be with him for a lifetime as a couple. Yes. Perhaps before, I mistook what I thought was affection. It was merely simple admiration. No matter what, over the past years, I have truly only liked him like this. All right. In that case, I will lend you a hand. You've compromised? Wangxin once said, whatever the princess wants, Wangxin will find it for you. Whatever the princess requests, Wangxin will obey your command. Suddenly, he changed his tune and said, however, now is the time for the two nations to meet. The princess should still maintain decorum and not overstep the rules. Don't let the people of the Day dynasty develop insolent thoughts, thinking that you will marry no one but him. Before coming, His Majesty instructed, no holding hands, no drawing eyebrows, and no intimate acts. We cannot let the pig from the Day dynasty root up the cabbage of our Xiaozhou dynasty. Can't there be any leeway? Impossible. So what if he acts like he can't live without me? Restrain yourself, show some dignity. I still hope the princess won't get me convicted by His Majesty for dereliction of duty. Oh, playing this card with me. Small, weak, and unable to resist. Ling Wangxin said, just be discreet, don't be too blatant. I can still turn a blind eye. All right. Afterwards, he went outside, lost in thought as he recalled. His father had said, before you take over the family's affairs, you can often be by the princess's side, acting as her guard. But I, your father, do not wish for you to have feelings for the princess. If the princess likes you, you can receive the princess's absolute affection. Furthermore, if the princess settles her temperament and only wants one prince consort, I, your father, will certainly not stop you and would even be happy to see it happen. What awaits you would be a path to the highest clouds. But in the princess's heart, you are merely one among many. As the only son of the Ling family, you do not need to lower yourself to compete with others. A prince consort of the current dynasty has no path to officialdom. Yes, good son, you are the most sensible. Take your feelings and hide them away. Ling Wangxin recalled his father's words and told himself, in the end, it was not fated. the imperial capital of the Xiaozhou dynasty, Yunqing. The envoy delegation has already passed Sisui. Yes, then aren't they about to arrive in Yun capital? Little sister is coming back soon. We must be prepared, give him a show of force right from the start, to let him know that although our Xiaozhou dynasty's power is not as great as Day's, we are not to be trifled with. However, the royal uncle Saw of the Day dynasty has held court for many years, scattering enemies with a smile and a word. Isn't that terrifying? Why boost others' morale while diminishing our own prestige? If you all find him terrifying now, then if one day our sister and he have a falling out, how can we, her maternal family, be her support? That's right. Right now, he is not the royal Uncle Suaw of the Day dynasty. He's just a guy scheming to snatch our little sister away. He must be skilled in both literary and martial arts. He must be worthy of our sister. He must be devoted to our little sister to pass everyone's test. The crown prince of the Zhou dynasty then said, so noisy and boisterous, without a shred of the dignified bearing of a Xiaozhou prince. Royal Uncle Saw is, after all, an honored guest of our country. What kind of decorum is this? They immediately fell silent like chickens. We're doomed. Our royal brother has overheard our plot. Ahem, so what stage is your plan at? I thought it was something else. Turns out you're also on our sister's side. I'm afraid you younger brothers will act rashly and offend our honored guest. I am your eldest brother. This matter should be directed by me to completion. The younger brothers were like, small eyes, big question mark. The 25th year of the Shouqing era of the Zhou dynasty, Princess Qiu Jingshan of the Xiaozhou dynasty, carrying the state letter for trade between the two nations. The Day envoy delegation returns from their mission. Xiaozhou Imperial Palace. Princess, slow down, walk slower. Qiu Jingshan ran while calling out, Father Emperor, rushing into the palace in such a hurry. You've already made it clear to him. You want to marry so far away? The emperor thought to himself, originally, according to the schedule, the envoy delegation would only arrive in Yun capital tomorrow, yet she came to see me first. She must be here to speak on his behalf. Qiu Jingshan, having her thoughts read, immediately became obedient. Of course not. I just miss you very much and wanted to see you first. I don't believe you. She snuggled up to the emperor and called, Father Emperor. Pouting is useless. Why didn't he come to see me with you? Impression score -1. Hiding behind a woman. What kind of decorum is that? Isn't it because on one hand, I wanted to prepare you mentally first, and on the other hand, he also wanted to tidy himself up and then meet you for the first time in a more formal setting? Otherwise, you would surely feel he is too hasty and definitely has no good intentions. Nonsense. If you really wanted me to prepare mentally, you wouldn't have informed me of your wish to marry as soon as you sent the letter. This isn't an urgent matter. Was it your daughter who was impolite first, who tricked his body first? Then he made you take responsibility. She thought to herself, the seed from a few years ago has now borne fruit. I guess that counts as a reason. The emperor thought, indeed, this is something my daughter would do. Then he lifted her up and asked, it really wasn't him who tricked you first? He didn't take advantage of you first? Of course not. I like him that much. It's the same kind of love Father Emperor has for Mother Empress. Perhaps a little more, just a little bit more. Nonsense. She muttered to herself. Father Emperor doesn't seem convinced. Her voice gradually became smaller. Just a little. The emperor angrily shouted, with the affection of a little brat like you, you want to compare it to your father emperor and mother empress? She thought appeasing him was more important, so she said, yes, you two are number 1 under heaven. We are number 2 under heaven. You don't want 18 prince consorts anymore? She shook her head frantically. I don't, 1 is enough. You're willing to leave your father emperor and mother empress, leave your homeland, and marry far away to a foreign land. He said, he can stay in the Xiaozhou dynasty with me. The emperor shouted again, a man's mouth is full of deceitful words. Empty boasts are useless. Being able to do it is what's real. Can I? Please, stop with these tricks. Your father, must see for myself first. What kind of bewitching soup did he pour for you? And what ability does he have to make you so devoted? If he cannot make me extremely satisfied, don't even think about getting any agreement from me. Father Emperor will definitely be extremely satisfied. Don't think that just because you've become a meritorious official for establishing trade between the two dynasties, I can't do anything to you. During this time, you will stay in the palace for me. Don't run out. She cried silently. Along the way, Ling Wangxin, keeping a strict watch on me day after day, was one thing. I didn't expect that returning to Yun capital would be the start of the real test. It's been confirmed by the senior brothers. The princess has entered the imperial palace and won't be coming out anytime soon. Confirmed, Prince Suwa is at the post house. While little sister isn't here, brothers, we have to show him what we're made of. Ahem, stop. How do we get caught in the act by our royal brother again? Royal brother seems to want to go in directly. Courtesy first, force later. I am the crown prince of the Zhou dynasty, Qiu Zhaozhe, and I venture to ask for your highness's guidance. Qingya immediately stepped forward to boost their morale, lose the person, not the fight. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Wait, the third prince of the Zhou dynasty. An honored guest from the Dai dynasty has come from afar. I must show my hospitality. Miss, please come this way. Your highness, a message has been brought for you from the princess's side. She says, I am in the palace, waiting for my lord to come for me. Hearing this, Yanxian broke into a smile. Qiu Zhaozhe's expression was unhappy. Why is he smiling? Is he so certain of victory against me? Then he said, Prince Suwa is originally an honored guest, but as someone who wishes to seek our sister's hand in marriage, to us, you are a brother-in-law. Since you are a brother-in-law, you must accept the challenges from her elder brothers. Does your highness Prince Suwa feel dissatisfied by this, or feel that my reception is inadequate? Of course not. Your sincerity towards Jingshen is precious. Not only do I not mind, I am in fact extremely grateful. Qiu Zhaozhe appeared more amicable and thought to himself, sweet talk is useless. Afterwards, the two competed in a game of Go. Black was ahead of White by 10 points. Your Highness, victory and defeat are clear. Please excuse this prince for resting and tidying up today. Tomorrow, I can also go and pay respects to the elders first. On another day, I will accompany you all to the end. The next day at the Imperial Palace, in the 25th year of the Shouqing era of the Zhou dynasty, Prince Suo of Dai, Yanxian, personally came to Yun capital to present the state letter of marriage proposal to the Zhou emperor. Our country has Prince Suo, Yanxian, who has reached adulthood but is not yet wed. The princess is complete in the 4 virtues of noble birth, shining brilliantly, illuminating the earth. My admiration is long held and difficult to conceal. Our nation is willing to help, to unite in an ice-like bond, to have good relations for generations, to treat each other with propriety, and never be separated. We await your decision. Qiu Jingshan frowned and muttered to herself, how annoying. He actually had someone else read it out. He didn't even change the wording, and even had a respected senior like Marquis Yongning read it. The emperor, however, was scrutinizing him, thinking, he doesn't look that old, indeed. His appearance is also dignified. Even I, in the Xiaozhou dynasty, have heard of his past achievements. After turning the tide in Dai, helping the Dai emperor stabilize the court, he was willing to let go of power and steadily transferred all authority. It can be seen that his character is not bad. The emperor slowly became satisfied. Little sister's eye for people is very good this time. He's not just an embroidered pillow. Even the eldest came to the palace yesterday and praised him. No, I can't defect. How can I be bribed just by looking at someone's appearance? What's wrong with this little brat's face? It can't be that she's blushing this much just from being proposed to, right? The emperor glanced at Qiu Jingshan and realized there was a problem. Then he said, Prince Suo is young and talented, with a dignified appearance, and this matter concerns the relations between our two nations. I should have been happy to see it happen. It's just that a marriage alliance between two nations is no small matter. Jingshan is the pearl in my palm. I have 7 sons, but only 1 daughter. In any case, I am reluctant to let her marry far away. I have also said before that I must choose 18 prince consorts for Jingshan. If I were to agree to this rashly, I'm afraid I would be breaking faith with others. I have thought it over and decided that starting today, I will select a prince consort. If there are volunteers, there will be competition. If the princess does not change her mind, and His Highness, Prince Suo, can prove to me that he is more talented than others, and naturally possesses the ability to defeat many with few, I can reluctantly bear the pain of marrying her off. His Highness, Prince Suo, is skilled in both literary and martial arts. I trust you can display your full talents. Can you not? Yan Xian replied, I wish to pluck the stars and embrace the moon. To take away what someone else loves, one must have this realization. Although Dai's strength is formidable and the Xiaozhou dynasty cannot compare, my heart, in scheming for my child, can move mountains and fill seas. If His Highness, Prince Suo, can empathize with this, then what could be better? After the court session ended, Jingshan pulled her father emperor's hand and called out, What's wrong? still protecting him. Your elbow is already bent outwards like this. If he is not sincere, he will naturally know to retreat when faced with difficulty. Why must our Xiaozhou dynasty's princess be sent meekly today to be tormented by them? If he is sincere, what is wrong with being put through difficulties once? Do you not trust yourself or not trust him? It sounds right, but I feel that everyone is determined to make things difficult for him. Your Majesty, His Highness, Prince Suo, requests an audience and wishes to speak with you privately. Father Emperor, The Emperor pulled his hand back and said, privately. Jingshan could only walk out resentfully. Outside, Jingshan paced back and forth, secretly anxious. They have been talking for an hour already. Why haven't they come out yet? What on earth are they talking about? Inside, Yanxian said, I know what your Majesty is worried about. I can also understand your anxiety. I have no way to promise your Majesty more, but I can guarantee one thing to your Majesty. He placed his hand on his left chest. I, Yanxian, will never take a concubine in my life. I will not be unfaithful. I will respect her, love her, forever. If a dispute occurs between the two dynasties, I will certainly do my utmost to mediate and protect the peace of the Xiaozhou dynasty. I have no ambition for power. If the monarch of my country is still suspicious of me because of my former high position, I will do my best to ensure that the affairs of the Dai dynasty are resolved within the Dai dynasty, and I will absolutely not cause trouble for Xiaozhou. If she wants me to stay in Xiaozhou, after I have handled all matters in Dai, I can remain in Xiaozhou with her. If your Majesty feels I am just speaking empty words, I can write it down as proof. But saying these words to your Majesty is not to evade the test you have set for me. I just feel that it should be said to put your Majesty at ease. Your Majesty and the Empress share a deep and loving bond. Perhaps you can understand my love for Jingshan. After experiencing a beautiful love, it is hard to love again, is it not? Suddenly, Jingshan impatiently ran in, calling for her father emperor. What's the hurry? If he can't even handle a few brats, how can he be trusted to fulfill his promises? During this time, you should stay obediently in the palace and spend more time with your mother empress. With that, he flicked his hand and walked out. She walked past Yanxian, extremely curious about what the two of them had discussed. She thought to herself, Father Emperor's attitude seems to have changed a little. Yanxian smiled and replied, It's a secret. Jingshan immediately became angry. As she was about to turn away, Yanxian called out again, Wait, you must trust me. Afterward, the emperor summoned the princes and asked, How'd it go? So Father Emperor knew we were playing tricks to trip him up at the foot of the imperial city. We feel that aside from his status, he is a good match. I've been observing him during this time. They brought out the brother-in-law observation diary and spoke nonstop. He is skilled with the bow and horse. When riding and shooting, he is no less mighty than the men of our plains. His stamina also seems very good. My 5th and 6th younger brothers and I took turns competing, and we were no match for him. His judgments on matters are also very appropriate. He is currently at the top of the assessments in zither, go, calligraphy, and painting. Although he may not be an expert in everything, he has at least studied them all. In any case, our younger sister isn't that proficient either. He is also not lustful for beautiful women. I specially arranged for several beauties to walk back and forth in front of him, but he didn't even raise his eyes. We invited him to a brothel, and he firmly refused. The emperor shouted, It's only been a few days, and you've already given away the sister you've protected since she was little. Father Emperor, rest assured, we will continue to try to find his weaknesses. We will also strive to expose him and eliminate the possibility of him being inconsistent inside and out. The emperor waved his hand. Go! That night, the emperor said to the empress, Could it really be so? I've said I'll set up an arena to accept challenges from volunteers. If he takes the opportunity there to find some weaklings who could be knocked down with one punch to go up to the arena, I'm afraid it will be a loss of face. Those rotten kids are so old, yet several of them can't even handle one person. Selecting a prince consort is not a martial arts contest to choose a son-in-law. If some ugly freak really comes along and defeats Prince Suo in a martial contest, would you really choose him as your son-in-law? That would be harming our daughter. 2 days ago, I took some time to go see him. His appearance is indeed upright. When he draws his bow and arrow with others, that arm and that waist, I finally and completely understand why our precious Shun is so infatuated. The emperor frowned and asked, Are you smitten? Every single one of you only likes to look at appearances. The empress leaned against the emperor and laughed, saying, Are you even jealous of your own son-in-law? You like this remind me of my father and brothers. The Yin family back then, although they were just merchants, were considered rich enough to rival a nation. When you came to propose, my father and brothers did not want me to become a prince's consort and made things difficult in every way. Later, they reconsidered, thinking you were merely an idle prince with no chance at the throne, and seeing your sincerity, they agreed. Who knew that in the subsequent struggle for the throne, which was fought to the end, only 3 princes remained. Prince Jean was immersed in beauties all day, taking one concubine after another. Prince Min fell from a horse in his youth, injuring his constitution, and could not have children. In the end, the court officials had no choice but to choose the 5th prince, who seemed to have no flaws, who is the current Zhou emperor, to inherit the throne. Who knew he would be such a devoted lover? In those 2 years, when you first ascended the throne, memorials advising you to expand the harem nearly filled your desk. I, on the other hand, had injured my body giving birth to our 2nd son, and it was uncertain if I could ever conceive again in this life. Our 2nd son's body was frail and sickly, and we didn't even know if he could be raised. At that time, to help me withstand the pressure, you were even willing to muddle the imperial bloodline by adopting the descendants of martyrs as your children, silencing the arguments of the court officials. Later, I became pregnant with the twins, our 6th and 7th sons, and then had precious Shun. The clouds finally parted, and those memorials gradually became fewer. Who would have known that the current Zhou emperor has 7 sons and 1 daughter, but the 3rd, 4th, and 5th princes are not his biological children? An emperor's love is probably just like this. Back then, you could, for 10 years as one day, dote on me alone. I believe that Prince Suo can also, for the sake of protecting Jingxin completely, think of every method and exhaust all his strength. You've clearly already agreed in your heart, but on the surface, you're still acting unwilling. Actually, it's not that he's unacceptable. It's just that, after all, he holds a high position and great power, and once sat in that position, he will surely be viewed with suspicion by the monarch. If one day he brings disaster upon himself, or his heart changes towards our daughter, or what if our daughter's heart changes? If we want to protect her, I'm afraid it will be beyond our reach. Although he has made a promise, we don't fear the 10,000 possibilities, only the 1 in 10,000. Our daughter is grown up now. We ultimately cannot always protect her under our wings. Since she has made her choice, we must trust that she can bear all the risks. Besides, if our daughter suffers grievances, we can still use the power of our nation to help her. This is already an immense fortune. 2 days later, Fengyi Palace. Seeing Jingxun pacing back and forth, the empress said, You're so grown up, yet still so flustered. Rest assured, your future prince consort is currently on the arena stage, undefeated. 2 days ago, Erling also went on stage and ultimately returned in defeat, utterly convinced. Your older brother's secret attempts to trip him up have all been handled appropriately by him. Jingxin said, but it's fine to require him to be skilled with the bow and horse, to be well-read and knowledgeable, right? Why is it that afterward they even have to test him on painting, flower arrangement, gardening, cooking, and accounting? In Precious Shun's eyes, her older brothers themselves are nothing special. What if there's 1 or 2 categories where he's not as good as others? Father Emperor wouldn't get angry and refuse the marriage because of that, would he? That is indeed something your father emperor is capable of doing. Don't you worry. After all, he is an honored guest of the Xiaozhou dynasty. Your father emperor and your older brothers will know their limits. The etiquette will surely be thorough. Mother Empress, I want to go visit him. I'm just worried. He came sincerely to propose marriage, and I was the one at fault first. If we use his affection for me to feel superior and arbitrarily make things difficult for him, wouldn't that make him feel insulted? The Empress was silent and did not reply. She asked why her Mother Empress was looking at her like that. Could it be that my thoughts have been silently seen through? The heart's desire to meet, the love you cannot hide. The Mother Empress hugged her. I just didn't expect that our precious Shun has grown up and understands so many principles. Go on. Remember to go secretly, to prevent your father and brothers from feeling like they've been stabbed in the back and making things even harder for him. Okay, at this moment on the arena stage, Yan Xian sheathed his sword. I have been lenient. This imperial uncle from the Dai dynasty, how does he know everything? third brother also went easy on him. He said he would test him thoroughly, but in the end, he let him pass after just a few flicks on the abacus. No wonder there's a traitor among us. Was the test leaked beforehand? Ah, that's right. Where's third brother? In another scene, the third prince stood with Qingya on a mountain peak. Miss Qingya, with your superior martial arts, you can roam freely across the lands. Why must you lock yourself in one place? I do not understand the third prince's meaning. I have long heard that the rules in the Day Palace are strict. Empress Zhang, relying on her status as the Day Emperor's maternal relative, acts arrogantly and is famously jealous. As a young and beautiful female guarded by His Majesty of Day's side, it must have been very difficult for you, right? The third prince is in Xiaozhou, yet he is so well informed about the rumors in the Day Palace. Isn't that crossing a line a little? Miss Qingya may not know, but 3 years ago, while I was traveling the world, I had the fortune of meeting you once in Lijiang. At that time, I witnessed your heroic bearing and have never forgotten it since. Later, when I learned that you were a guard by the Day Emperor's side, I couldn't help but want to know more about you. And then I thought Miss Qingya should have a broader life, not be bound within the deep palace walls. Your Third Highness speaks with such familiarity upon a brief acquaintance. A few days ago, your Third Highness took me on a tour of Xiaozhou, for which I am deeply grateful. However, I have imposed for a long time and cannot trouble you further, she said, then turned to leave. The third prince called out, Miss Qingya, I have never found a bother. You need not feel burdened either. The Xiaozhou court does not have the secular conventions of the world. Women need not be trapped in the rear quarters or the palace. Things that men can do, women can also do. Even things that men cannot do, women can still do. I ask for nothing more, only that during your time in Xiaozhou, I can show the hospitality of a host, so that when you leave Xiaozhou, you might change your way of thinking. I am untalented, but I feel that Miss Qingya should live for herself. How does your Third Highness know that I am not living for myself? Before, my former master showed me kindness, and I repaid that debt of gratitude. Later, when he was still young, I made a promise to him. Is fulfilling a promise not living for oneself? But my responsibility is fulfilled, the debt of kindness repaid. Now the Day Emperor's reign is stable, and he is surrounded by guards. As a guard by his side, you are merely an insignificant person. When the gratitude has faded, I fear you will become an old acquaintance, tiresome to look at. You should seek a future for yourself. Afterward, Yan Xian went to see the third prince and said, Thank you for showing mercy and going easy on me. We are already family, so it is only right. Not only can the matter of the marriage proposal be attended to, but we can also cooperate on other things. What do you think, younger brother-in-law? I would like to hear the details. That night, Yan Xian was sitting and reading a book when a hand touched his shoulder. Your Highness, this servant, under the princess's command, has come to welcome you and cleanse the dust. Yan Xian immediately pulled her to lie on top of him. Is it really just to cleanse the dust? Your manner of dress is not at all proper. Zhou Jingshan thought to herself, such a smooth move, without any hesitation at all. Then she said, of course, it is to probe on behalf of the princess, to see if His Highness Prince Sua's conduct is proper while he keeps to his chambers. How would this prince know? Did you come on the princess's orders, or did you come on your own accord, making up an excuse? Of course, I came on the princess's orders. Then what is the result of your probe? After probing, it is truly disappointing. I did not expect your highness to be substandard. Yan Xian said, 1 year, it's all the same. This servant will tell the princess that His Highness Prince Sua is a lecher. As soon as this servant entered the room, His Highness Prince Sua saw this servant's beauty and couldn't wait to place this servant on the bed. Then why is your face so red? And why are you holding this prince's waist and not letting go? At that time, you should also be very detailed with the princess. How this prince kissed your neck, how I caressed every inch of your skin. Perhaps there were even more excessive things that you did not see, and yet you not only did not push this prince away. He nudged Zhou Jingshan's face a little and said in a low voice. In terms of flirtatious banter, Yan Xian was more skilled. Then she said, then it is naturally because this servant has her own selfish desires. Your Highness's reputation is renowned, and this servant has admired your Highness for a long time. Although this servant is the princess's maid, I also want your Highness to be my lover. Then how do you want this prince to be your lover? The things your Highness has done with the princess, this servant also wants to do with your Highness. He replied, the things this prince has done with the princess are many. There were dates under the moonlight, whispering sweet nothings. there was a beauty grinding the ink, reading books through the night. There was. Jiao Jingshun interrupted. Your Highness is truly heartless. Although the princess is in the palace now, she thinks of you day and night, yet you are acting like this. You haven't even married her, and you already want to be with someone else. If the princess knew, she would surely be heartbroken. In her heart, she snorted coldly. Men are all the same. Yan Xian smiled and replied, if you feel so heartbroken for the princess and don't want to betray your master, then just don't let her know about these things. This prince believes that you surely have a way to hide it from her. Jiao Jingxin's head was steaming with anger as she said in a low voice, very well, Your Highness Prince Suo, you want to have it both ways. I originally did not want to. I only wanted to be with the princess for one lifetime, one world, one couple. It's just a pity that you are too beautiful. And this prince was overcome by lust, finding it hard to control myself. For someone like you, for everyone that comes, this prince will love one. Any woman can get close to you. Who knows how many wicked things you've hidden in places we don't know about. You are mistaken. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't even be able to enter the door of this guest house, let alone be by my side. Only the princess and the princess's people will not be stopped. He whispered in her ear, so are you willing to let me enjoy the happiness of having a woman in each arm? What if I say I don't want to? Then I can only think of every possible way to seal your mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, he locked Jiao Jingxin's lips with a kiss. Then he said again, and then use my beauty to bribe you. I'm not so easily bribed. She ran her fingers over his chest muscles. His Majesty of our country requires your Highness to prove that you have the ability. Does your Highness have this ability? Do you know the consequences of saying this? Birds and beasts need to leave their cages. Tired birds should return to the forest. Today, we have rarely stolen half a day of leisure. We should cherish it all the more. Every moment. Then, this prince will remove your veil first to have a look at your face. Immediately after, he snatched off the veil and threw it away. Then he said again, and be with you, inseparably entwined. First, I will be your lover. Another day, I will be the princess's prince consort. A long while later, Jiao Jingxin was nestled in Yan Xian's arms. So how does the princess miss me? Of course, she worries every day whether you're being made things difficult for by His Majesty and the princes. Being alone in a foreign country, do you feel lonely? Every day, she tries to find out how things are now. Is it going smoothly? She only hates that she is trapped in the palace with no way to escape. Her father and brothers are unyielding. She cannot help your Highness in any way. Otherwise, she would definitely share weal and woe with your Highness. Then please tell her, this prince now has a plan in mind, and I also miss her dearly. I am anxious to marry her soon, lest the long nights bring many dreams. The bed is empty, the blanket is cold, and it's hard to sleep. Then it should be sooner, even sooner. My longing for you is like the full moon, which wanes with each passing night. If you wait any longer, the full moon will become a crescent. Can your Highness bear that? I cannot. That is why I want to leave something on the princess even more, to console my longing. Jiao Jingxin was like, I couldn't ask for more, and replied, I will not refuse. I will not refuse. When Jiao Jingxin heard Yan Xian repeat her words, her heart grew wary. Unexpectedly, he pushed her down onto the bed again, then said, since you have invited, I dare not refuse. After a long while, it was unknown what the two of them did, but Jiao Jingxin lay listlessly, without a shred of strength. He carefully dipped a cloth in water and wiped her body. He said again, you were the one who would not refuse. This prince was only following your words. Jiao Jingxin blushed and glared. Was it that much? Tomorrow, your elder brothers will test this prince's calligraphy and painting. This prince is not skilled in painting and needs to cram at the last minute. I wonder if you would be willing to help this prince? Hearing this, Jiao Jingxin covered her mouth. So there's something you're not skilled in. I'm not a saint. Of course there will be things I'm not good at. How can I help? You just need to lie still. Don't move. Hearing this, Jiao Jingxin thought, he wants to paint my portrait? This princess will reluctantly help you then. You must make this princess look beautiful. I will definitely paint you to be exceptionally beautiful. A moment later, Jiao Jingxin shouted, Yan Xian, you liar. What did I lie? 1. I told the princess not to move. 2. I am indeed painting the princess. Or does the princess feel that my painting is not beautiful? He looked at Jiao Jingxin and said, the ink is not yet dry. Princess, do not move. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee where the ink will run to. Twisting logic to win an argument. You don't look like you're painting properly at all. Just now you even made me struggle to cooperate and strike poses for half a day. Right now, my mind is full of the princess. Painting on paper, I cannot concentrate my spirit. How can that compare to painting on skin? You are clearly mixing public affairs with private ones. You truly have other intentions. Doesn't the princess want to see what she looks like under this prince's brush? Doesn't the princess want to see how beautiful she is? The painting is almost finished. Just be patient a little longer. In a moment, you will be able to see the full picture. You had better really win tomorrow. You must not let the princess's sacrifice today be in vain. A moment later, is it done? Not yet. Is it done? Not yet. Just a little more. You can't take off my clothes. If I don't take them off, how can I paint a panoramic view of the crabapple flower? Yin. As the last stroke was finished, Yin leaned down and kissed Zhou Jingshan. She immediately thought, I knew it. He had no intention of painting properly. After that, the painting was also completed. When Zhou Jingshan got off the bed, she swayed, unable to even stand steadily. How could she have any strength left to be angry? She cursed silently. That dog Yin Xian, isn't this all thanks to you? He helped Zhou Jingshan to stand before the mirror. It will surely be a masterpiece. In a moment, you'll be able to see the full picture. This is the fruit of my sacrifice. If the princess wishes, I will make it up to you by painting another day. Zhou Jingshan puffed out her chest and replied, no need. But if you let me paint for you in return, that would be acceptable. He pulled Zhou Jingshan into his arms and said, the post house is connected to a hot spring. Relax your muscles and bones. I will help the princess wash off the ink stains on your body. When are you returning to the palace? Tomorrow at noon. Tonight, my mother empress is covering for me. Father emperor probably won't have time to think of me. I'll take advantage of the time after the early morning court session and return before father emperor finishes his official duties. Yin Xian said, reluctant to part. That's only 5 more watches. You don't need to be too stressed. My father, emperor, and elder brothers bear no ill will, nor do they intend to make things difficult. They're just worried sick. They've raised me for nearly 20 years, and suddenly someone appears to take me away, diverting me from the path they had prepared for me. They're surely not used to it. It's only because they can't bear to part with me. Yin Xian stroked her head. I know. She added, it's okay to lose a round or 2 sometimes. They're doing these things because they're a bit uncomfortable and want to dampen your spirits. They're not really demanding you to be perfect in every aspect. If you truly had no flaws, they might feel even more suffocated. Of course, if they insist on making trouble without end, I will at all costs throw a tantrum. They dote on me. They definitely won't let me suffer this grievance. Jingshan, if I really needed you to throw a tantrum, how could I get your father and brothers to agree to the marriage? Then I would be too useless. Besides, I hope that in this world, you only cry for me. You're being improper again. For over 20 years, I, Yin, have always restrained myself. Only the princess can make me disregard propriety. You can make me become a different person. She thought to herself, how does he always hit my weak spot? Yin Xian gently lifted her chin. Princess, you still haven't told me the result tonight. Does this prince live up to his name? Am I worthy? Just SOSO. She thought to herself, I can't let him get too smug. This prince is a competitive person. I want to be the best in everything. Today, I only received a SOSO evaluation from the princess. It seems I still have to try my best. The hot spring water is slippery, so we've washed up cleanly. We've rested for so long. Is the princess ready? It seems I've walked right into a trap again. I shouldn't have agreed to bathe together. She called out in a panic. Yin Xian. He looked at her with adoring eyes. Then he kissed her on the lips. The next day, despicable, he's shown his true colors in just a few days, and we've even caught his weakness. He's like this before even marrying our royal sister. What will he be like if he actually marries her? Shameless. This is still our Xiaozhou, yet he's openly meeting a female dancer, and even looks so reluctant to part. They've been talking for a quarter of an hour, still holding hands, taking one step and looking back 3 times. We must go and arrest him immediately. We must have him beaten into a pig's head, with his teeth knocked all over the floor. At this moment, Zhou Jingshan said, you don't need to see me off. I can go back by myself. Yin Xian called her back. Wait, these past 2 days, I just discovered they follow me here from day. I hope this object can convey my longing. She happily accepted the black and pink parrots. Be careful on your way. And also, he kissed her on the forehead. Smack. Wait for me. In broad daylight, in the middle of the day, we must separate them. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? She looks so much like a Muoi. She's not a body double, is she? You've read Too many storybooks. Then, that is Emuoi, right? What? You can't even recognize your own sister. The three senior brothers looked at each other guiltily. It's not our fault we've never seen Emuoi acting like a little bird snuggling up to someone. Her face is like a spring peach blossom. Emuoi, why are you here? So silly you still have to ask. Of course, she's meeting her lover. For the young ladies of Xiaozhou, if they've taken a liking to someone, the sky as a blanket and the earth as a mattress is a normal affair. We're just having a date. Is there a need to be so surprised? No need. Any other opinions? No more. Then I'll be going. Look at this attire, look at the wrinkles on the clothes, and look at the time of day. It's over. Our little sister has really been snatched away. Suddenly, she said loudly, by the way, brothers, tone it down a bit. Don't scare him away. If he runs away, I won't be able to find such a suitable husband again. Hearing this, the three of them squatted down to discuss. How about we let him off? Emuoi has already said so, but we still need the crown prince and Father Emperor's approval. In that case, since someone has offered a ladder, let's just climb down. The three said in unison, The day of the competition. Prince Suo, the victory was a bit inglorious, wasn't it? I only want to paint for the princess alone. I don't want to show off in front of others. Besides, I, Yin, believe that power and status are also a form of strength. Just like a general, he doesn't need to do everything himself. As long as he can command his troops and generals, he can sit securely in the rear. Painting can be overlooked. But over here, the princess also said, but for painting, flower arranging, gardening, and cooking, he found others to take his place on stage. Yes, Prince Suo said, no matter what the princess wants or needs, I can order people to accomplish it. I'm only responsible for making her happy. Isn't that enough? If I don't use talented people, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? Not taking the shortcuts, but insisting on leading the princess through all the thorns. Hearing this, Qiu Jingshan pouted. What do you mean don't want to show off in front of others? It's more like you're completely unable to show off in front of others. He's really something. He clearly planned not to act himself, yet he still deceived me like that. I don't want to pay attention to anyone anymore. This kind of twisting words to make a point, I'm afraid my brothers are about to go mad with anger. However, if he really competed himself and overwhelmingly defeated my brothers, it would prove that a person can be perfect in every aspect. We are all human. Why can he be so outstanding? We must wear down his high spirits. I don't believe we can't win. Keep trying. Launch a surprise attack. Hit his weak spot. Who knows? They might feel unsettled and start competing with him. In those years, he must have often looked at these two parrots, looking at the object to remember the person, right? This pink parrot has been spoiled so much that its temper has become unruly. I don't know when we could be together day and night forever. Back to the senior brothers. Do we consider him to have passed the test? May I ask your highnesses if I, Yin, had personally competed and defeated you all in painting, cooking, and gardening? Would you have continued to test my other skills until I, Yin, finally lost? Why not each take a step back? Your highnesses can let me in off the hook, and you won't have to trouble yourselves thinking of other measures. The three of them whispered to each other. What he said makes some sense. We want to form a marriage alliance, not make an enemy. We can't demand him to be proficient in everything. No matter what method he uses, as long as he can make Emuoi happy, why bother with the rest? After discussing, they said, Prince Suo is truly skilled in both literary and martial arts, and is adept at using people. Our skills are inferior. We willingly admit defeat. However, whether you can ultimately marry Emuoi or not still depends on whether Father Emperor nods in agreement. The road ahead is still long. Passing this test for now doesn't mean you can slack off from now on. If you treat the princess poorly, even if we have to climb a mountain of knives or enter a sea of fire, we will not be lenient. Yin here, thank my elder brothers. Hearing this, the three were stunned. Elder brothers? He's calling us that just like that, but it doesn't sound bad, actually. The next day at the Imperial Palace, we, your children, have done our best. We are truly no match for Prince Suo. Prince Suo competed with us for so long. Not only did he not utter a single word of complaint, he has remained sincere and earnest to this day, which is already extremely rare. He is a perfect match for Emuoi. It can indeed be said that he fought the many with the few. What about the crown prince? What do you think? Your son agree. A prince consort is valued for his quality, not his quantity. Qiu Jingshan was peeking from behind, checking out the situation. Hearing what her brothers said, she tiptoed out. Father Emperor, my brother's evaluation is very high. The emperor helped her up. A grown daughter cannot be kept. She asked, so, if you all speak well of him, This marriage I approve. Prince Suo is busy with a myriad of affairs, has superior character and appearance, and is also proficient in literary and martial arts, which is already hard to come by. If we continue to test him, it would be our Xiaozhou dynasty being petty and making things difficult. Who knows? My princess might want to go on a hunger strike against me. She hugged her father emperor's neck. How could I? No matter what father emperor decides, your daughter will be filial to you. I'll continue to be father emperor's little padded jacket, your confidant. The emperor curled his lips into a faint smile. Jingshan has found a satisfactory and extremely reliable person. Why are you still gloomy and unhappy? Why is my heart so empty, as if a piece of flesh has been carved out? Sobi. I need a kiss to be cured. The empress said, you. Then she kissed the emperor on the lips. Smack. The emperor immediately responded, lifting the empress's chin. Then they shared a sweet kiss. The next day, the emperor asked, Prince Suo, have you thought it through? When will the wedding date be set? Where will the wedding be held? In my, Yan's, opinion, the wedding date should of course be as soon as possible. The wedding can be held once in Yundu, and then another supplementary one in Lijiang. And after getting married, how will the titles be addressed? Where will you reside? In the Dai dynasty, she is the princess consort Saw. In the Xiaozhou dynasty, I, Yin, will naturally follow the local customs and be the prince consort. My, Yan's, intention is to stay in Xiaozhou with the princess for 2 months after the wedding. After completing the ceremony and day, we will decide what to do next. The emperor repeated his words with a displeased expression. 2 months later, then he pointed and grumbled. Didn't you say you could stay in Xiaozhou with the princess for a long time? You're already going back on your word so quickly. Qiu Jingshan walked over and saw the scene and became worried. What's wrong with father? No, I must. Before she could finish her sentence, she was pulled back by Chu Yuan and the crown princess. The matters they were discussing would take many days. Instead of being anxious here, why not find a place to drink wine and savor tea and wait comfortably? Wouldn't that be more pleasant? No, I must watch from here to prevent Father Emperor from going too far. They can discuss their business, and we'll prepare our own. Your good news is approaching, so we brought good things for you. Don't you want to see? Here are 3,000 precious books. Take a look first. Better safe than sorry. Go on. The crown princess asked Qiu Jingshan, or are you really only choosing one person? You won't reconsider? You won't compare him with others? My maternal family's nephew has just come of age, exactly 18, as handsome as a pine and as elegant as bamboo. You've never seen him before. Why not meet him for a bit? Qiu Jingshan waved her hand. No need. Are you sure you don't need to? I really don't. One is already more than I can handle. A few more, and I'd probably die. Right now, the princess and Prince Suo are incredibly intimate. Her eyes certainly can't hold anyone else. My biggest regret is that in this life, I only have your elder brother. I don't even know what others feel like. I was careless and got tricked into marriage. He's such a proper and serious person. Occasionally, when I coax him into doing something improper once or twice, he'll avoid me for several days afterward. He even confiscates all the Spring Palace pictures I've hidden. Chu Yuan said, You'd better not let His Highness the Crown Prince hear these words of yours. Otherwise, that sourness would drown a person. So what if he knows? If he's so capable, then he shouldn't always avoid me after we're done. Qiu Jingshan suddenly exclaimed, So it could be like this too. Her 2 eyes shone like stars. Like this and like this too. It's truly an eye-opener. It suddenly opened the door to a new world. Chu Yuan said, There are thousands of wonderful ways to achieve pleasure in this world. Changing it up occasionally can bring a sense of novelty, which is beneficial for the development of feelings on both sides. I just don't know if Prince Suo is a formal and serious person, or the type who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and whether he's willing to cooperate with you. So have you tried it? How did it feel? Qiu Jingshan thought to herself, I have tried, but whether he cooperated or not, I can't be sure. Chu Yuan said, Of course he's cold on the outside and warm on the inside. Upon meeting the princess, even tempered steel would have to turn into gentle water. I am only responsible for gaining her affection. I only want to paint the princess alone. Qiu Jingshan said with a flustered expression. They must be almost done with their discussion. I'll go check on the situation. Then she deftly hid the book in her sleeve. TSK, no ambition. Qiu Jingshan went to meet Yin Xian. She asked, Do you want to come to my palace for a look? It can be considered justifiable now. All right, you said before that you still haven't seen what I looked like when I was little. So I wanted to bring you to see the place where I lived as a child. I haven't been idle these past few days. I've found all the portraits the court painters drew for me from childhood to adulthood. The toys and books I used to read as a child are also laid out on the table. I was thinking Although time cannot be reversed, and I can't bring you back to the past, but at least I can show you the traces I left behind in my youth. I used to love disguising myself to leave the palace and have been to many places. If you want, we will have a very long time to walk the paths I once walked. I will hold your hand and walk through every street and alley. If you feel that these things are not enough, in the future, if we have a daughter, she would probably look a little more like me, right? Princess, if I had known earlier that the capital of the Little Zhou dynasty had such a lively and lovely princess, the Yin family should have come to propose marriage much sooner, so as not to have wasted time. She said, "It's not too late to propose now. Yin Xian, we must hold 2 very grand weddings. It would be best to startle the citizens of the entire city. I want to tell the people of both our nations that you belong to me, you only belong to me. Only I can justifiably stand by your side, cling to you, and like you." Prince Su Yinshian of the Dai dynasty and Princess Qiu Jingshan of the Little Zhou dynasty are forever joined in heart. No one else is allowed to covet him. Jingshan, I also want you to be married to me under the blessings of our friends and family. To tell them, I am worthy of you entrusting your whole life to me. I also want to announce to the world and my country, I will walk hand in hand with the woman I love for the rest of my life. Is the princess prepared to be a bride twice? Of course. Then is this princess's prince consort ready to be a groom twice? Ready at any time. Then my dear fiancé, at this very moment, would you like to kiss your fiancé? I have waited for this day for a long time. With that, she kissed Yinshin's lips. My prince consort. The red parrot and the black parrot looked at them. The red parrot said, "The progress is so fast. Hoo-hoo-hoo, master." The black parrot immediately pressed down on the red parrot and kissed it soundly. At this moment, the emperor shouted, "What? Prince Suo often stays the night in the princess's palace. This is outrageous. Even if they have an engagement and are getting married in 2 months, becoming a legitimate husband and wife. But to be so lax right under my nose. It's truly an eyesore. Tell His Highness Prince Suo that the marriage alliance between our 2 dynasties cannot be treated as a joke. I still have many details I want to discuss with him. Summon him here." Yes, I must think of a way to interfere. Seeing the emperor's frown and weariness, the empress said, "Aren't you just bringing trouble upon yourself? That person is very cunning. If I don't personally step in, I'm afraid he'll just let his subordinates discuss this matter again. The marriage details are almost settled. From now on, I must have him come play chess, go fishing, and go hunting with me. Why is that necessary? Otherwise, our little rabbit will be carried off to the wolf's den. Right under our noses, will she be eaten until not even her bones are left? Oh, my little girl, weren't you the same when you were young? Back then, you also endured many glares from my elder brother. Now that you're older, you're still thinking about these things all day. Last time, do not impose on others what you yourself do not desire. And you're always hating on the matchmaker." Back to Yin Xian's side. Qiu Jingshan said, "I recently got a few books. Let's look at them together. There's Wife's Birth Appreciation. Then The Beautiful Wife is Pregnant, and also The Empress's Harem. The princess being like this, on the contrary, remind me of the past. After we were intimate for the first time, the princess gave me many picture books, even overtly and covertly, hinting and insinuating that I was not good enough. Now that the princess is repeating her old tricks, is it because you're truly bored, or do you feel that She stammered awkwardly. Back then you. Besides, didn't you not look at them? You only glanced at them once, then threw the books away with a sour face. Afterward, you locked those books up and didn't allow me to look at them either." Yin Xian said, "It's better to look at such crude and frivolous things less in the future." She grumbled internally. "I originally wanted to have a date together, but the result was like I was caught reading picture books in class by the teacher." However, Yin Xian back then was indeed restrained and proper. Getting him to compromise once was already very reluctant. The green melon picked that year was indeed very sweet. She said, "Tell me, did you secretly, furtively read the books I gave you behind my back?" She thought, back then, I was secretly overjoyed, feeling that our compatibility was increasing day by day. I didn't think it through. Thinking back now, he was surely as upright as he appeared on the surface, but secretly. Yin Xian's answer interrupted her train of thought. "Not at all. I don't believe you. Has the princess herself read through those books?" She hesitated, not confirming. Yin Xian whispered in her ear, "My sweet girl tonight, She was secretly bewildered. That past Frosty search for meaning. What on earth were those books? No wonder Yin Xian said they were crude and frivolous things. She asked, "Then later you must have secretly looked. Otherwise, how could you?" "Not necessarily." He is a proud and arrogant person. He wants to do everything to the best of his ability. Although at that time, he was concerned about their identities and was thus extremely restrained in this matter, being pointed out by someone else. He would naturally feel a sense of defeat. Fortunately, he has a natural talent for everything. Once requested, he can learn one thing and understand 10. She raised her hand. This time I guarantee it. I have carefully and meticulously read every single page. Yan Xian, you should satisfy my request a little. She thought. I used to think that if we were together, he would do whatever I wanted. In the end, it's still me listening to him. Yan Xian asked, Princess just like this? My son agrees. What about the crown prince? How do you feel? My son agrees. Yan Xian asked, Princess just like this? Just like this, she nodded. Then she started ordering dishes herself. I want this one, and this one too. She thought to herself, just imagining it is exciting enough. Yan Xian replied, that's fine too. A flicker of suspicion flashed through her. But he only just looked at it once. Does he really understand? That's not right. Yan Xian, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? How am I doing it on purpose? I'm clearly following the princess's wishes. She punched his chest. That's clearly not it. It's not right, not right. Yan Xian said perhaps it's because most of it lacks theoretical knowledge, so there's a bit of a discrepancy. Now you clearly know, but you're always teasing me. Feeling both tired and wrong from being deceived, she accused him vehemently. You're being stubborn and talking back. Don't you mean to deceive me? Do you not like me anymore? Why would you suddenly say that? You're completely different from before. Before, you would always consider my feelings, you would respect my opinions. She burst into tears, and you wouldn't tease me, nor would you make me uncomfortable every time, not giving in to me at all. Yan Xian thought, it seems this time I was indeed a bit too indulgent. Then he said, it's true that this time I lost a bit of self-control, lingering and unable part. Making excuses. Lately, every day you come to the palace, it's always to see Father Emperor. Clearly, in your eyes, there's only Father Emperor, only matters of state, and not me at all. Not a single word. It seems I'm being a bit unreasonable, aren't I? You know very well. As soon as he hears I intend to enter the palace, Father Emperor always summons me for discussions. Just 2 days ago, he was even sighing in a fit of rage. I don't care. I only know that if you like someone enough, you can overcome all difficulties and come through wind and rain. Can't you refuse Father Emperor? He's being unreasonable, and you're just going along with it? The rest of your life, are you spending it with me or with him? Yan Xian broke into a sweat because she was being unreasonable. Your feelings for me are only physical. You don't like me anymore. As expected, men no longer cherish what they've already obtained. Also, you always so stiffly call me princess. You hardly ever call me darling anymore. Yan Xian was about to say something when she said, are you still thinking about having to sleep with ungrateful me? Waiting until I like you, until I'm overjoyed and excited to marry you, and then you'll stick a wooden puppet on me and swagger away. It must be so. You're so clever. If you really wanted to deceive me, I would surely not be able to tell. The more I think about it, the sadder I get. Yan Xian hugged her and said, there has never been a real contract. It was just an excuse not to let go. If there hadn't been a contract, perhaps we would have long been separated by now. She turned back and asked, really? Really? Yin Mu took his life and everything he could have. So why do you always call me princess? It's not intimate at all, because I hope that no matter when or where in my heart, you will forever be the princess who receives endless favor, precious and revered. The corners of her lips quickly turned down. I don't believe you. Before, I said I wanted to have a daughter with you, and you didn't react enthusiastically. When did I not answer? You're surely going to say, when did I not answer? You don't think about the future with me. You don't want a child born by me. You don't love me enough to love everything about me. Yan Xian found it hard to argue, but I do want one. It's just that I can't imagine a person wanting to bear another child for me. Yan Xian, I'm not little anymore. I'm not a kid. I can already do very bold things with you. The princess is a few years younger than me. In my eyes, she is still a child. Besides this, there is no other meaning. Mental. Do you know? I had an imperial sister-in-law. In the past, I often went in and out of the imperial palace and received a lot of care from her. She was originally a strong and healthy person. Although she was the legitimate daughter of a noble family, she was skilled in archery and horsemanship, no less than a man, and used to have a heroic and lively personality. Later, as the empress, my sister-in-law could see the danger beneath the boiling oil and blazing fire. Giving birth not only damaged her body, making her unable to ever draw a bow again, it also caused her to accumulate mental illness, which could not be resolved even after she gave birth to the emperor. In the end, she lost her life. Hearing this, she asked, "Was it that serious?" He said, "It's not that we fear a major event, but we fear the unexpected." That year, no one expected things to develop to that extent. The empress back then and my imperial brother were as harmonious as a lute and zither, their love unquestionable. My imperial brother even dismissed the harem for her. The power of the Zhang family was at its peak for a time. My maternal grandson is the future emperor. In the future, half of the world will belong to the Zhangs. How do other imperial relatives behave? When they go out, they have a grand entourage. It's already good enough that we don't ride horses and trample fields. What's the big deal if they move aside for us? Father, be careful with your words. Isn't this the actual situation? I don't mean anything else by it. You may feel you don't mean anything else, but do others feel the same? Father, don't say such rebellious words in the future. Normally, she was capable of controlling all these matters. However, since becoming pregnant, her energy was not what it used to be, even though she had reigned in her talents. She tried her best to restrain the Zhang family, not wanting them to fall into a point of no return, but she was powerless. She worried that with the Zhang family's actions, they would sooner or later bring disaster upon themselves, and the emperor's patience with the Zhang family would not last long. She knew that even if something happened to the Zhang family, her position as empress would remain as stable as Mount Tai. Whatever end the Zhang family met, they would be reaping what they sowed. But at that time, she just couldn't think it through. Every word from my imperial brother would be overinterpreted by her. She would, due to some unknown emotions, burst into arguments with my imperial brother, shutting him out. Then she would fall into a vicious cycle of self-blame. Her personality became increasingly quiet and timid. Even though my imperial brother was by her side every day, he couldn't stop her vitality from eroding day by day. Until one time, the Zhang family, seeing that my imperial sister-in-law's health had not improved for a long time, wanted to send her younger sister into the palace. My imperial brother was truly furious and couldn't help but speak harshly to my imperial sister-in-law. "This is the Zhang family that you've been trying so hard to protect." My imperial sister-in-law, having seen the Zhang family's true colors, immediately cut ties with them. She requested an imperial edict to expel the Zhang family members from the capital. From then on, the Zhang family's decline was swift. "Your Majesty need not feel guilty about this. I did this only out of consideration for our imperial son. I don't want him to have a maternal family that holds him back." But my sister-in-law's health did not improve because of this. Cutting ties with the Zhang family broke her heart. Later, seeing her own body withering away and thinking of her increasingly dull personality, she worried that when the emperor's affection was gone, the future for her and her imperial son would be tragic. Not long after, she died of illness. After my imperial sister-in-law passed away, my imperial brother was also filled with self-reproach, feeling that she was just trying not to make things difficult for him. My imperial brother, heartbroken, followed her within a year. In his haste, he left the young emperor to succeed the throne. If not for that, the great enterprise would not have been so precarious and difficult for many years, almost losing the entire country. After the emperor ascended the throne, the Zhang family emerged to protect His Majesty. His Majesty, unaware of the inner story of those years and listening to his maternal grandfather's tearful tales, only thought that my imperial brother's suppression of the Zhang family had caused my imperial sister-in-law to harbor resentment, and he always held a sense of pity for the Zhang family, so the Zhang family regained favor. Who would have thought? It was like nurturing a viper in one's bosom. Thinking of these things, even if our future daughter is as adorable as can be, our little treasure, she might even look exactly like you. Seeing her first cries and her growing into a graceful and lovely young lady would be like watching you grow up all over again. But at the very least, before that, you would have to endure a lot of pain to carry her. This pain, I am willing but unable to bear for you. When you become a mother, even with many palace maids to help, it's still hard to avoid worrying about many things. Worrying about her food, lodging, and travel, worrying about her future. And I will surely love her as an extension of my love for you. She will hold a very important place in my heart. But at least for the me of right now, the girl I want to pamper like a pearl is only you. She said it was very reasonable. But what if I am willing to endure these hardships for you? You've met my father emperor and my imperial brother. They dote on me and won't let me end up like that. I will also be very tolerant and very magnanimous. Then let's wait a few more years. Let's wait until a future time when there are no more worries. Taking a step back, the time we have together is still short. Do you want us, when we're together, to also have to take care of a wailing baby? That seems a bit hard to imagine, and it seems she was convinced. But it also seems she lost this opportunity. It will be hard to bring this up to make a fuss again in the future. She thought for a moment and said, "You're just saying pleasant things. I don't know what the future holds. I only know that right now. I want you to sacrifice for me, to yield to me, and you're already unwilling. What does the princess want from me? I want you to restrain yourself, to endure silently, and let me be willful. I won't make you do anything too outrageous or unreasonable. I just want you not to lie to me. We can also each take a step back. You agree to one of my requests, and I'll agree to one of yours." Yan Xian sighed inwardly. So this is what she was waiting for. You won't even agree to this? Now that it's come to this, how can I not agree? Does the princess have any other requests? Say them all at once. She immediately said, excitedly, "I want to blindfold you, and you're not allowed to move first. I want it in black and white, a 3-point pact. Okay. You're not allowed to tease me anymore. I won't. Is that enough?" She replied with satisfaction, "Enough. You've learned some bad tricks." She was seen through and giggled. "Qiu Jingshen, you are not just my darling. You are my ancestor. Many years ago, the princess said this nonsense, and now it seems to have come true." She was embarrassed and cried out inwardly, and he still remembers this. "Not only am I not sad, I even want to make him kneel and call me ancestor. Ancestor. In the capital, Prime Minister Zhang reported to the emperor, the states have agreed to the marriage. In a few days, the Princess of Zhou will hold the wedding ceremony with Prince Su in the Xiaozhou dynasty first. In my opinion, the imperial uncle and their third highness are very close nowadays, often meeting up, who knows what they are discussing. That third highness. He took Qingyai on an outing, and Lady Qingyai seems to have forgotten her way back. Your Majesty, the third highness clearly knows that Qingyai used to be by your side, and surely knows many confidential matters. Yet he still acts like this with her. He must have an agenda. Your Majesty, I'll say it again, we must avoid letting the tiger return to the mountain. We have our own decision. No need for more words. You may leave. My Qingyao should come back now." Returning to Qiu Jingshen's side, she had blindfolded Yan Xian. Then she kissed his neck. She whispered in his ear, calling Yan Xian's name. She suddenly thought, it seems the number of times I've fallen into his hands is quite high. It seems I was a bit too harsh. So this is what the princess meant by not being too excessive, not too absurd. Isn't this just some kissing and hugging? No, it's not too excessive. But what should we do next? In a while, does the princess intend to flip through books all night? If the princess won't do it, then it's my turn. She squeezed Yan Xian's, but don't be noisy, let me think. Then she raised both hands, secretly excited. This feels pretty good. Squeeze again. Squeeze. Okay, that's about enough. She said with satisfaction, "That's enough for today, all right? You need a rest too." She was about to leave when Yan Xian grabbed her hand and pulled her back. "That's enough? That's not enough. Princess, have you forgotten? Next, the princess has to satisfy me. What do you want to do? Of course, it's an eye for an eye. What did the princess do to me? I will naturally do the same to the princess." She thought to herself, "I spoke too soon, only thinking about teasing him first. I thought that when the princess was teasing me, she should have thought of these things." She cried internally. Every gift from fate has its price secretly marked. "Yan Xian, can you shoo them away? It's so ticklish. They're flying all over the place. Boo-hoo." "No, just now, with my eyes covered, I couldn't see you. I've been thinking all night about how to deal with you. I can't wait any longer, not to mention they can't talk. But they're brushing against me. It's so ticklish." "Ticklish where? I'll rub it for you." "Then untie the silk ribbon for me. I'll rub it myself." "No, just now." My feeling was the same as the princess's, not knowing what would happen next. "Princess, you could cover my eyes, yet when I do the same to the princess, you're unwilling? But could it be that the princess doesn't like me?" "Princess, I already want to take out my heart to prove I like you. Are you unwilling to show your feelings for me? I'm always so proper every day. Just this once, can we cross the line?" Jingshen. Yan Xian called for a long time before she replied, "All right." The next morning, she woke up and thought to herself, why couldn't I resist the temptation last night? He just whispered my name in my ear a few times, and I already disarmed and surrendered. Suddenly, Yan Xian also woke up and puckered his lips to kiss her. She immediately pulled the blanket over her head completely. According to the princess's standards, I'm just returning what the princess did to me. Does the princess only allow the magistrate to commit arson, but forbid the common people from lighting lamps? But I only kissed you a little and spanked you but a few times. And you? Not only did you kiss me, you also spanked my, but it's not fair. No one has ever spanked my, but since I was little. Moreover, you even... Boo-hoo, how humiliating. Suddenly, the two parrots reenacted the scene. Kiss, 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 smooch, smooch, smooch. Spank but pat, 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 hug, 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 shame, shame. Leaving the two of them stunned. Then she shouted angrily, "Look what a fine mess you've made. Even the birds are mocking me." Yanxian also regretted not shooing the birds away. She added, "Don't say you couldn't restrain your feelings, couldn't control yourself. No excuses. Just because it's written in black and white that we must satisfy each other's wishes. You could be so unrestrained. Is that it?" Yan Xian chuckled. "I'll help you apply some ointment. Go, go, go. Take your two birds and get out. I don't want to see you." Later, the prince said to Qiu Jingshinhui, "The Imperial Astronomy Bureau has calculated two auspicious dates. One is the 15th of next month, and the other is early next spring. Although Father Emperor wants to keep you for a few more months, considering Marquis Yoning's affairs are all in the Great Redynasty, it's not good to let him stay in the Xiaozhou dynasty for too long, feeling that he should display the demeanor of a nation's ruler. After discussion, we feel that the 15th of next month is a bit better. Although it's a bit rushed, your dowry, little sister, has long been prepared by your older brother, Father Emperor, and Mother Empress. It can be considered abundant. I wonder what my little sister thinks. I don't see any major issues. Everyone can just proceed as you see fit." Suddenly, the two parrots cried out, "Ancestor, ancestor. Little sister, this bird of yours isn't bad. Is it calling me ancestor?" She said guiltily, "I suppose so. It heard a few words before, so it's just using them randomly. So that's how it is. The rest has basically been discussed. Little sister, take a look. Is there anything that needs to be added or removed?" The parrot cried out again, "Chirp, chirp, chirp, ha. MMM. The prince, who had never heard these sounds before, wondered to himself, why is it making these strange noises? She blushed and said, "Royal brother, if you have something to do, please go ahead and do it. No rush. I haven't had tea in my little sister's palace yet." Qiu Jingshin couldn't take it anymore. Her face darkened as she approached the two birds. "Don't chirp, chirp, chirp. I know I was wrong. Spare me." Qiu Jingshin immediately started hitting them wildly. Thwack, thwack, bird murder. Ha ha. It's a bit noisy, affecting our discussion. The prince thought to himself, it seems the two birds said a very long sentence, but I couldn't hear clearly what they were saying. I suddenly remembered there is indeed one thing that needs to be added. Big brother, please help me arrange it. The two birds flew over to Yan Xian's side. On the verge of tears, Yan Xian immediately reached out to catch and comfort them. "Your Highness, I intend to follow the ancient rites, one of which is that the man and woman are not to meet for 1 month before the wedding. I wonder if you would agree? Does the princess know about this?" The princess has nodded in agreement. The princess said, "Our side has an old custom that forbids the man and woman from meeting 1 day before the wedding. She values her wedding with you very much. She hopes that you and she can grow old together and be together for a long time. To show her sincerity, she plans to follow the old custom, extending it from 1 day to 30 days. She hopes that you can respect her thoughts and support her decision." Yan Xian was stunned and thought to himself, it seems I was a bit too wild last night. I made her angry. Yan Xian was about to go see her, but was stopped by a maid. "Your Highness, starting from today." Yan Xian looked at the two birds and thought to himself, this look. Why does it seem like they've done something wrong and are coming to me for backing? What kind of trouble can birds get into? Suddenly, the bird cried out, "Chirp, chirp, chirp," one more. Hearing this, Yan Xian understood the problem. His hair stood on end, and his regret for not shooing the birds away increased 10,866 times. Meanwhile, the emperor's eyes were shining with excitement. Did Jingshin really say that? That's very good. Quickly pass down this decree for execution. There must be no mistakes. Also, go buy some firecrackers. We want to hear the explosions. The Empress thought to herself, childish. "Oh right, Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. It's about some of the former tutors from the N1 Academy. Recently, they've been loitering outside the Imperial Palace, unwilling to accept the matter of divorce. Should we chase them away? Chase them away for what? We need to give them a chance to sneak in. Let our princess realize her own heart more clearly. The prince thought to himself, what's so good about one lifetime, one love? Having one on each arm is the true way. Princess, are you really not going to see Prince Su for a month? Of course. These past 2 days, His Highness Prince Su has also sent many apologetic gifts. Aren't you going to take a look? No. If Fifth Royal Brother understood a bit about adult matters and understood those words, I would have lost all my face. With Fifth Royal Brother's big mouth, in less than 3 days, all my older brothers and sisters-in-law will know how Yin Xian bullied me. Although the customs of the Xiaozhou dynasty are open, such absurd things, if discussed by my own blood brothers, are still incredibly terrifying, you know? But why am I so weak-willed? It's only been 2 days, and I'm already starting to miss him a little. Shan Long said, are you really not going to take a look? I heard that all the jewelry and treasures in the cases of Jinyu Tower have been reserved by the imperial uncle. Now he's both happy and troubled. Then bring those gifts over for me to see. I must see how much sincerity is in his apology. She told herself, 2 days. I'll try to endure for 5 days. Then I'll say, although it's a rule, there's also human sentiment. One must be flexible. All right, Princess, on His Majesty's side. He heard that you want to follow the old custom and was very pleased. It's a good thing, but it must be done properly from beginning to end, so the ancestors can see your sincerity. Otherwise, it's just empty words. To help you carry it out, he even specially sent a mama over. I'm doomed. I forgot about the obstacle that is my father. This time, even if I want to retreat, the path is blocked. In another development, Qingyai, will you still have to return to Li Capital in the future? Of course. I was born in Li Capital, grew up in Li Capital, so naturally I must return to Li Capital. Miss Qingyai, you are truly iron-hearted. It actually makes one feel a little heartbroken. Didn't your Third Highness say that while I was in the Xiaozhou dynasty, everything your Third Highness did was merely out of hospitality as a host and required no repayment? Although no repayment is needed, having spent so much time and affection, I still hope to leave some memories, hoping that Miss would be moved by me. So, in Mrs. Hart, does this Geo have a special place? She smiled and replied, perhaps there really is a little, looking at her radiant smile. The third prince smiled and called out, Qingyai, Third Highness, this is as far as you need to see me off. See you tomorrow. No matter what the future holds, the obstacles before us will pass, won't they? Qingyai later returned to the Dai dynasty to report to the emperor. The third prince indeed corresponds frequently with Prime Minister Zhang. He is cautious in his actions, but everything leaves a trail. Give your subject a little more time, and I will be able to grasp solid evidence of their secret communications. The royal family of Xiaozhou dynasty has harmonious brotherhood, with no so-called internal discord. Why would the third prince risk colluding with foreign enemies and conspire with the Zhang family to do evil? The emperor said perhaps he wants to find another path to climb to a higher position. That's true. The Xiaozhou dynasty is united from top to bottom. She thought, if one of the princes within wants to plot trouble. Thinking this, she spoke. But a person like that has a purpose for everything he does. I am merely an ordinary shadow guard by your majesty's side. The third prince recklessly approached me. What does he want? She thought to herself again. During this time, he has been attentive and warm towards me. I originally thought he wanted to use the opportunity to probe for information. But aside from frequently expressing his admiration, there was almost nothing inappropriate. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in. Your Majesty, urgent report. Something has happened in the capital. Scene change. The princess was falling asleep when the men from N1 Academy arrived. She subconsciously reached out to feel around, muttering to herself, oh no, he's here already. This doesn't feel right. Why is it so soft and flat? It's only been 2 or 3 days. Yin Xian couldn't have lost his pectoral muscles already, could he? She opened her eyes, stunned, surrounded by unfamiliar men. She immediately pulled the blanket over herself. I didn't drink last night. It can't be that while my fiancé is away, I got drunk and did something foolish, right? Even jumping into the Yellow River couldn't wash me clean. Someone tell me, why is this happening? Princess, do you remember me? I am Tutor Xiao. You used to love listening to me play the flute the most. It's not a dream. It's the men from N1 Academy. Why do they come here? She struggled. Let me go. They desperately pulled at her arms and legs, crying. The maidservant ran in and was stunned by the scene. These aren't really my rivals, trying to get me killed, are they? Princess, it was our negligence that allowed them to sneak in. We will drag them out now. Princess, do you really want to send us away without letting us say a single word? Princess, during this time, we have reflected on ourselves. In the past, we were just pretending to be aloof and missed many opportunities. Now we are repentant and have come to recommend ourselves. We don't ask to be the only one. We just hope for a place by the princess's side. That's right, princess. We were too insensible before. From now on, we must face ourselves honestly, be our true selves, and stop putting on airs. She struggled and said, "There's no need. It was my fault before for giving you the wrong idea. I have come to my senses now. In this life, having only the imperial uncle is enough for me." She then recited a poem on the spot. "In youth, I knew not the imperial uncle's worth, mistaking catching fish for a fine affair. Let me go. Princess, that Prince Su is truly detestable. If he has something on you, or is threatening you in some way, you must tell us. Even if it means climbing a mountain of knives, or descending into a sea of fire, we will definitely rescue you." That's right, princess. In the past, although you were flamboyant, why have you now become someone controlled by her husband? You should do as you please. Why must you be mindful of another's mood? Doesn't the princess want to caress and embrace us? Although the Xiaozhou dynasty's power is not equal to today's, if you are being bullied, we still have ways to protect you. She couldn't bear to look and turned her face away. Have you ever seen him? Never, but isn't it just one nose and two eyes? Even if his stamina is very good, we have the advantage in numbers. We can surely serve the princess to her satisfaction. Have you ever heard the saying, "No cloud is beautiful after the one on Mount Wu"? I'm too lazy to look back after passing through the flowers. When you see what he looks like, you will understand. Why did I ever think these ordinary-looking guys were handsome? Looking at their demeanor now, it's truly an eyesore. They signaled with their eyes, confirming there was no mistake, and prepared to act. "Princess, if you're being threatened, just blink once." She shouted, "Quick, throw them out. If I'm seen in the morning, tussling in bed with these men, even if Yin Xian doesn't misunderstand, I will surely have to suffer a little. I might even have to agree to some unequal terms. For a long time, I definitely wouldn't be able to stand tall before him. I beg you, generous brothers, please spare me. Don't harm me. Wait. If our presence makes things so difficult for the princess, we will not force you. But princess, we hope you can live well. Even in a foreign land, you can still be free and unrestrained. Therefore, as tutors of the academy, we have nothing to teach you. But during this time, based on our profound knowledge and methods, we can make the imperial uncle become obedient and manageable, making him listen to your every word. Right now, we understand a lot of theoretical knowledge. We guarantee you'll understand as soon as you hear it." She was secretly excited. That's right. What if I can learn from my peers what I can't from the master? From now on, I might be able to turn the tables on Yin Xian. By then, I can make him do whatever I want, no more crying and kneeling. I must learn a few more tricks. She said, "All right then, tell me the details." The next morning, the emperor asked. "You said they entered the princess's bedchamber and didn't come out again." "Yes." Good. Spread this news. Make sure it reaches Prince Su's ears. "But your majesty, the princess didn't do anything with them. She just had some tea with them. The maidservants were all by her side." "I don't care. Rounding up, it's as good as sleeping with them." The empress said, "You are driving a wedge between them, affecting their marital affection. What kind of father are you? This is a trivial matter. If they don't even have a little trust, then how can they be husband and wife in the future?" The empress said, "Are you playing the victim after causing the trouble? Their life together can't possibly be without any bumps. I'm just taking this early opportunity to test them. If they're not compatible, they can just break up quickly now. I am the best father in the world." Afterwards, a maidservant reported, "Princess, there's a rumor spreading in the palace recently. It says you and the tutors from N1 Academy spent a romantic night together under the moonlit flowers. It also says you are secretly keeping men behind the imperial uncle's back. So, who wants to ruin my reputation? Could it be my imperial father? It must be father. In my own bedchamber. It's not like I can't even stop a few weak scholars. Besides, without my imperial father's backing, who would be so bold as to spread such false rumors? It's been 5 days since I last saw him. Could it be that he believed these rumors? I have to go find him, but the matrons outside are guarding strictly." She told her maidservant, "Cover for me." "Princess, be careful." Slowly. She climbed the wall, panting. Yin Xian. Suddenly, she slipped and fell. But luckily, Yin Xian caught her. He told her, "Reckless." She thought to herself, "Isn't that because a day without seeing you feels like 3 years? I wanted to settle scores with him before. It's only been a few days. How come I couldn't hold back?" Suddenly, they both said in unison, "I have something to say. You go first." There's a development in day. I need to go back for a trip. Do you have to go back at this time? Yes. I must depart immediately. Could it be because of that incident? You hold a grudge and want to leave the Xiaozhou dynasty? Yin Xian, there's nothing between me and them. It was all my imperial father's doing, spreading false rumors. I just intended to ask them for some advice. Yin Xian said, it has nothing to do with that. I'm returning to the Day dynasty because there are matters to resolve, and also because of some issues in the court. She thought, a difficult problem? So difficult that he can't marry me first, and then take me back to his country with him? That's right. Perhaps I must personally step in to mediate for things to turn around. So these past few days, the princess has been, behind my back, embracing men left and right. It seems he doesn't know. Does this count as me asking for it? Oof. What's wrong? She frantically explained. It's just that I woke up in the middle of the night and suddenly saw several people near my bed, which scared me to death. But I guarantee absolutely nothing shady happened between me and them. I originally wanted to kick them out immediately, but then I couldn't help but ask for their advice on how a man and a woman can live together harmoniously. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. I'm really innocent. I actually feel a little jealous and want to know how they plan to take care of the princess. If the students can manage to steal her away, it's none of my business. Jingxin, you don't need to be so tense. Since I am with you, I will certainly trust you for your openness and frankness, that you won't hide anything. As long as your conscience is clear, there's no need to be afraid just because I am the enemy. It's just the way between men and women. Wait until the day I return to test it out. Oh heavens, just a few words like that, and I can't take it anymore. I will return quickly before your wedding takes place. But if I can't make it back, then don't wait for me anymore. Why is he saying such serious things? Yin Xian said, the transaction can be voided at any time. If that's the case, it's because I broke my promise first. It wouldn't count as the princess betraying the contract. Yin Xian, do you still feel that what's between us is just a transaction? You said before that there was never any contract. Was that also a lie to me? Don't tell me you want to call off the engagement because of these things. Of course not. The promises I made before, every word came from the heart. I'm just afraid. The emperor's thoughts are hard to predict, and I'm also afraid that in this world, there is nothing that can never be lost. What is it? My dynasty's monarch also has intentions of expanding territory. I'm afraid a traitor will secretly instigate things affecting Xiaozhou. Yin Xian thought to himself, the matter concerning the third prince must be carefully guarded against. It's better not to tell her for now. It would only make her worry, she said. The Xiaozhou dynasty keeps to itself and has good relations with its neighbors. It shouldn't have invited such a disaster. Is it Prime Minister Zhang? That's right. His Majesty of our court is good in every way, except he is too sentimental. The Zhang family is also very good at concealing themselves in front of His Majesty. If I want to live peacefully in Xiaozhou in the future, the affairs of day are beyond my reach. This festering tumor must be removed as soon as possible. His Majesty has always believed that although they are foolish, they are very loyal. The only way is to present solid evidence before His Majesty so that he can cut ties with them completely. Upon returning this time, I've heard some rumors. I must quickly produce the evidence and present it to His Majesty to prevent them from striking first. Yin Xian thought again. The wedding is approaching, and Qingyai has a mission. For His Majesty to urgently summon me back at this time is unprecedented. I'm afraid His Majesty has believed the instigation of others and has grown suspicious. Moreover, her third brother is involved in this matter. If someone submits a memorial that affects Xiaozhou, the consequences will be disastrous. I'm afraid the Court of Day will have a pretext and war will break out. I must return to control the situation. He reluctantly stayed in Xiaozhou for 3 more days to gather evidence showing the third prince's collusion with the Zhang family and had to bid farewell to the princess. Under the stars and moonlight was already risky enough. If he stayed in Xiaozhou any longer, disobeying the king's decree, it would only add fuel to the fire. When he returns today, with the influence of various parties, he might still be able to protect Xiaozhou. I don't know the specifics of what you have to do, but my intuition tells me that your choice to return at this time cannot be for such a simple matter. If you are willing to tell me, I will listen. If you are not willing, I will wait silently. But I don't want you to only tell me the good news and not the bad. If it's truly dangerous, please tell me. For now, I still have it under control. You must believe that I can handle it properly. I have been in Day for many years. I can certainly protect myself. I'll only be away for a while. Wait for me to return. I'm afraid my father-in-law will find me even more displeasing. At that time, if I have to climb a mountain of blades or descend into a sea of fire, I still hope the princess will lend a hand. You must return safely. You must not get hurt. Okay, if you don't cherish yourself and put yourself in danger, then when you return, I will be the one to add another knife, to pour more oil on the fire. I will find other handsome men, one on my right hand, one on my left. Then I'll soak you in a jar of vinegar. Okay, forget it. If anything happens to you, I will remain chaste for the rest of my life. Every day, I will live miserably in the places you once lived. Every day, I will wash my face with tears, and I will be lonely for the rest of my life. Whether you are alive or dead, I will not let you be at ease. I will make you suffer. Okay. So Yin Xian, I forbid you from calling off the wedding. I forbid you from saying unlucky things. You must return safely. However, Jingshun Day is 10,000 miles away, so the news that reaches Xiaozhou will surely be mixed. No matter what you hear, remember not to cause trouble. If something really happens, I will send a trusted subordinate to deliver a message to you. Wait for me. Okay, Day. Has the imperial uncle not returned yet? Yes, something happened, so he was delayed for 2 days. You have been with the imperial uncle and the princess in Xiaozhou for over a month. What kind of person do you think the princess is? The princess is magnanimous and polite, with a simple heart. She pays no mind to status and treats others with great sincerity. The world has unfairly misunderstood the princess too much. She is actually a very good person. But the emperor heard Prime Minister Zhang say, the Zhou princess is arrogant, domineering, and has a terrible reputation. This person is lustful by nature, fickle, and they're not a good match at all. The imperial uncle once went to the Zhou court and had a relationship with the princess. It is said that he gave his true heart that day, but what he received in return was a game. The imperial uncle must harbor resentment in his heart for this kind of woman. How could someone as talented and strategic as the imperial uncle be willing to be with such a woman? And now, they have reconciled and even want to marry. At this, the emperor asked, so in your opinion, is the imperial uncle truly sincere with the princess? Yes, the affection between them is very strong. I accompanied them on their entire journey. The princess and the imperial uncle are indeed deeply in love. The emperor then thought of Prime Minister Zhang's words. I see it as a fake marriage, a real transaction. For the imperial uncle to marry the Zhou princess and want to stay in Xiaozhou, he must have ulterior motives. We must be careful. If your majesty does not believe me, I still have some witnesses on my side. The emperor asked Qingyai, you once said you would be my sword, my eyes and ears. Does that still count now? As long as your majesty is willing to use me, of course it still counts. The emperor lifted her chin. But my bluebird, you now know how to deceive me. The princess repeatedly teased the imperial uncle without remorse, yet you praise her to the skies. Just because her brother took you sightseeing a little, you become so happy you've forgotten your way back, haven't you? Or is there some kind of bond between you and the imperial uncle, stronger than the bond between me and you? Is that why you chose to cover for the imperial uncle? Every word I said is the truth. I dare not deceive you. My friendship with the third prince was merely going with the flow. I just wanted to see what his intentions really were, whether it's true or false. When the imperial uncle returns, you can verify it yourself. The empress said she wants a female guard to protect her. I think you're suitable. Why don't you go and listen to the empress's commands now? Qingyai thought to herself, so this is the move Prime Minister Zhang made. Are you unwilling? If the empress is short-staffed, then I will obey the order. If this is a punishment, why must your majesty humiliate me like this? You feel this is a humiliation? She would not have said such things before. After a trip to Xiaozhou, Qingyai replied, your majesty has commanded. I dare not disobey. Your majesty and the empress are one. Both are my masters. I will naturally obey. It's just that, if your majesty suspects me, feeling that I am fickle, the sweet words of those around you have made me and your majesty grow further apart. I have nothing more to say. I take my leave. The emperor wanted to say something, but stopped. Guard Qing, my golden hairpin fell into the water. Please trouble Guard Qing to find it for me. The handmaiden beside her said, but it is cold spring now. I'm afraid she will catch a chill. So you want the weak palace maids beside me to go down and get it? Qingyai replied, I obey. Qingyai went down and retrieved the hairpin. Then the empress said, oh my earring has also fallen. trouble guard Qing to dive down and find it again. She reluctantly replied, "Yes, Your Highness. Aren't you afraid His Majesty will punish you for this? She has already been disliked and abandoned by His Majesty. That's why she was sent to my side. Why would His Majesty care if she lives or dies anymore?" At this moment, Qingyai slowly sank into the deep water and said to herself, "Are you willing to accept this? You are capable. You have seen the vast mountains and rivers. Are you willing to cage yourself in this palace for a man, for a promise to a former master? I need an empress with family background and status. Are you willing? Are you going to stay by his side for the rest of your life, without any title?" "I am not willing." At Prince Su's mansion, Yan Xian asked, "Is Qingyai sick?" His Majesty handed Lady Qingyai over to the Empress. That day, the Empress deliberately made things difficult for her, making her dive in the water for 2 hours before she fainted. She has now been taken back to the palace and is recuperating. This prince must enter the palace. "Your Majesty, Imperial Uncle Su requests an audience." "Your Majesty, this is the evidence of Prime Minister Zhang colluding with the third prince of Xiaozhou to secretly transport weapons, iron ammunition, and grain. The third prince even provided the Zhang family with 1 million taels of silver. The evidence is the letters of transaction between them. The witnesses are waiting outside the palace. Your Majesty can summon them at any time. In the past, the Zhang family's power was so great that Your Majesty could protect them even when they formed factions for their own purposes. Now, they have shaken the foundations of the country. Your Majesty can no longer turn a blind eye. As soon as I arrived in Xiaozhou, I realized the third prince of Xiaozhou was plotting something sinister. The matter involved Prime Minister Zhang. Therefore, I remained still to observe and then collected evidence with Qingyai. That is why I was delayed for more than 3 days. I hope Your Majesty will forgive me. I heard that the imperial uncle was met with all sorts of difficulties in the Xiaozhou court. In my eyes, the imperial uncle is like a father. Xiaozhou is just a small country. For them to act like this, they truly look down on our day. I was very angry, which is why I summoned the imperial uncle back to the capital, causing the imperial uncle's wedding to be delayed. Your Majesty is overstating it. The princess and I are truly in love. The Emperor of Zhou also loves his daughter dearly. In the eyes of the Emperor of Zhou, I am merely someone trying to abduct his daughter, not some prince of day. Truly in love, from what I know, the princess has a terrible reputation and even abandoned you from start to finish. Is the imperial uncle really interested in her? Before I left, I told Your Majesty. Someone told me. For the past 20 years, I have served the country without any personal feelings. The days ahead will be even longer. I will live for myself. This person is the princess. During this time, she has been with me through thick and thin, her heart filled with my image. I have never before experienced the feeling of being cared for, of being held in someone's heart. At first, I left because of the princess's teasing and departed in disappointment. But in the following 2 years, the old matters between the princess and me seemed to have ceased to exist. When the princess and I met again, the first thing I thought of was personal revenge. I thought I could easily give up my relationship with the princess, but I overestimated myself. Time and again, I fell deeper, and the feelings began to resemble a forest fire, impossible to extinguish. The more we got to know each other, the more I liked her. The princess was young and ignorant. She didn't know what true love was, which is why she did such ridiculous things. But luckily, it's not too late, and I haven't missed my chance. The princess is also trying every way to make up to me for what happened back then. Let me ask you, how could I not truly love her? I dare not hide anything. Before you, imperial uncle, presented this evidence of crime, Prime Minister Zhang had also submitted evidence of your crimes. Imperial uncle, you feel, who should I believe? That you and the princess only love each other in name, but in reality, the agreement is real? Or that Prime Minister Zhang intends to sow discord and frame you, imperial uncle? I am, of course, more inclined to believe you, imperial uncle. But perhaps you should give me a convincing reason to trust you. Your Majesty just mentioned an agreement. Indeed, there is an agreement between the princess and me, but it is not an exchange of benefits. Rather, I used the agreement to bind the princess to my side. Reason tells me that I should let go and not force it. I have also told Your Majesty before, the more you try to sever it, the more entangled it becomes, which will surely cause chaos. But when I learned the princess wanted to return to her country, I only wanted her to stay by my side for all of eternity, never to be parted. Imperial uncle, do you know that the princess once had an academy that attracted 3,000 handsome men, and countless people lost their souls over her? emperor. I know. You knew, imperial uncle. I know all about the princess's past. I know everything. So what if she is not sincere? So what if she only speaks lies? So what if she is a flirtatious woman? As long as she is by my side, for me, that is enough. As long as she is by your side, for you, that is enough. I thought you, imperial uncle, were a purist who could not tolerate any flaws. Yes, I do not look at the past, only the present. If she steps 1 foot outside the wall, I will move the wall 10 feet out. If she lies and deceives my sincere heart, I will make her live up to those words for the rest of her life. Fortunately, as long as one never forgets, there will surely be a response. I firmly believe that your majesty will make a wise decision. That you, imperial uncle, can win someone's true heart. I'm also very happy for you. It's just that I'm truly worried about the current situation, that this is another trap by this woman, first bewitching with poison, then ruthlessly discarding. After all, you will have to stay in Xiaozhou for a long time in the future, imperial uncle. I'm truly worried that you will be heartbroken later on. Why not let me help you through this trial and see how much of the princess's heart is true right now? I do not agree to test the princess's sincerity. They are marrying off their daughter and can test my imperial uncle in every way, yet you won't allow me to scheme for my imperial uncle's marriage? Or are you afraid, imperial uncle, that the princess will not pass the test? That's right. I am afraid that the princess's affection for me is not as deep as mine for her. I am afraid the princess's affection is merely a fleeting emotion that will not last long. What's more, the princess and I have sworn eternal vows and made all sorts of promises, but my return to the country on the eve of our wedding was already a breach of my agreement with her. If I were to test her further, I fear she would be deeply hurt. But to like someone means not being able to bear seeing them get hurt. I never expected you, imperial uncle, to be such a sentimental person. However, this matter was mainly caused by Xiaozhou's third prince sowing discord. If war breaks out between our two countries, will you, imperial uncle, be loyal to the country or prioritize your personal feelings? During this time, although I have faced many difficulties at the Xiaozhou court, they all stem from the love they have for their sister. It's clear that the prince and the Zhou emperor are always busy with their duties, yet they think a great deal about the princess's future. That is why they set up many challenges just to test my character, afraid of trusting the wrong person. Just like common people, they scheme for their sister, but this shows that the imperial family, from top to bottom, is very harmonious. The Zhou dynasty is peaceful, without ambition, and the crown prince's position is as stable as Mount Tai. If the third prince wants to break the stalemate, he must seek outside help. This traitor and unfilial son should be punished by both courts. There is no need to drag others into this and damage the friendship between our two courts. Since you have pleaded so, imperial uncle, I have nothing more to refute. Prime Minister Zhang has presented me with 3 pieces of evidence. 1 is the letters exchanged between you and the third prince. 2 is a witness who overheard you and the princess discussing the agreement. 3 are the other men the princess has abandoned from start to finish. For the last one, if you wish to meet them, I will deliver them into your hands, imperial uncle. I will not meet them. I only believe in the truth that I can feel. I do not want to speculate about her based on rumors or arrangements by others. Imperial uncle, are you implying me? I wouldn't dare. Forget it, as you wish. In recent years, the Zhang family has indeed been insatiably greedy, forming cliques for their own private gain. This matter has spread everywhere. It's just that it's hard to say how powerful the Zhang family has become. I have a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I wonder if you, imperial uncle, will cooperate with me? Your Majesty, please speak. I will certainly cooperate. A moment later, Your Majesty, is doing this truly appropriate? The emperor watched Yin Xian and replied, the Zhang family was merely promoted thanks to my favor, but you, imperial uncle, truly hold great power, having fought your way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Who do you think poses a greater threat to me? Eunuch Dai advised, but imperial uncle Su has no intention of rebelling. He has always been loyal to the imperial family. Whether it's loyalty or rebellion, a little test will make it clear, won't it? But Eunuch Dai frowned and thought, but this action is no different from releasing a tiger back in the mountains. It will make many court officials feel a chill. Just then, Qingyai appeared and said, I have come unannounced. I hope your Majesty will forgive me. Qingyai then knelt and said, doesn't your Majesty suspect me of being disloyal, of having a private relationship with the third prince? I will personally go and capture the third prince. I hope your Majesty will grant your permission. Eunuch Dai understood and bowed. I will take my leave. You have caught a cold and have not fully recovered. You should rest more. There's no need to do such strenuous work. As for the Empress, I have already ordered someone to reprimand her. For the Empress ordering me to search for a golden hairpin underwater, Your Majesty, doing so is no different from throwing me into a sea of fire. Does Your Majesty remember that cold winter, when the Empress deliberately found fault with me and then punished me by making me kneel? I am Your Majesty's secret guard. Worried about your dignity, I could not kneel, so the Empress ordered someone to slap me. The Emperor looked down and replied, I remember. Although Your Majesty arrived in time to stop the Empress then, after you learned the truth, you only felt that the Empress was merely arrogant and wanted me to tolerate her. In the years that followed, because of Your Majesty's protection, the Empress always saw me as a thorn in her side, suspecting that I would threaten her position, so she made things difficult for me countless times. It's just that the Empress's actions became more and more discreet, and the punishments of people in the palace were always kept hidden. I don't know how many punishments I have endured, but thinking of what Your Majesty mentioned to me before, I could only tell myself time and again to endure it. I did not know she was capable of such things. Even if you knew, what could Your Majesty do? The Empress is the master. The Zhang family is Your Majesty's maternal family, powerful and influential, and I'm just a lowly guard. If Your Majesty reprimands the Empress for my sake, what else could it do besides causing discord between the Emperor and Empress? It would only make the Empress want to eliminate me even faster. These matters, if Your Majesty truly wanted to investigate, you would know everything. Besides, in what capacity would I speak out? I have said it before, I can make you a noble consort. I can give you my exclusive favor in your own palace. And then what? Would the Empress let me go? As long as the Zhang family remains powerful, Your Majesty will still protect the Empress. Empress Zhang will forever be like a great mountain pressing down on me. Even if the Zhang family had no power, I would not want to use what I have learned my whole life to compete for Your Majesty's affection. Trapped in a void, waiting day after day for your favor, I do not want that. I only want to fulfill my duty as a subject to my sovereign. Saying this, Qingyai thought to herself, I don't want to be ambiguously entangled with you, where I am not quite a subject nor quite a consort. Hearing this, the Emperor was lost in thought. Qingyai spoke again. Now the Zhang family is hoarding food, weapons, and silver with treacherous intentions, yet Your Majesty still tolerates them, preferring to believe their rumors and slander, and thus becoming suspicious of me and your imperial uncle. I do not know how to prove my innocence. I ask for Your Majesty's permission to personally go and capture the third prince. Fine then, if you want to go, then go. Elsewhere, Jiu Xingxin was applying makeup in her room when a maidservant rushed in to report. Princess, something terrible has happened. News has come from Day that the imperial uncle has committed treason, colluding with our court's third highness for personal gain. His Majesty was furious and has thrown him into prison. He is now in the imperial clan court awaiting judgment. Hearing this, Jiu Xingxin turned around in alarm. How could this be? Report the situation in detail. Do not omit any part. Jiu Xingxin told herself, I must not panic. I must not panic. Xia Yang, quickly help me change. I must go see my father emperor. Yes, he told me to stay put. I cannot mess things up. For the situation to become like this, perhaps he had already anticipated it. Calm down. Calm down. I must remain calm to make the right decision. At that moment in the palace, the emperor of the Zhou dynasty angrily cursed, unfilial son. Now that your younger sister is about to be married, you dare to collude with a traitor, frame Prince Su, and put others in an unjust and unrighteous position. The Xiaozhou dynasty has guarded mountains of gold and silver for so many years. Why must we be content in one place? If we continue to yield, sooner or later our dynasty will be annexed by another country. Father Emperor, I, your son, implore you, while Day is in internal turmoil, let us directly dispatch troops to attack. Why should the Xiaozhou dynasty have to stay in its place? I and the late emperor painstakingly managed the country and saved the common people, so that everyone could believe that the Xiaozhou dynasty is not a threat, that there is nothing to fear, maintaining more advantages than disadvantages, which is how we have the prosperous Xiaozhou dynasty of today. Otherwise, do you think the dynasty could still guard its mountains of gold and silver? It would have long been carved up by the great nations. A rebellious son like you, To do such a thing, committing a monstrous crime, bringing disaster upon our country, is truly repaying kindness with enmity. I have truly wasted so many years raising you. The third prince stood up. Father Emperor has finally said it. Repaying kindness with enmity, a waste of so many years raising me? Then can Father Emperor tell me, without shame, how my biological mother fulfilled the love between you, Father Emperor and Mother Empress? So it was because of this for so many years. How ridiculous. For all these years, the Empress has treated you as her own son, but unexpectedly, a person with a heart raised such an ungrateful person. Since you have asked today, I will explain it to you slowly. Although I have always advocated for valuing harmony, and there are many things that I must pretend to be muddled about despite knowing I am not to the point of being truly muddled. No wonder in the past, both the fourth and fifth felt they couldn't talk to you. So it was because of this. Those two fools who don't remember the grace of their birth mother, only know how to recognize an enemy as their mother, was there to talk about. Then, let's start from many years ago. Your biological father was a great general who always fulfilled his duty of protecting the territory. Your biological mother was also a heroine no less than her husband. Because of a traitor in the court who colluded with the enemy, they were stabbed in the back, and so both died on the battlefield. And now, you have become the one who colludes with the enemy and betrays the country. The one who wants to push the subjects of two nations into war, plunging the people into misery. I think in the netherworld, they would probably be ashamed of you. At this moment, a eunuch came in to report, Your Majesty, the princess requests an audience. The emperor turned and said to the third prince, You go kneel behind there. Then, Jiao Xingshan entered and knelt to plead. Father Emperor, I want to go to the Day dynasty. What are you going there for? He once told me that if the Day Emperor became suspicious of him, he guaranteed that the matters of the Day dynasty would be resolved there. Now that he has reneged on his promise, why are you running there to add to the chaos? Yan Xian thought sadly. As expected, Father Emperor's previous impression of him was not very good. He had only reluctantly nodded in agreement, and now this has happened. I'm afraid it won't be easy to let me go, but this trip I have to go. She then said, Father Emperor, please don't be anxious. Listen to me first. Speak. Before he left, he instructed me that no matter what news I heard, I must remain still and not make a move, and must trust that he could resolve it. But how can I sit still when my heart is so uneasy? So what if he has contingency plans? What will happen if the current situation is something he could not have anticipated? What if he is imprisoned and his trusted aides run into trouble, unable to arrive in time to deliver a message? I must go to confirm his safety. I cannot just stay in the Xiaozhou dynasty and sit still like this. Instead of staying in the Xiaozhou dynasty with an uneasy hard day and night, it is better to go today to find out what is happening. Even if I can't help him, at least I can stay by his side and go through this difficult pass with him. What's more, this time he rushed back to his country, clearly knowing there was a tiger in the mountain, yet he still went. It was because he was afraid someone would instigate from behind, affecting Xiaozhou and causing the two nations to go to war. People always have blessings and misfortunes. No one can guarantee that the road ahead will always be smooth. At least he is striving to resolve this matter. He is wholeheartedly devoted to me. Yet we asked him to show his sincerity, putting him through hundreds of tests. He has proven his sincerity. How can we just stand by and watch, ignoring his life or death? How can we only know how to receive, but not how to give? The emperor did not answer, only looking at her with a pained expression. Jiao Xingshan looked at him worriedly. In the past, Father Emperor had imprisoned me in the palace. This time, I'm afraid he will not agree to let me go today. Jiao Xingshan said again, I know Father Emperor is worried about my safety, but I also don't want to keep hiding behind others like this, timid and fearful, and be the kind of carefree and thoughtless person. What's more, besides being his fiancée, I'm also a princess of the Xiaozhou dynasty. This matter is not just between me and him. It is also a matter between Dai and the Xiaozhou dynasty. It is a family matter, but even more so, a state affair. No matter what, our Zhou dynasty should also show some of our attitude. It is best for me to come forward. If the Dai dynasty is truly dangerous, and it could affect your life, then what do you plan to do? I am willing to share weal and woe with him, honor and disgrace together. After speaking, Jiao Xingshan kowtowed to plead. Faced with Jiao Xingshan's resolute attitude, the emperor sat down and stroked Jiao Xingshan's head. Father Emperor, I originally wanted you to live your whole life in peace and happiness, a carefree and thoughtless life. I didn't want you to get involved in these dangers. That you can think this way. As your father, I'm also very pleased. In this world, if there's a person who can make you act without regard for the consequences, willing to share weal and woe, life and death with that person, is also worth sacrificing for that person. That is also a kind of fulfillment. Jiao Xingxin, with tears in her eyes, silently agreed with him. Then the emperor turned to the third prince and said, "And you, thinking yourself clever, being deceived by others without even knowing it. Although you have no affection for me and the empress, the bond between you and your younger sister is not entirely false. Your younger sister has been very close to you since childhood, and now you have pushed her into a dangerous situation. If you still have a conscience, then bear the responsibility yourself and resolve this matter. As for whether you can keep your life, that will depend on your own fortune. Think it over carefully, whether to be a criminal who brings disaster to the country and its people, or to be willing to atone for your crime with meritorious deeds." Then the emperor and empress spoke to Jiao Xingxin. Now, the situation is clear. The third prince thought he was the fisherman profiting, but he didn't know he was a fool in the eyes of others. He thought he was colluding with a traitor, inciting rebellion and day, but he didn't think about his own value. He is merely a chess piece that others use to plot against Prince Su. Although he has made a new mistake, he was just the one who lit the fuse. Everything still stems from internal struggles, and the Day Emperor's suspicion of Prince Su. Although Prince Su only feigned sincerity with the third prince to find evidence of his collusion with the traitor. This matter still depends on whether the Day Emperor believes it. When you go, you must also be clear on this, to make the Day Emperor believe that Prince Su has no intention of betraying him, that you and Prince Su are truly in love, that he is blinded by love, willing to give up everything for you, and cannot pose any threat. Yes, that incompetent third brother of yours gave us no consideration at all. You don't need to be soft-hearted with him either. If anything happens, just blame it all on him. He is ruthless, so we don't need to show him any kindness. Hearing this, Jiao Xingxin replied with a pained heart, "Yes. Take my shadow guards from level 1 to level 4 with you. If you really encounter an irreversible situation, if your life is in danger, then flee far away. Preserving your own life is the most important thing. Yes, if the situation is not good, I will definitely run very fast. If he refuses to run with me, I will knock him out. But no matter what, you must remember, your father emperor and mother empress, your older brothers and sisters are always waiting for you in the Xiaozhou dynasty. The Xiaozhou dynasty is your weakness, but at the same time, it is also your support. Yes, Father Emperor, your daughter will definitely bring him back safely." The emperor asked again, "So if I hadn't nodded, what would you have done?" Jiao Xingxin quickly ran to the empress's side. Then I would have asked Mother Empress to cover for me a little. Then I would have disguised myself and secretly run away. Hearing this, the emperor crossed his arms and chided, "A child is spoiled by the mother." Standing behind, the empress heard this, and her murderous aura flared. The emperor sensed the danger and glanced over, and immediately and obediently ran to hold the empress's arm. "It's my fault, my fault. The one with the real power in the house is truly something else." The empress also spoke gently to her daughter. "All right, go. Are you really at ease letting her go? Are you only worried now? Weren't you also going to cover for her? I'm not at ease, but the child is grown and can't always lean on us. After so many years, Prince Su should also have enough means to escape. If he doesn't, then I misjudged him. We must believe that the two of them can return safely." The scene changes to the Day dynasty. People's hearts are indeed fickle. In the entire court, there are not many who have written letters to plead for the imperial uncle. I thought that as soon as the edict was issued, the civil and military officials would be submitting memorials at will, right? Your Majesty thinks too much. Back when I went into seclusion, the civil and military officials in the court were all loyal subjects. They believed that your Majesty could distinguish between the loyal and the treacherous, and also believed that I had no desire to cling to power. How could they put pressure on others, forcing your Majesty to make a decision? Allow me to guess, are there countless people impeaching me right now? I'm afraid the accusations range from seizing land and oppressing the common people to forcing people into prostitution. Your Majesty, at this time, should be more worried that the imperial court is becoming a place the Zhang family can manipulate. The Zhang family. The emperor's face darkened as he thought. In just a few days, countless pieces of evidence have been fabricated to incriminate the Prince Su manor, and many civil and military officials in the court are using them at will. In just a few years, the Zhang family has grown so powerful, becoming a chronic illness. Then he said, "Imperial uncle surrendered and allowed yourself to be bound, giving up all resistance. Your Majesty, is Imperial Uncle not afraid that I will turn the play into reality? I believe that, besides the relationship of monarch and subject, we still have the bond of uncle and nephew. But I still hope your Majesty can quickly conclude this matter, so that I and the princess can be reunited. Otherwise, if the news reaches Xiaozhou, I don't know how worried she will be. I don't want her to worry. There's one thing that Imperial Uncle may not know. The Princess of Zhou will soon arrive in the capital. Perhaps Imperial Uncle and the princess can be reunited sooner." Yan Xian sighed. She's finally here after all. Just then, someone came in to report, "Your Majesty, the princess has entered the city in disguise. She has pleaded with His Highness Xingyong and is currently lingering outside the Prince Su manor, awaiting your Majesty's instructions. Let her in. You see, hasn't the princess traveled 1,000 miles for her husband? Although Imperial Uncle does not wish to test her. As your nephew, I should make considerations for Imperial Uncle. We only trust in a sincerity that has been tested." A moment later, the princess was summoned. As soon as she saw Yan Xian, she was overjoyed and rushed to embrace him. The emperor, sitting behind them, also observed this scene. After a satisfying hug, Jiu Xingxin let go of Yan Xian and asked, "Yan Xian, have you been eating and sleeping well? They didn't do anything to you, did they? Everything is fine. You've gotten thinner. You must not have been eating or sleeping well. But aren't you here now? After hearing such news, how could I just sit still? Yan Xian, don't try to push me away every time something happens. No matter what happens, I will always face it with you. Besides, this matter was originally caused by the Zhou court implicating you. I truly never expected third brother to be so cruel and treacherous. I also never expected that he wasn't my biological brother. Because of his misguided suspicions, he believed the Empress had harmed his birth mother. After that, one wrong step led to another. Third brother has already told me everything. He will also come to the capital another day to confess all of his and Prime Minister Zhang's conspiracies. His Majesty will believe you. Yan Xian patted Jiu Xingxin's head and replied, "He will believe me. Is everything really okay? You're not hiding anything from me, are you? I've read in stories that torturers will secretly use some nasty tricks. Take off your clothes and let me see." As she spoke, Jiu Xingxin's hand started unbuttoning Yan Xian's clothes. He shyly resisted. "Xingxin, I'm really fine. I don't believe you. The more you refuse to let me see, the more it proves something is wrong." Xingxin. At this moment, the emperor behind the curtain crossed his arms. "Cough, cough, cough." Jiu Xingxin, blushing with embarrassment, turned and stammered, Your Majesty." The emperor smiled kindly. "It seems we have disturbed the reunion between Imperial Uncle and the princess." "No, not at all. Since your Majesty is here today, I happen to have an audacious request. Let's hear it. Today was supposed to be our wedding day. It is a once-in-a-lifetime auspicious day. If these things hadn't happened, we would be husband and wife by now. Since your Majesty is here, why not act as the witness to our marriage? I thought the princess would rather want to annul the engagement with him. I love him. I want to share weal and woe with him, to grow old together through thick and thin. Why would I want to annul the engagement with him? Moreover, I believe he is a loyal and patriotic man who would certainly never do anything to betray your Majesty. And your Majesty will not fail his devotion to the country. A fine saying, to share honor and disgrace. Emperor, I trust that, as your nephew, I would certainly never do anything to betray your Majesty. And your Majesty will not fail my heart either. Yes, to share weal and woe. If we still do not believe in Imperial Uncle's innocence and decide to imprison him for life, with your status as the princess of a nation, would you still want to be by his side for a lifetime? Of course. If it really comes to that, I will stay by his side for my entire life for all eternity. Even if it means simple meals and ragged clothes? Yes, including the last time. This is the second time we and the princess have met. Each time, the princess upends our perceptions. The princess has lived in luxury since childhood. Can you really endure a life of poverty? In this life, I have lived in luxury, been waited on hand and foot, and enjoyed countless beautiful sights. The lone wild goose against the sunset glow, the autumn waters stretching to the sky, the lone smoke in the great desert. I've seen all that should be seen. As the saying goes, there is nothing left to regret. Jiao Xingxin glanced at Yin Yuan and continued. From now on, it is enough to spend the rest of my life with the one I love. My only regret is that I once promised to take him sightseeing to Mingchuan Mountain, but I may have to break that promise. But I still hope your majesty will be discerning enough to see good from evil and restore imperial uncle's innocence. The princess is very decisive. But are you not afraid that by coming today in person, we, in our wrath, might kill you? Jiao Xingxin immediately replied, no matter what, when two states are at war, they do not kill the envoy. I do not believe your majesty is a person who lacks magnanimity towards others. I still hope your majesty will witness our marriage. Yin Yuan walked over and called to Jiao Xingxin. Yin Yuan, I don't need a grand wedding. It's enough that I am in your heart. We still don't know what the future holds, but at least I want to become your legitimate wife here, to share honor and disgrace, to be by your side with a proper title. No matter what happens later, I will not regret it. So, stop thinking about unfortunate things like us annulling the engagement. Then, Jiao Xingxin whispered, tonight, I will make the raw rice and a cooked rice. Faced with their sincere love, the emperor agreed. Yin Yuan turned to call out to his majesty, but the emperor raised a hand to interrupt him. The princess has already spoken. Someone, prepare this place simply. A moment later, a hastily arranged wedding scene was completed. Yin Yuan looked at Jiao Xingxin and said, truly, there's nothing I can do about you. Yin Yuan, don't you feel indebted to me because of this? We people of Zhou are practical. We care more about whether we can be with the one we love for the rest of our lives than the grandeur of the wedding ceremony. Your Majesty, please begin. The emperor spoke. Today is an auspicious day, a harmonious union. You two are well matched in virtue, to live in harmony with one heart and one mind. Help each other and both make your vows. The two looked at each other shyly. Then the emperor shouted, first bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the sovereign. Spouses bow to each other. The ceremony is complete. After completing the ceremony, the two embraced and looked at each other, smiling happily. Then the emperor turned to leave. Today is your wedding night. A spring night is not to be wasted. We will not disturb you further. Tomorrow, in the early afternoon, we will carefully hear the testimony of you from the Zhou court in the throne hall. That night, Jiao Xingxin lay in Yin Yuan's arms and said, although third brother has agreed to come today with me, Father Emperor said one must always be wary of others. Until the very last moment, we can't be sure if he will suddenly betray us and turn the tables. Yin Yuan, will you be safe and sound? Can we still go back to the life we had before? Yin Yuan replied, I don't know. Although His Majesty and I are cooperating for now, staying silent to see how far Zhao Gu will go, the Emperor's heart is hard to fathom. There's also no guarantee His Majesty won't turn the act into reality. I didn't say it today because His Majesty was here, but even without the matter of the third prince's mother, there would have been something else. So this has nothing to do with Xiao Zhou. It's all because our Emperor has an incurable paranoia. Back then, when I was regent, although I was appointed during a crisis, in the end, I was still a thorn in His Majesty's side. Jiao Xingxin asked worriedly, then do you have a plan to protect yourself? I do. Jiao Xingxin interrupted. Then I do too. We will definitely be safe and turn misfortune into fortune. If we can't, we can still live a carefree life in the Prince Su manor. I am the princess of the Zhou court. As long as the Zhou court still stands, they can't cut off our food and clothing. I've learned many ways to enjoy life in my past half-lifetime. I'll teach you how to have fun then. He hugged her and said, all right, if he still wants to hunt us down to the last, we will flee to the ends of the earth and not let him catch us. All right, elsewhere, Qingyai asked the third crown prince, well, have you made your decision? The third crown prince pondered for a moment, then recalled 2 months ago. Qingyai said, originally, I wanted to personally capture you and bring you back today to face justice. I didn't expect you and the princess to come here first. Calculating the time, you must have known long ago that something was wrong with me. That's right. It's just a pity I had to rush back today and couldn't dig out more information from you. The third prince asked, when did you find out? From the first time I met you, when you felt your appearance made everything go smoothly. When you thought that because I had been deceived and loved by His Majesty, I was gullible and pitiful. I am merely an ordinary shadow guard by His Majesty's side. The only special thing is that between His Majesty and me, there is only the bond of friendship. I still understand the principle that no one gives anything for free. Let me guess, someone like you would definitely not be willing to be captured without a fight. Prime Minister Zhang will surely contact you privately, telling you to turn the tables and falsely accuse the imperial uncle and you of colluding. But do you think Prime Minister Zhang can really save your life? Or will he even value you? To be a traitor in the annals of history for all time. Or to be a pawn who is discarded after use, like a grasshopper that cannot survive past autumn, is all up to your highness's consideration. So, the spring outing escort from the border to Li capital was all a scheme? There was never a shred of genuine feeling. Qingyai replied coldly, "That's right. The spring outing was to gain your trust and make it easier to gather evidence. As for escorting you back to Li capital, one reason was the fear that Prime Minister Zhang would send assassins, leaving no one to testify. The second is, just like the tricks you and Prime Minister Zhang used, I could only feign affection for you, so that in His Majesty's eyes, it seemed we had feelings for each other. Now that I am escorting you back, in Prime Minister Zhang's eyes, perhaps you and I have an unusual affection." Hearing this, the third prince could only give a slight laugh. Qingyai spoke again, "But I'm very grateful for the time that the Third Highness has guided me. While in Shaozhou, I truly thought very carefully about the future path I should take. I also hope the Third Highness can think carefully about what kind of person you want to be." The third prince had just opened his mouth, "I choose," when assassins appeared. "Assassins! Catch the assassins!" Qingyai stood before the third prince and ordered, "Defend." At that moment, the assassins rushed forward, attacking fiercely. Qingyai thought to herself, "These assassins, I didn't expect them to be targeting me." Just as someone was about to attack Qingyai from behind, she heard the third prince shout, "Be careful." Qingyai turned around to find that the third prince had taken a fatal blow for her. The third prince said weakly, "During this time, I have also thought a lot. Should I be a person of fame until death, or spend the rest of my life atoning for my mistakes? But I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, my heart already had the answer. My adoptive father said, I consider myself clever. As it turns out, everyone is a chess player, and only I was spinning around on the chessboard. Now you, who are not as clever as I am, have managed to do one clever thing. I can be considered to have died without regrets." He thought he had used Prime Minister Zhang. He also believed that Yin Xian had fallen for his instigation. He smugly thought everyone was a pawn in his hand. For many years, he had always enjoyed this state of everyone is wrong, only I am right. He never expected that he was the one being played in the palm of another's hand. The third prince reached into his robe and said, "Before leaving the Shaozhou court, I wrote this blood letter. In case of an emergency, I didn't expect to actually have to use it. You take this and give it to His Majesty of Day. Clear the imperial uncle's name. He has lost his benevolence, so I will be unrighteous." Immediately after, Dai Gonggong reported, "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Lady Qingyai was assassinated. It is not yet known if she is alive or dead." A moment later, "Have you found out?" "We have, Your Majesty." Prime Minister Zhang's side was worried that the third prince would betray them, so they went all out. But it is said that the Empress's side had different instructions. The assassins present that day were almost all targeting Lady Qingyai. Every move was a killing blow. If the third prince hadn't protected her that day, I'm afraid the situation would have been even worse. Your Majesty, this blow did not hit any of Lady Qingyai's vital parts, but she fell into the water last month. She caught a severe cold that day, causing serious damage. Whether she can wake up or not depends on these next 2 days. The emperor sat by the bed, lost in thought. In the past, it was always you who protected me. Now that it's my turn to protect you, I finally know how it feels. I'm begging you, you must wake up. From now on, I will never doubt you or let you down again. In today's situation, if you wake up, you will surely speak up for him. Even now, you are holding on tightly to protect this blood letter. Qingyai lay there listening and thought. This is all because Your Majesty spoiled Xiao Yoxin and was close to Ning Yuanxian. Is Your Majesty satisfied now? The Zhang family holds great power. They have already gone this far. Does your majesty still want to doubt the imperial uncle and indulge the Zhang family? Must the blood of those around you be used to pave the way to your future throne? At this moment, the emperor held Qin Jiai's hand and said, "It's time to pull in the net." After that, Jiu Xingxin came to see the emperor. Dai Gonggong said, "I hope your highness the princess will return. His majesty has suspended court for a day. Whatever the matter is, please discuss it later." Jiu Xingxin, I never expected third brother to pass away like this. Yan Xian came over and hugged Jiu Xingxin to comfort her. She said, "I have many older brothers. Although he and I didn't spend much time together, he was always traveling outside, upholding justice like a wandering hero. But he was the brother who cared about me the most. Every time he went out, he always remembered me, bringing me new and interesting things every few days. Each time, he would remember which toys I liked more and adjust what he brought next time. He knew what I liked and disliked better than the palace attendants around me. Although this was perhaps just a tactic for him to win favor with me, Father Emperor and Mother Empress, the love and care I received in those years were definitely not fake. Although he was a bad person, at least in the end, he can be considered to have turned from darkness to light once. Next, what should we do now?" He said, "Wait, what the Zhang family did this time has touched His Majesty's reverse scale. If he doesn't want to make a bigger mistake, it's time to pull in the net." At the Zhang residence, why did His Majesty suspend court? That's because he doesn't believe the evidence presented by the Xiaozhou court at all. He just wants to use this opportunity to completely eliminate Prince Su. Now, only your Zhang family has His Majesty's favor. Once the imperial uncle is overthrown, this imperial court, will be your world. It's a pity the empress has no son now. What will happen in the future is hard to say now. What's the big deal? His Majesty is not interested in women now. Having a legitimate eldest son is just a matter of time, isn't it? At this moment, someone came in and whispered in his ear, "My lord." He glared and cursed inwardly. "Idiot, why act so hastily? His Majesty will definitely become suspicious." Prime Minister Zhang stood up and said, "Excuse me for a moment, my lords." As he walked out, the Jinui had arrived. "Prime Minister Zhang." He pointed and shouted, "What is the meaning of this?" A man held out an imperial edict and said, "The Zhang family is suspected of colluding with the enemy and treason. All related individuals are to be imprisoned, awaiting further judgment. At the imperial palace, this one wishes to see His Majesty." "Your Majesty, why do you want to imprison my father?" "Your Majesty," the emperor said, "the Zhang family formed cliques, colluded with the enemy and committed treason, framed loyal officials, and plotted rebellion. Their crimes deserve punishment. Wouldn't it be better for the Zhang family to be obedient and know their place? Can't you be a little more obedient too? What is your Majesty talking about?" This servant does not know. The emperor forcefully grabbed her neck. "You don't know? It was you. You repeatedly tried to hunt her down and kill her. You bitch. For so many years, we have always treated you well. Whatever you wanted, we indulged you completely. Why couldn't you just be an obedient ornament and had to make things difficult for her? So, your Majesty, it really was because of her that you moved against the Zhang family? If the Zhang family hadn't been so vicious, perhaps we could have endured it a little longer. You even dared to touch the person who protected us as we grew up. So, your Majesty really does like her, right? But your Majesty, how deeply do you like her? If you really liked her, why did you let me torture her time and time again before? If it weren't for your repeated indulgence, how could I have become this greedy? Could it be that only today, when she is on the verge of life and death, has your Majesty realized how much you like her and that you cannot lose her?" She pointed and laughed hysterically. "It's hilarious. An emperor, in love with someone older than him, a guard of lowly status. If I had known this from the beginning, I should have. Should have what? You had best pray that she wakes up safely." She went mad and muttered, "A lowly bitch. Impossible. I actually... Ha." The emperor turned back with a cold face and said, "Otherwise, we are not sure what the Zhang family's fate will be or what will happen to you. Everything should end now." 10 days later, by the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, Prime Minister of the Zhang clan, for forming cliques, colluding with the enemy, and committing treason and framing loyal officials, will be beheaded after autumn. Those involved will be judged according to their crimes. Empress of the Zhang clan, for her malicious nature, loss of virtue, and inability to manage the palace, is demoted to the cold palace, not to leave without an edict. There is not enough evidence to prove the betrayal of Prince Su, Yan Xian, but he was framed by the Zhang family's conspiracy. Prince Su has a benevolent heart and humble conduct, serving the country and its people. For this, we award him 10,000 taels of gold and 1,000 mu of land. The princess of the Zhou court, seeking a bond of kinship, offered support in times of danger and did not abandon Prince Su. Her virtue is commendable. Now that there is a ready-made couple, we shall fulfill your wish. Yan Xian, quickly step over the fire basin. From now on, all bad luck will be gone. Qingyai, why are you here? The imperial physician said you need to rest more. Lying down more will help your wound heal faster. Today, this subject came here to bid farewell to your majesty. This subject's body is crippled and is no longer fit to protect your majesty. So you want to leave? Yes. Qingyai, there are no more obstacles between you and us now. We can make you the empress. We only need you. When Empress Zhang bullied and humiliated this subject before, your majesty chose to turn a blind eye. This subject hopes that this subject and your majesty will always maintain this proper hierarchy. We were wrong. We have dealt with the Zhang clan. It's not too late. We will never be like that again in the future. Can't you give us another chance? Can't you stay by my side? Qingyai. The emperor's feelings for Qingyai were familial affection, gratitude, and also love. He had long been unable to distinguish between them. Countless emotions were intertwined. Even though in recent years, he felt that he and Qingyai were growing more distant, he always believed that she would always stay by his side. It wasn't until her life was in danger that he truly understood his feelings for her. But then, is it too late? If your majesty does not want us to reach the point where we grow tired of even looking at each other, then let's stop here. Qingyai, don't be like this. We will never hate you. Your majesty says you like this subject, but your majesty's liking for this subject is 3 parts affection and 7 parts reliance. Now that your majesty is secure on the throne and great power is in your hands, you no longer need to rely on this subject. This subject is your shadow guard, who protected you as you grew up. This is this subject's duty. This subject is a quiet and reserved person. In the future, your harem will have many more people entering it. This subject is 5 years older than you. Your majesty's loyalty to this subject now is merely due to infatuation. Today, your majesty is willing to protect this subject, but what about in the future? Your majesty doubted this subject because of the 3rd prince. In the future, will you not doubt this subject again because of others around you? We can dismiss the harem for you and cherish only you alone. We will never doubt you again. Never again. Foolish. You are His Majesty. You must create a prosperous era, an unparalleled achievement. How could you dismiss the harem and favor only me? The late emperor and empress did not grow old together. Moreover, you know that my body was injured long ago, and I cannot bear children. You have always worked so hard to secure your throne. In the future, how can you let the kingdom be without an heir? Qingyai, there were times when I truly hated myself for this suspicious nature. Hated myself for being obsessed with power, unable to break free. Wait for me. Let me think about it more, all right? All right. Then, did Imperial Uncle come this time to say farewell as well? That's right. I am a commoner. I only wish to be with the one I love in my old age, not to pursue gains and losses and lose what is precious. Now that the country is cleansed and there are no more internal worries for the great cause, I have no more concerns. So I wish to return home with the princess soon. Perhaps I understand now. Uncle, you may go. Don't worry about anything. He understood why some people were willing to give up high positions and great power just to protect one person. He understood that in this world, there are many things more important than fighting for power. It's just a pity that in this life, he was afflicted with the poison called power and could never break free from it. The more one wants to grasp, the more one will lose. Imperial Uncle. It has been a long time, but in his mind, he always remembered that scene. At that time, Imperial Uncle was tall and imposing, heedless of the probing gazes behind him, seemingly untouched by worldly dust, without desires or wants. Today, I return the power to your majesty, hoping your majesty will rule on your own. At that moment, he felt very relieved, knowing that Imperial Uncle had no intention of seizing the throne, only wanting to fulfill the entrustment of his late father. At that time, how could the trust and emotion he felt for his Imperial Uncle be lost? These past years, I was wrong. From now on, I will no longer believe the instigations of others. I will never again suspect you of being disloyal. These past few years, I often dreamed of the old days. When I wake up, the sweet feeling from that dream still lingers. In this lifetime, I do not want to go through those years again. But today, I can think about the past with a peaceful mind. Even though it was very difficult then, like walking on thin ice, every day was filled with fear. But thinking back now, those precious feelings from that time can no longer be found. In the future, where do you want to go? What do you want to do? First, I want to go to the Xiaozhou dynasty to attend the wedding of the imperial uncle and the princess. After that, I will head south, passing through places I have never been, seeing the scenery I missed before, to enjoy the wonders once more. All right, remember to present a gift on my behalf. I cannot personally attend their wedding. You will watch carefully for me. Remember to write to me. I will. I raised a bluebird. It is no longer sad. It accompanied me through the most difficult times, until it was bruised all over. I then realized that a bluebird locked in a cage with broken wings is not happy at all. The emperor holds her hand. Qingyai, come back to visit me at least once a year. She replies, I will. Then she slowly lets go of the emperor's hand. Qingyai, have a safe journey. In his heart, he silently wished for her to fly freely across the sky in the future. The closest person to him has also left. The most trustworthy relative, after his repeated suspicions, had probably already left long ago. From then on, he became truly alone. Yan Xian, is everything settled? Yes. Then, my prince consort, let's go home. After they returned, Jiu Xingxin accidentally dropped something. Surprised, she bent down to pick it up. These are the two ugly wooden figurines that I used to trick him into believing were our love tokens. And yet he didn't throw them away. He even carried them 1,000 miles to the Xiaozhou dynasty. Even when he was deceived by me and was furious, he couldn't bear to abandon me. He didn't burn everything related to me. Compared to him back then, my feelings were truly not worth mentioning. How embarrassing. Suddenly, Yan Xian approached quietly from behind and quickly took the items back. After all, they are love tokens. So you had to cross mountains and rivers to bring them from Xiaozhou to Day, and then from Day back to Xiaozhou? Don't love me so much. Yan Xian, do you know? I thought you had thrown them away long ago. Moreover, she clearly used her own feelings later to carve a much better replacement for him. But the princess gave them to me. Whether it was with true feelings or false intentions, I will keep them all. At least they bear the name of love tokens. Besides, if not for that time in the past, how could we be together now? Yan Xian, I feel that our separation back then might not have been a bad thing. If I hadn't gone through these ups and downs, how would I know that you alone are enough? How would I know I would sacrifice myself to this extent for another person? She was timid and quick to retreat and needed his infinite tolerance. But now she has learned to care, to cherish, and to treat his feelings with more care. If we hadn't separated back then, perhaps I would still be an arrogant, ignorant person, going my own way and indifferent to everything. For you, that would have been too unfair. No matter what the princess is like, in my eyes, you are worthy of my protection for a lifetime. Oh my, since when did the hot-tempered Yan Xian become someone who speaks of love so easily? Fortunately, after going in circles, we met again and are by each other's side. Even our love tokens have been preserved intact. Tell me, isn't this fate? It was destined that we would grow old together for a lifetime. It is fate, and even more so, a two-way journey, beginning with appearances, falling into schemes, and being loyal to each other. That's right. Later at the Yinwan Academy, everyone make way, move aside, let me have a look. Teacher, teach me first. Teacher, does this outfit match? Teacher, this is the hibiscus and begonia makeup style I just created. Do you think this makeup method has improved? Seeing this, Jiu Xingxin thought to herself, hasn't it only been a few months since I last came? Where did Yinwan Academy get a teacher so welcomed by everyone? He is the second young master of the Zhang family. His Majesty, after all, cares about blood relations. Knowing I was completely unaware of what my father did, he spared my life. Since then, I'm no longer the second young master of the Zhang family. I have hidden my identity and changed my name to Mo Rue. What the princess told me about Yinwan Academy back then, I found it very interesting. I thought since I had nowhere to go anyway, I might as well come here to seek refuge. Yan Xian snorted. You even invited him to Yinwan Academy? She whispered. It was a serious invitation. Mo Rue raised his hand. I have no intentions towards the princess at all. It's truly because I have no home to return to that I came here for refuge. But what about your father and older sister? She stopped there, thinking to herself, that matter. Although his father framed Yan Xian first, in the end, Yan Xian also played a significant role in his father's downfall. Mo Rue said, as for my father, one can only say his greed was bottomless. It was all self-inflicted. His Majesty gave us a comfortable life, supported the Zhang family. It was his own issue. As for my older sister, she participated in those matters. It was destined that she couldn't even fend for herself. In short, from now on, I will rely on myself. I believe that with my own abilities, expanding my business territory, and becoming the richest man in your Jiao prefecture will be no problem. Jiao Xingxin thought, a noble young master from the prime minister's house has become an ordinary merchant. He really knows how to find his own happiness, doesn't he? This is also very good. After the conversation ended, Yan Xian had a gloomy expression. She called out, Yan Xian, you don't tell me you still suspect there's something between him and me. Back then, it was indeed because of him that I felt a bit insecure. But this has nothing to do with that. I just suddenly remembered something. What is it? There was a debt from before that I haven't had the chance to settle with the princess yet. She secretly recalled. Could it be that father is too much of a troublemaker? After returning to the country, although father no longer made things difficult for him and treated him kindly, like a loving family. But why does he still occasionally go out and cause trouble for him over leftover matters from the past? Yan Xian said, although I completely trust that the princess will be loyal to me, it's hard to guarantee that someone won't take advantage of a loophole to cause unfavorable incidents. This Yinluan Academy, I feel it should be rectified a bit. Wouldn't it be a mistake to let those people serve as examples for others? As for the princess, I feel she should also be disciplined. She replied, all right, and happily hugged Yan Xian. Discipline me as you wish. 1 year later, this Yinluan Academy, unexpectedly under the Prince Consort's rectification, had truly become the #1 royal academy. Now, in our women's academy, there are quite a few whose knowledge surpasses even the imperial students of those national academies. This Prince Consort of yours, truly, his contribution is great. Extremely formidable. Using the methods for rectifying the imperial court to discipline the academy. What a waste. After she and Yan Xian married in Yundu, they fulfilled the promise made that year to travel the 4 seas. When they were tired, they would rest in their private courtyard. Sometimes they would roam everywhere, and after a long time, they would stop somewhere for a few months. Sometimes, while walking on the street, Yan Xian would absent-mindedly look at other people. Unexpectedly, she used to be the one hunting for beauties, but now it was his turn to look for people. She even suspected whether he was in love with men, and also doubted his secret thoughts. Until one day, she returned to Yinluan Academy. Her sworn sisters surrounded her and told her about their grievances. Princess, you have no idea how miserable our lives are now. That's right, we were only gone for a few days, but when we returned to the academy, my flower-like handsome teachers had all turned into stern and upright ones. Who would have thought that while you were traveling the 4 seas, Yan Xian wasn't idle at all and carried out reforms at the academy? Except for second young Master Zhang, who still comes occasionally as a consultant, the other teachers all have their own new arrangements. Each course is even counted for credits. The noble ladies at Yinluan Academy must earn enough credits to graduate. The noble ladies complain endlessly, but they have no other choice but to bow their heads and endure it, earning enough credits to escape Yinluan Academy as soon as possible. You know, when Teacher Li and I talk, it feels just like when my father punishes me by making me kneel in the ancestral hall. Teacher Lon is the same. Every time he stops talking and looks at me with his bright eyes, I start to feel the pressure and my back gets covered in sweat. Where on earth did the Prince Consort find so many talented people? This could be considered the princess's original intention when establishing Yinluan Academy, but they achieved the goal through a different path. Except for Teacher Mo, you can't find a single remotely handsome teacher in the entire academy. It's just a pity that Teacher Mo is busy and only serves as a consultant, coming to the academy only once or twice a week. Jiao Xingxin said with a smile, that statement isn't quite careful. Actually, there is still one more teacher. Suddenly, Jiao Xingxin stopped and looked behind her. Seeing Yan Xian, the other young ladies cursed under their breath. Damn it, he's here to pick her up again. Indeed, Yan Xian held out his hand. Xingxin, come here. Jiao Xingxin said cheerfully, I'll take my leave then. Damn, what's the difference between having him and not having him? He's a teacher who only teaches you. So let's not even talk about it. Before, their fate began with him as a teacher, and it was also broken because of him as a teacher. Back then, he only made her happy with his beauty. But now, he is not only her husband, but also her teacher. He taught the princess how to care for others, how to like others, and how to be responsible, and how to let herself rely on others, and to believe that those people would make her a better person. But it began in chaos and ended in abandonment. The grudge of being kidnapped and forced to be a teacher because of his beauty. He could be considered to have gotten his revenge for that. The series has ended. Thank you for watching the entire video. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell so you don't miss the next video. Have a great day. Goodbye and see you in the next video.